Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was the Last Heir of the Uzumaki Clan, the Only Jinchuuriki Part 2. Before we start, please go support NerdyHollow for writing that awesome fanfic. Chapter 9, The First Day. It was now a month later after Izuku took his test, which he passed with 190 overall points in practical exam, 91% score on his written exam, and on the physical exam he got the best score in the history of Udade Academy, which earned All Might's applause. Now currently he was waiting for Himiko outside her gate. Izuku, most of the results were expected, still needs some more level of education though. Gyuki, you will have a proper guidance from now on. Izuku, that's true. Gyuki, Izuku, what are you going to about that? Izuku silently thinks about the situation he is in. On one hand, All Might asked if he could adopt him, on the other hand he can live alone. Just needs some jutsus to deceive the government and the school. But on the other side. 2 weeks ago, Izuku was at the training ground on his island where he practiced as he thinks about the question All Might asked of him few weeks prior. All Might, Izuku, how would you feel if I became your guardian? Izuku, sigh, what is All Might thinking asking me that? Why did he ask me that? I get it that he had a mentor and mentee relationship that went a little further than what it should have been. I am not my grandmother. Is he feeling obligated to look after me in her memory? Izuku clears his mind for a minute and listens to his surrounding. The sound of the forest on this windy day brings him relaxation as well as fresh air. Izuku sighs, isn't this a complicated matter? Gyuki, who was listening to his thoughts, chimes in his train of thought. Gyuki, are you opposed to the idea of All Might becoming your guardian? Izuku stays silent for a bit. Izuku, maybe, I don't know, it's just complicated for me. For some time, Gyuki had something to say to the green-haired boy, but he didn't know if he should or not. However, now was not the time for hesitation. Gyuki, kid? Before Gyuki could get his Jinchuuriki's attention, him and Izuku felt something coming from outside the barrier to the southwest. Izuku quickly starts sprinting towards the direction he felt this strange feeling, and midway on his sprint he starts using Hydration that he placed around the island. Izuku whispers, what the hell was that? It felt like anger, hatred, disappointment all combined into this foul air. Gyuki, I don't know how we can do this. Izuku, do what, Octo-san? Gyuki, we sensed hatred, anger. Only Kurama was able to do that, but how am I able to do it? Izuku, maybe you tried to ignore it in the past? Or since Kurama is dead, you are the next tailed beast to amass more natural chakra, so that unlocked your ability to sense those feelings. Gyuki, wonder if all the tailed beasts are able to do this? Izuku whispers, but that doesn't entirely explain why we felt it so close to the barrier. Outside the barrier, 2-meter-tall man with large muscles stand above a stone pillar. The facial feature of the man is covered by dark shadow, only leaving his mouth and his burning red beard. TCH. The man scowls and starts doing hand signs. Whispers open. Suddenly an energy barrier of some sorts comes into view. A rectangular space opens up in front of the man, letting him pass through. The hole in the barrier then closes and disappears to the naked eye again. With a grunt the man leaps towards the general direction of the Minka. Izuku, who is now leaping from branch to branch, starts to feel something again. Izuku, you feel it too, right, Octo-san? Gyuki nods grief. Izuku, it's so strong. Gyuki, who is this? Izuku, 2 o'clock. Izuku HM? Izuku turns his head to the direction Gyuki gave him and sees the unknown man. He couldn't make out the guy's face, but he knows that this is an intruder. He quickly uses Hydration in front of the man. The man stops as he sees Izuku. Izuku, who are you? How did you pass the barrier? It didn't break, so that means this guy knows how to open the seal momentarily. However, the mysterious man doesn't answer Izuku's question. Instead, he suddenly covers himself in lightning cloak and leaps towards Izuku. Izuku dodges as his eyes widen in surprise. Izuku, lightning cloak? As Izuku questions the technique the man is able to use, he suddenly feels pain in his abdomen before getting thrown to the ground. Izuku gak. He quickly stands up and Hydrations away as he saw the man coming towards him in haste. The man misses Izuku and punches the ground instead, making a crater. Hirashin? Who is this? Who? As he was about to ask a question, he makes a 90-degree turn to his right, dodging Izuku's bow shurikens as they pass through trees in the distance. Chakra cloak? I'll try again since you interrupted me so rudely. Who are you, boy? Izuku, I asked you first, old man. The man quickly turns around and looks down to see Izuku standing in front of him with his arms crossed. When did? The man remembers his attempt to punch Izuku when he asked him question the first time and realized that Izuku placed his Hirashin seal on his ribcage. He finds out it is true as he sees the seal on his rib area. Heck, clever kid, aren't you? Izuku doesn't answer his question but asks his own. Izuku, I ask again, who are you? And how did you pass the barrier? Passed the barrier using the key, and as for who I am. The man crosses his arm and declares his name with a smile. Isamu Midoriya kid, and who are you? Izuku Shimura. Midoriya? Why do you have my mom's maiden name? What is your relationship with my mom? Isamu, your mom? So you're her kid? Haha. Gyuki Izuku. Izuku, what is it, Octo-san? What's so funny? Isamu, oh, isn't this wonderful, see mere sunny. Isamu puts Izuku in a headlock and playfully ruffles his hair with his knuckle, which Izuku tries to get out of. Izuku, hey wait, knock it off, I asked what is your relationship with my mother. Not put me in a chokehold. Gyuki, this is. Isamu, isn't it obvious? I am. Isamu and Gyuki, your grandpa/grandfather, Isamu Midoriya. Izuku, huh? The scenery is nice. The view from up here always brought Izuku some ease. Especially since this is where his mother rests, so he is not alone. But now, someone else was here with them, his supposed grandfather. Isamu looks at the horizon with a somber feeling and a gentle smile. The view of the never-ending ocean and the clear sky seemingly merge with each other to look as if the world continued on as endless plain. Izuku, however, was not paying attention to the view that much. His attention was mainly on Isamu. Izuku, my mother did tell me about him, but it was always in a past tense, so I thought that he already passed due to some illness or got caught in a storm or something. Gyuki, Inko didn't want you to know about your grandfather Izuku. Izuku, why? Gyuki, there are things you should know first to understand the reason behind her choice. Izuku, so what do I call you? Isamu, well, you could call me Jishin or Ojizen or. Isamu, you're big and cute grandpa if you like. Izuku, I am just gonna call you old man. Isamu, how heartless. Izuku, what do you expect from someone who never seen you? Isamu, thinking face. Right, so what would you like to know from this old man? Izuku, Isamu doesn't look away from him as his grandson ponders on what to ask. Eventually, Izuku asks him something strange. Izuku, oh, are you a pedo by any chance? Isamu, what makes you ask that? Izuku, I mean, a big burly man with thick beard like you being that mushy with a minor you just met, I assumed you were some kind of pedo. Isamu, a no sad but relieved face. Izuku, okay, next question. Why did I never saw you before? And please answer honestly, I will find out sooner or later. Isamu, Inko never told you, huh? Well, it is to be expected, I guess. That girl never liked what I did. Isamu nods as he hums in understanding. Isamu, I guess it is my obligation to explain to you what I do, and why your mother never told you about me. Izuku, okay. Isamu, Izuku, how much do you know about our family's history? Izuku, everything that is recorded on the documents in the library. Isamu, so you have no idea about this secret war? Izuku, what do you mean secret war? Izuku asks as he made quotation marks in the air. He was confused about what his grandfather was talking about. Even Gyuki was not answering him as he tried to ask. Isamu, since you know everything about our history, you must know that we were used to be a very big clan with branch families. Izuku, yes. Isamu, After the clan head decided the heir to the knowledge should be an only child, he disbanded every branch family we had. By disbanding, he meant exterminating everyone that was from the branch family. Izuku, what? Isamu, yes, he ordered his youngest to execute his plan. However, his youngest had fallen in love with a girl from our branch family, so he betrayed his father's order, and had everyone flee from this island. Izuku, I am guessing the head of our family didn't agree to that. Isamu, he was furious that his son would betray his trust as he had planned to make him the heir. So he made his oldest daughter pledge her loyalty to the family, and teach her descendants to hunt down the branch families to end their lineage. Izuku, so we became assassins? Isamu, until my time. You see, my father knew that it was wrong to hunt down the descendants of people who wanted to live at the time, so when my grandmother passed away after making my father the next successor after her, he made me swear to never be bothered with our predecessor's petty grudge. Izuku, but that doesn't answer my question. Isamu then looks to the side to take in the view of the horizon again. He then glances at his daughter's grave with a gentle smile. Isamu, hatred only fuels hatred. It made the vengeful descendants decide that it was their time to take action, so one day, they came to the island. 40 years ago. Isamu, it was 40 years ago. Your mother was only a year old at the time. I was 16. Izuku, that young? Isamu, I stole the heart of an older woman and got married because she got pregnant by accident. Izuku, are you calling my mother a mistake? Isamu, hardly. She was the best thing to come into my life as well as her mother, but that day I lost the love of my life to the hands of those wretched umbus. Izuku, like the Black Ops agents back in the day? Isamu, they are far more cruel than Danzos. Heartless monsters who were raised by hatred to become inhumane and insane in the head. On that night, I was by the cliff that I came from today. The cold night air with the sound of tides hitting the island, it was a peaceful night, but that peaceful night came to an end with a loud scream coming from the house. Isamu, 16 years old, instantly runs back to the house that sounded like Maya. Isamu, at the time I could only use lightning cloak at the first stage, so I was slow, too slow. Grips his hand. Izuku sees that Isamu was tightening his hand too much, so he sits closer to him and pats him on the back. Isamu feels something gently patting his back. He turns his head to the side and sees that Izuku was looking at him with a smile. Isamu returns the smile and continues his story. Isamu, when I finally got there, I saw Maya get pierced in the abdomen by a spear. Isamu, 16 years old, Maya. Isamu, she looked my way and mouthed something to me. It's okay, darling, is what she said before I heard someone casting a jutsu. Umbu agent, fire style, ash pile burning. Isamu, I knew what that jutsu could do, so I made haste to retrieve Maya's body before it got burned. I saw the black ash cloud was heading towards me before I tried to use lightning cloak at stage 2. Isamu, 16 years old, even if it tears my body, I will not be afraid anymore to go beyond. Isamu, before the ash pile could hit us, I jumped away into the woods. I ran and ran. I knew Maya made sure Inko was alive so I can focus on saving her later when the situation got handled. After some time, I put Maya's corpse on the ground and pulled the spear out. Isamu, 16 years old, gently caresses Maya's face. Forgive me. Forgive me, Maya, I couldn't protect you. Isamu's eyes start to well up as he holds Maya's ice-cold hand. He hoped that it had the warmth that he loved so much, that overflowing love he could feel by just holding her hand. He wanted to feel it one last time, but it was hopeless. She was no more. Rustling is heard behind Isamu. He looks back and sees a group of black-clothed men glaring down at him. One of them, who seems to be the leader, speaks to Isamu. Umbu agent, Isamu Midoriya, by the order of the Umbus, we hereby demand you to surrender and face judgment for your predecessor's actions. Isamu fixes Maya's position and caresses her cheek one more time. He wipes his tears with his forearm and starts standing up slowly. Maya, it's okay, darling. Although he didn't hear her voice, her last words ring in his mind, filled by the voices from his memories. Isamu, 16 years old, even in your last breath, you tried to reassure my worries. You always hated seeing me sad. He starts turning to the Umbu agents, but his eyes were covered by shadow. Isamu, 16 years old, you always gave me strength whenever I was feeling hopeless, feeling powerless. Isamu dons a confident smile and looks up at the agents. His eyes piercing the fearless agents with fear. But he didn't wear his fierce eyes, no, he wore his confidence behind those eyes, burning with passion. Isamu, 16 years old, so Maya, give me strength from the ethereal planes. Oh? You think I am scared or something? Please, if there is anything to be scared of, it is your damn faces if I could see them. Umbu agent, you mock us even when you are surrounded? Don't try to find strength behind those empty words. Isamu, ha 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 ha, empty. No, 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 this display of confidence is true to its purpose. You don't scare me, I bet you didn't scare my wife. I would know since she had the rage of a mother lion protecting her cub. And since you did threaten her cub, you must have lost many before managing to kill her, right? Ha ha. Umbu, enough, let's just kill this mongrel. 5 of the Umbu agents cast the same jutsu. Umbu agents, wind style, fierce whirlwind. A tornado is summoned by the result of their cast jutsu, throttling towards Isamu with great pressure. Isamu humph. He leaps and starts casting his own jutsu. Isamu, wind style, swift wind wall. A wall of pressurized air is summoned in front of Isamu. The tornado hits the wall and tries to pressure through to no avail. After a few seconds the wind dissipates, and behind the torrent of wind, the agents already leapt towards Isamu. Isamu, gale style, laser circus. Branches of white beam travels from Isamu's fingers and pierces the Umbu agents. Some dissipate into smokes, some spews blood from their mouths indicating that they were real people instead of clones. Isamu 4. An agent then comes flying down from his back. Isamu responds by moving slightly to the left and swiftly grabbing him by his foot to throw him towards the other 2 running at him with swords in their hands. Isamu, water style, exploding water shockwave. He spews large body of water from his mouth. He stands on top of the waves and summons something out of a scroll. Isamu, are you entertained, you motchubaki-rs? Umbu, that is Samahata. Umbu, we can't win this retreat. Isamu sees them fleeing, but he was not generous today. Isamu, running are we? Well, don't leave me, here I come. The large body of water starts flowing forward with great speed with Isamu on top. The forest was filled with shouts of pain and crunching of bones crushing that night. Isamu, I went back home with Maya in my arms. The house was barely standing on its foundation, but that was not my concern at the moment. I placed Maya's body in front of the house and started shouting Inko's name, hoping she would be able to hear me and let me know she was alive. Isamu, Inko, come out princess, it's daddy, everything is okay now. Isamu, I heard a faint yell from the well close to our house. I quickly ran there and looked down to see Inko. I quickly started reeling in the bucket up. Inko, 1 year old, daddy? Are the Boad men gone? Where is mommy? Isamu, her last question made my heart churn in my chest. The bucket finally surfaces and I take hold of Inko in my arms. I couldn't bring myself to tell my little girl that her mother was dead. I just couldn't. Back to Isamu and Izuku. Isamu, after that day, I trained my body like never. Broke the limits of this human body so many times that I lost count. 16 years after that day, Inko finally understood that night was the night when her mother took her last breath. She was deeply saddened that she didn't have memories of her when she was growing up. Years after, when she was 22, she came to terms with Maya's death. And when she was 28, I decided to make her the successor and travel the world and find out the roots of those Umbus and put an end to them. Izuku didn't know what to think. His grandfather was never in his life because he didn't want his mother to go through the same fate. He had so many more questions, so he started asking. Izuku, how did mother take in your decision? Isamu, not well, she tried to force me to stay, but she was not as strong as me. She told me to never come back, so I didn't. It was her wish and I complied, but now seeing that she has passed away from an illness, I don't know what to say. Izuku, how did you know she passed away? Isamu, she somehow found my address. I got a letter informing me everything here. Isamu takes out a crumpled up letter from his chest pocket and passes it to Izuku. Izuku looks at the letter, must have gripped it hard after reading the content. Izuku reads the letter. It was indeed Inko's handwriting. It informed her father of the illness, that there is no point in trying to treat it as it is an unknown illness that doctors can't treat. It also said that she had a great life, how she felt loved and what the result was, how she understood Isamu's stern yet loving demands, and how parenthood is hard but rewarding nevertheless. And the last sentence was her farewell, an apology to her father, and it informed Isamu of his grandson. Isamu, after reading the last part, one immediately boarded a plane and headed here. But it was to be expected to come here months later as I was in Mexico. Izuku Isamu turns his attention to Izuku and sees his somber eyes. He looks at the boy beside him and can't help but see Inko in him. Isamu, green hair, green eyes, your gene is truly strong, Maya. Izuku feels something on his head. He looks beside him and sees that Isamu had his hand on his head, gently ruffling it. Isamu, she is in a better place, kiddo. Her mother will take care of her, so will her husband. Izuku, not knowing what to do, leans into Isamu. Isamu responds by having his arm around him. They look at the now setting sun together. The wind picks up its pace, making the coming night known to the two men. Isamu, you picked a really nice place, Izuku. Izuku, thanks, Gramps. Isamu smiles widely and continues to gaze at the beautiful horizon with his grandson beside him. Present time. Izuku, I don't think Gramps would like to hear that another big burly man that is close to his age has considered to adopt his grandson. Gyuki chuckles. He would probably try to talk to him. Izuku, by talk, do you mean two muscly old men duking it out over a minor to see who will be his guardian? Gyuki, something like that. Izuku, I would rather watch a race between turtles. Himiko, hey Izuku-in. Izuku smiles, hey Himiko-chan. Himiko, ready to go? Izuku, shouldn't I be the one to ask that? Considering that I was here first? Himiko giggles, sorry, I am just excited to see what U.A is like. Izuku starts walking. It's just a high school with hero program on top of general studies. Himiko gasps, it is not just that, there are support course that teaches upcoming support item inventors. They are just as important as heroes. Follows beside Izuku. Izuku, I know, but they are useless to me since I have whatever I need at home. Himiko, not everyone has privileges like you do, Izuku-in. We can't store our tools in utility belt and summon weapons of our choice from a simple scroll. Izuku, there is more to it than simply summoning in a simple scroll. Himiko, I know. Izuku, which reminds me that I owe a senior a crash course on my quirk. Izuku emphasizes the last word with quotations in the air. Himiko, but gee, your exam sounded hard. Izuku, it was supposed to be. Yours was hard too. The injuries and the events you told me, and also who is Kaken? Gyuki, someone jealous? Izuku, sarcastically, what do you think, Octo-san? Gyuki, the sarcasm. Himiko, but going into a district-sized terrain that is swarmed with robots that are armed. And you had to save people too, that is making it twice if not triple as hard than it already is. Izuku, it was difficult than I anticipated, but I gave it my all. Himiko, you had to transform into 8 tails, right? Izuku, I had to. The last robot was too much of a threat to take it lightly and to match its size too. Himiko, wish I could watch the footage of it. Sounds so interesting. The ways I could learn from watching your performance, and... Izuku tunes Himiko out as he is too deep in thought. Izuku, since Gramps is present, should I decline All Might? Should I tell Gramps that All Might proposed to be my guardian? But then again, I would rather watch a race between turtles than watching two bulky old men fighting each other. And should I? Izuku is pulled out from his thoughts by a finger snapping in front of his face. He sees that it was Himiko's hand, so he turns to her. Himiko puffs her cheek. It's rude to ignore people. Izuku, cute, sorry, I had too many things running through my head. I started tuning out everything. Himiko, is it about your grandpa? Izuku told Himiko a few days ago that he had a grandfather, and that he was back on the island. He didn't tell her the whole truth, just little pieces were left out in his text. Himiko, I feel like there are more to what you said on the phone. Izuku, well shit there are, but it's a family matter, so sorry. Himiko, if it is, then lightly blushes. Izuku HM? Izuku leans his head to the side with curious eyes. Himiko, cute and nothing. Izuku-in. It was nothing. I was just gonna say that if it is a family matter, then tell me when you are ready, or tell me if you feel like it. Himiko starts walking faster in front of Izuku. Izuku, you sure? Himiko, I can't say that. I was gonna say then tell me when we become family. He will think I am some kind of psycho. You are, in different universes. Beaming face with smiling eyes. They boarded the train, then headed to the school after they got off. On the way, they talked about what might happen in U.A, although it was only Himiko who was talking most of the time. They reached the school, and because they were new, they couldn't find their classroom as they wandered around the school like headless chickens. Himiko, wish there was a guidebook that has the map of this place. Izuku, maybe there was, but we overlooked it in the package they sent us. Himiko, oh, by the way, how did you get your package? Izuku, post office. Since I live on an island, we have a mailing address to a postal office on the shore. Himiko, oh, I should have figured that out, huh? Izuku, probably. You guys lost? A voice was heard, and both of them look around. Izuku feels a chakra signature and looks towards it to see Lemillion, or his face in the wall to be precise. Izuku, Lemillion-san. Togata, it's Mirio Togata, or Togata-senpai, outside of the field. What's up, buddy? Izuku, first off, is your quirk phasing? Because you could phase through things. Togata, not precisely, it's permeation. Izuku, I see, second off. Himiko, wow, that's such a cool quirk. Togata, thank you, sorry I don't know your name. Himiko, my name is Himiko Toga, Togata-senpai. Togata, thank you for the compliment, Toga-chan. Izuku, as I was going to say, we are kind of lost. Do you perhaps know where our classroom is? Togata, which class are you two in? Himiko and Izuku, 1A. Togata, wow, you guys wandered off far. It would get confusing to explain, so follow me. Togata then dives back into the wall, then resurfaces far behind them in the floor. Togata, come on guys. The two then follows Togata's guidance, then finds the classroom after 10 minutes. Togata, there is 1A. Izuku, why is the door this big? Togata, there are teachers who are big in size, and perhaps your classmates are big as well. Himiko, seems reasonable. Izuku, yeah, thank you, Togata-senpai. The pair bows in gratitude. Togata, happy to help. Oh, and Shimura-kun, Nijire has been asking about you non-stop. Apparently you promised her to give her detail about your quirk. Izuku, I remember. Hope my mouth doesn't dry up doing that. Togata, more like your ear might fall off, since she is too curious when it comes to new quirks. Himiko, one of the 18? Izuku and Togata, yep. Himiko, oh. Togata, well, you guys have been here for too long, so you better go in. I heard about your homeroom teacher, so good luck. Izuku, is it Aizawa-san? Togata, yes. Izuku, damn. Himiko, why? What's wrong with our teacher? Himiko looks back and forth, but Togata was already gone. Himiko, care to explain, Izuku-in? Izuku, you will see. Izuku then slides the door open. There were few people there already, but that wasn't the first thing they noticed. It was a blue-haired kid raising his voice at an ash-blonde kid, who had his foot on the desk. Ida, I ask you to please be mindful of your behavior. These desks have been used by our predecessors who learned here before us. Bakugo, huh? Are you telling me what to do, Four Eyes? Ida, Four Eyes? How crude way to address your fellow classmate. Katsuki, I will call you whatever I want, Robocop. Ida, perhaps we started off on the wrong foot. Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Tenya Ida from Somei Academy. Pleased to be of your acquaintance. The blue-haired boy who introduced himself reaches his hand out towards Katsuki, which swats his hand and makes sparks on his palm with intimidating glare. Katsuki, Somei, huh? Then I will enjoy crushing you. Ida, who has taken a back, steps backwards with troubled expression. Ida, crushing me? Are you really here to be a hero? Himiko and Izuku just step in and take their seats. Just before sitting, Izuku look around the room. 7 girls, 8 including Himiko. 2 black-haired girls, one of them had it to her shoulders, one had it in a ponytail. 2 green-haired girls just like him. Both had long hair, but one of their hair seemed to be made of vines. One had short purple hair, another had a brown hair, but the last one was interesting for Izuku. She had a similar hairstyle as her, but her hair color and skin were pink. He paid no mind to it, and scanned the boys now. Aside from the 2 that were shouting at each other, there were 3 blondes aside from the ash blonde. One had a black lightning pattern on their hair. Other had a longer hair that reached their shoulder. The last blonde had short, straight hair with blue eyes. Moving on, he saw a guy with dual-colored hair, a big guy with a mask and 6 arms, a guy with a crow-like head, a redhead, and 2 black-haired boys. One had a bandana and the other had his tied back. Izuku, interesting bunch. Some of their personalities just speak to you. Gyuki, so many blondes. Izuku, chuckles, seems to be the case. Gyuki, well, have a nice first day, Izuku. I will be here if you need me. Izuku, wow, nosy much? Gyuki, where else can I go? Izuku, chuckles, just pulling your tentacles, Octo-san. Enjoyed the show? Gyuki, Izuku takes his seat behind Himiko, who is behind the spiky-haired ash blonde. Izuku, but why does that angry guy seem familiar? Izuku sits there, questions running in his mind. Ha! What are you doing here? Izuku looks to the front, and sees the ash blonde looking at Himiko angrily, which seemed to be slightly intimidating to her, as he sees her flinch slightly. Izuku, Himiko, Kaken, I passed the exam. Izuku, oh, so he is Kaken. Wait, now I remember, I saved him from that green goo-like guy. Gyuki, you do know you killed that goo guy, right? Izuku, in his mind space, starts to blink his eyes rapidly. Izuku, oh. Gyuki just sighs in response. He swears sometimes he is a bigger idiot than Naruto. Gyuki, I guess it runs in the blood. Izuku then pays attention to Katsuki again, but this time he focuses on his emotions. Bakugo, well, I can see that you rat. Ida, stop addressing people in that rude manner. Bakugo, shut the hell up, you stop sighing. Ida, what does that even mean? Izuku, I could feel his anger and annoyance when he was talking to that blue-haired guy, but now I don't feel it. Gyuki, so he is pretending why? Izuku, I will ask Himiko-chan later, see if she know why. Gyuki, have you also noticed that she started calling you differently? Izuku, did she? Izuku looks back to Gyuki and asks. Gyuki, Izuku-kun, not Izuku-kun or Izuku. Izuku's face get a slight red tint recalling her calling him that. Izuku, wonder if I can call her Himi-chan. No, I will start calling her that if our relationship goes further or our friendship continues for more years. The shouting competition still continues, and to Izuku, enough was enough, so he released his chakra pressure. Everyone felt the sudden air pressure coming from Izuku as they struggled to not get thrown back. The ones that were shouting were, however, already got flung over to the front of the class. Izuku stops the pressure. Izuku, if you are going to continue your stupid banter, then I kindly ask you both to leave and take it outside. You are disturbing the others as well as our teacher, who is outside waiting for you two to shut up. Right then, as the blonde was about to shout, the front door to the classroom opened and there stands Aizawa. Aizawa, thank you, Shimura-kun. If they continued, I would have took it to my hands. Izuku, no problem, Aizawa-san. Oh, sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa then hums and goes behind the podium. Aizawa, now, since you two were shouting vigorously at each other, disturbing your neighboring classes, your classmates as well as me, we will take a test to celebrate your acceptance to U.A Academy. Some were groaning and complaining, some were shaking their heads, and some were just still. Aizawa then gets a box out under the podium and puts the box on the surface. Aizawa, find your size and meet me at the P.E field. Eraserhead then walks out of the classroom. In the boys' locker room. Whoa, nice muscles, man. Izuku HM? Izuku pauses momentarily when he was about to put on the shirt and glances at the person. The redhead with spiky hairstyle was the one who complimented his body. Izuku, oh, thank you, Kirishima, oh, we haven't introduced ourselves. Kirishima Ijiru, nice to meet you. Smiles. Izuku, oh, my name is Shimura Izuku, nice to meet you as well, Kirishima-san. Kirishima, do drop the honorifics, we are going to be classmates. Izuku, sure thing. Izuku puts the shirt on and starts taking his shoes off. Kirishima, man, the thing you pulled back there was scary, but awesome as well. Is it your quirk? Ida, which was uncalled for, may I add? Izuku, look, I think we will have time to have conversations. Kirishima-kun, don't want to make Aizawa-sensei wait. Kirishima, okay. On the offside, Bakugo was glaring at Izuku with anger. Bakugo, tch bucking prick. Bakugo slams the locker shut and starts to head out first, which Izuku follows after a second. Meanwhile, in the girls' locker room. Why don't we introduce ourselves real quick? Just our names? The pink-haired girl proposes her idea to the girls, to which they nod in agreement. Yayorozu, then, I will start it. My name is Yayorozu Momo, pleased to meet you. Smiles. Uraraka, Ochako Uraraka des. Jiro Kyoka. Ajri Tsuyukero. Shiozaki Ibara. Himiko, Toga Himiko. Ashido Mina. Jiro sends her a peculiar look. Kodai, lowly but audibly Kodai Yui. Mina, we have so many pretty girls in this class. Himiko, Yayorozu, Uraraka and Jiro all get a slight pink tint on their cheeks and mutters a thank you. All of the Class 1A students were now standing on the P.E field, in front of Aizawa. Aizawa, 10 minutes, considering that all of you had to find your clothes and the changing room, it is pretty fast. But on the field, every second is crucial. In 10 minutes anything could have happened. The students drop some sweat. Aizawa, I will be taking a quirk apprehension test today. It is the standardized physical test you took during your previous years, but with you quirks this time. The school's system still disapproves the usage of quirk to take this test, which is irrational. Aizawa then throws a ball to Izuku, which he holds it with no effort. Aizawa, you took a specialized test that far exceeded the standard tests and set a new record overall, so you will give your classmates a demonstration. The students erupt into chatter and Izuku steps forward. Izuku, what do I do with this? Aizawa, right, you were homeschooled. Step into the circle and throw it forward using your quirks without touching outside the circle, and the further it goes, higher you score. The word quirks made the chatter more audible as more started to whisper with each other. Izuku nods, then steps into the circle. Izuku, should I give it my all or? Gyuki, they told you to learn how to hold back, remember? Besides, it's a demonstration, so go easy. Aizawa, I give you permission to go all out, Shimura-kun. Izuku then stops inside the circle and sighs. Izuku, welp ready, Octo-san? Gyuki, always. Gyuki clasps his hands together and starts channeling his chakra to Izuku. Izuku gets covered in milky cloak and a construct resembling Gyuki surrounds Izuku. Seeing the construct, Himiko and Aizawa already started taking the others away since Izuku got permission, and seeing the construct everyone started taking distance without any words. Well, besides the baffled and amazed exclaims. Kirishima, dude, that is awesome. Ida, isn't this too unorthodox, sensei? Aizawa, no worries, he knows what he is doing. Then suddenly, green-colored fire travels from Gyuki's head, where Izuku was, and it leaves a samurai-style armor on the surface. Aizawa, Himiko, and All Might, that's new. Izuku, well, here goes. Shimura special combo, all-out tremor. Gyuki spews jet of ink powered by Izuku's vacuum bullet technique. Izuku, not finished yet. Izuku then hirations toward the ball and flies alongside it in great speed. Izuku, Sage Art. Izuku grabs the ball again and gets ready to throw it again while not stopping. Izuku Raikiri. The ball gets covered in lightning and takes off, leaving a trail of electricity behind. He hurricanes back to the circle and turns his head back to Aizawa, who was looking at the tracker he had. After a few seconds, he shows it to the class. Aizawa, Infinity. Class, well, awesome, cool. Aizawa, probably left the stratosphere and went to space. Few of the students surrounded Izuku and started complimenting him. Kirishima, dude, that was so flashy. Ashido, real flashy, the power behind this arm, oh, you don't look it, but you have some serious muscles. Ashido starts running her fingers along Izuku's muscles and Toga's eyes twitch at that, but no one noticed. Nothing you wouldn't expect from a Class A student. The guy with straight blonde hair states. Magnifique. Izuku, thank you? It seems fun though, being able to use our quirks, states the other blonde with black lightning bolt on his hair. Izuku and Gyurki, oh/oh. Aizawa hides a smirk behind his binding weapon. Aizawa, fun huh? Izuku mutters, into the lion's den we go. Kirishima and others, HM? Aizawa, let's make it more fun then. Last one to place in this exam is expelled immediately. Class then erupts into shout and questions. Ida, what do you mean, sensei? Uraraka, you can't do that. Ida and Uraraka, it's not fair. Aizawa, fair? Natural disasters, child abuse, child abandonment, hate crimes, serial killers, power-hungry villains. Are these in any way fair? As heroes, when you get in the field you will face unfair situations, and it is your job as a hero or heroine to deal with them. If you thought it was anything but that, then pack your stuff and leave, because this is not a place to have fun. All the students then start to look more serious than before, because he was right, the world they live in has never been fair. Aizawa, good, we will begin with 50-meter dash. Izuku walks behind the line and takes a runner's stance that he saw the others did before running. And beside him, Ida takes the same stance. Izuku, sensei said go all out, so. Robot, get set. Go bang. Izuku then body flickers to the end of the line and the machine says his time. Robot, 0.78 seconds. Hearing Izuku's time, Ida accelerates faster and passes the end line. Robot, 2.89 seconds. Ida then walks closer to Izuku. Ida, after I saw you teleport away when you threw that ball, I knew you would be faster, but that is extraordinarily fast. Izuku, but you are fast, Ida-san. Ida shakes head, not as fast as you, Shimura-san. Robot, 3.04 seconds. The two looks back and see Himiko jogging to them with a smile. Izuku smiles. Oh, forgot to say, Izuku is 170 centimeters tall at the moment. He is 15. Not too tall, not too short either for a 15-year-old. Aizawa grips strength. Izuku activates his Gyuki Chakra mode GCM and makes a chakra arm, then grips the device. Aizawa then comes close and writes down the measurement. Aizawa, immeasurable/error. Interesting. He walks toward Himiko. Aizawa, 550 kilograms. Well done. Then he walks toward the others. Himiko beams her toothy smile to Izuku after Aizawa gave her a compliment, which he gave a smile back. Bakugo, TCH. Aizawa, standing long jump. Izuku jumps and just takes flight to the other side of the sandbox. Aizawa cleared. Himiko activates OFA at 10%, which is her maximum. She leaps off and then lands outside the box. Aizawa cleared. Aizawa, repeated sidesteps. Izuku puts 3 of his Horatian seals on the ground and starts teleporting. Although not as fast as Izuku, Himiko was doing it faster than most as well. Aizawa, Shimura-kun can sit this one out. Ball throw. Uraraka then walks in the circle and activates her quirk on the ball before she throws it. The ball slowly but surely gets further and further until it went out of sight. Aizawa then shows the device. Class, Infinity again? Geez, what kind of powerhouses are in this class? Asks a black-haired boy that had his hair tied to the back. Yeah, it's interesting, responds the other black-haired kid with spiky hair and bandana. Excuse me. The blonde with straight hair touches Uraraka's shoulder and passes her. He takes the ball and activates his quirk, which seemed to be exactly same as Uraraka's. Aizawa, another infinity. Bakugo, I had enough, let me go and I will show how it's done. Bakugo stomps towards the circle and catches the ball that Aizawa threw at him. He wounded up and threw it, but just before releasing he let out a huge explosion. Bakugo, shiny. Izuku and Ida die? Himiko just sighs and shakes her head. Aizawa then shows the result after a few seconds. Aizawa, 732 meters. Bakugo, bullshit. Aizawa, shut up. Aizawa activates his quirk, his hair flows up, his eyes flare red and he glares at Bakugo. Bakugo tries to activate his quirk but it doesn't work. Bakugo, huh? Quirk disabling quirk. I have heard of a hero with that kind of quirk. Himiko, gasp, Eraserhead the underground hero? Yaoyorozu, the hero that is infamous for avoiding media at all cost. Aizawa, media's messy, they would write anything on that headline to attract viewers regardless of whether it is the truth or not. Izuku, so is that why you usually do your hero duties during nighttime? Aizawa, not the main reason. Get back there, and if you repeat this, you will receive punishment as Udade doesn't tolerate such behavior. Do you understand, Bakugo Katsuki? Bakugo, TCH, understood. Damn Moss Ed. Showing off and shit, and why is Himiko so friendly with that bastard? Is she dating him? Those thoughts circle in Bakugo's head as he walks back and switches with Himiko. She steps in the circle with the ball in hand. Himiko, okay, let's see if 15% is doable for me now. I have been using 10% for almost a month, I should be able to push further now. She activates OFA, the engine sound more audible, her veins start to glow even brighter red. When the glow and the sound faded, it was replaced with a bit more violent red lightning arcs dancing on her skin. Himiko, one for all, full cloak, 15%. The aching was not sharp and frequent as she tried before, as it was tolerable. She winds up and throws the ball with all her might. Normally, when she did the ball throw in P.E, she threw at 19-20 meters, but now after training her muscles and gaining a quirk to boost her strength. Aizawa, 430 meters. Himiko's eyes beam up, she never thought that she would be this strong now. Sure, her agility and grip strength was enhanced exponentially, she didn't realize she was capable of such feat to throw past 100 meters. Izuku's eyes although was on Himiko, his eyes traveled to the sides. He sees the A-team Natsuo, Tamaki, Mirio and Nijire waving at him. Izuku, how long have they been there? Yuki, no idea. Before the test started. The four seniors were walking around the school since they know the orientation is just Nisa's way of torturing everyone with long and boring speech. Heido, any guys? Did any you have see the green-haired kid we met a month ago? Togata, I did, he was with his friend and they were lost. Natsuo, haha, yeah, I remember the time we couldn't find our classes, right Nijire-chan? Heido, nods if Izumi-senpai didn't help us, we wouldn't have found the class. Togata, and this year I was Izumi-senpai chuckles. Heido, you didn't prank them like Izumi-senpai, right Mirio? Togata, I tried but didn't work. Amajiki, silently, you shouldn't scare people, Mirio. Togata, come on, a little prank and a laugh will not hurt anyone, right? Then suddenly they heard and felt a quite violent tremor from the P.E grounds, so they rushed there. When they reached the fence they saw Izuku's cloak GCM mode. Heido was awing with stars in her eyes. Heido, woo-ah, that looks awesome. Natsuo and Amajiki, scary little guy / scary. Togata, it's that structure on top of the beast inside him. The three looks at Togata and sees that he doesn't have his smile anymore. Heido, Mirio, did you see him do that before? Togata, yes, when I was heading to my appointed direction suddenly I saw this big cloaked green structure in the distance with two flaming swords. It sliced downwards and an energy wave was traveling towards me, it destroyed all the robots into dust within seconds. Then they see Gyuki along with the cloak dissipating slowly. They also notice that Izuku is nowhere to be seen, but soon after Izuku appeared inside the circle. Natsuo, Shimura-kun is very blessed, isn't he? Togata, I think behind all that power, he is a very determined kid and we are just seeing the results. Natsuo, behind strong people lies a sheer determination to become strong in all possible ways. I mean, that is how we are here, right? The other three nods their head in agreement as they see the junior class take their apprehension test. Amajiki, quietly they have potential. Togata nods, but I see those four being the top. Mirio points at Bakugo, Izuku, Himiko, and a kid with dual hair. Natsuo, chuckle, my brother is indeed a powerhouse with his quirk, but. Natsuo's eyes fall dim as his eyes lower. Natsuo, he doesn't use his full potential. Because of that bastard. Hato places her hand on Natsuo's shoulder and caresses it gently, earning a smile from Natsuo. Natsuo holds her hand on his shoulder. Thanks, Nijier-chan. Togata, oh, Shimura-kun saw us. They wave at him and sees that Izuku just continue on with his test. Togata, he doesn't react much. Hato, Nani, do you guys think he would be at the cafeteria? Amajiki mutters probably. Natsuo, we'll meet him there if or when he is there. Let's go, guys. Natsuo starts walking, and the three follows behind. The apprehension test has ended, and now Aizawa was standing in front of them to present the results. Aizawa, these are the overall scores. A hologram projects their overall position in comparison to the others. 1. Shimura Izuku. 2. Yaoyoro Momo. 3. Todoroki Shoto. 4. Bakugo Katsuki. 5. Ida Tenya. 6. Toga Himiko. 7. Tokoyami Fumikage. 8. Shoji Mizo. 9. Monoma Nito. 10. Kirishima Aijuru. 11. Ashido Mina. 12. Shiozaki Ibara. 13. Ajutsuyu. 14. Uraraka Ochako. 15. Rin Hiryu. 16. Aoyama Hyuga. 17. Kaminari Denki. 18. Jiro Kyoka. 19. Owaze Yosetsu. 20. Kodai Yui. Kodai lets out a silent gasp as she sees her name at the bottom. The girls surround and comfort her to rise her spirit, but it didn't matter, the results were out, and she is going to be let out the door before even beginning her journey to become a heroine. Aizawa turns of the hologram O, and the expulsion part was a lie. There was few seconds of silence before most of the students erupt into a shout of surprise. Awaze, you were joking? Yayorozu, I thought you realized it was a logical ruse. Yayorozu states, but two of her male classmates shut her presumption down. Monoma and Izuku, it was not. The two share a glance at each other but continues. Izuku, if this test was not unfair to those with quirk like Awaze-san and Kodai-san, he would have expelled whoever came last. Monoma, but since they performed well, even though they were competing against classmates with suitable quirks, they were exceptional. Monoma and Izuku, isn't that right, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa grins in response. Aizawa, hee maybe. Or maybe it actually was a ruse, you will never know, will you? Izuku, I actually know it was not a ruse. Aizawa and students, how? Izuku, one of our seniors told me about you, Aizawa-sensei. You expelled the whole class last year, they are in a general course now instead of hero course. Aizawa, of course it was them. Well, as Shimura-kun said, I was going to expel one if not all of you if you showed no potential. The heroing field is not for a snotty-nosed brats like them, it takes determination, courage, will to save other, and heart of a hero to step foot in this field. So look alive all of you, cause you did show potential, and welcome to U.A's hero course. Class 1A, thank you sensei. Himiko stretches as she walks back to the station. Izuku is just walking beside her while looking at his phone. Himiko, that was tiring. Izuku, if Aizawa-sensei didn't give me permission to go all out, it would have been tiring for me too. Himiko, what, but you didn't hold back, huh? Izuku, if it was a more durable material and field I would have did more, but I was cautious since there were a lot of people in the vicinity. Gramps, did your school finish Izuku? Izuku HM? It just ended and I am going to the station with a friend. Wait up. Himiko and Izuku look back to the voice to find some of their classmates running to them to catch up. The blonde with a black lightning bolt pattern on his hair, which they got know his name as Kaminari Denki, the one with the scale quirk, Rinhiryu, the spiky black-haired guy whose name was Owaze Yosetsu, Kirishima Aijuru, the one with pink skin and hair Ashido Mina, brunette girl Uraraka Ochako, glasses Ida Tenya. Ida, that's my description? And the other blonde with straight whose name was Monoma were in a group. Monoma, we are going to a cafe nearby. Want to come along? He asks Himiko with a flirtatious tone. Gyuki-ao? Izuku, what? Gyuki, seems like you have some competition, Izuku. Izuku HM? Gyuki, for Himiko. Izuku looks to Himiko and sees that Monoma was trying to hold her hand. He harations beside Himiko and grabbed Monoma's hand. Everyone was taken aback by Izuku's sudden movement. Ashido, who a competition for love. Others, huh? Izuku, lowly, what are you doing? Monoma, I was going to kiss her haak. Monoma yelps in pain as Izuku starts gripping his hand hard. Monoma looks at Izuku's face and sees his Manjikyu Sharingan. Izuku, keep dreaming. He shoves Monoma away. Izuku, come close to Himi-chan again. I won't care if you are my classmate or not. I will end you. Monoma painfully chuckles. You sure are cocky, hogging a pretty girl to yourself with that amazing quirks, huh? Izuku, your words don't mean anything to me, Monoma Nito. Himiko places her hand on his shoulder with a worried face. Himiko, hey now, don't start a fight. Uraraka nods. You guys are going to be classmates, stop fighting. Monoma, oh, it will hardly be a fight. Izuku, yes, because you will be lucky to even last a second. Kirishima, whoa, okay, stop it, guys. Kirishima gets in between Monoma and Izuku. Kirishima, you're making the girls worry. Izuku and Monoma stare at each other for a few seconds and Monoma breaks the silence. Monoma, well, if he is going to be there, I won't bother tagging along, so ta-ta. Monoma walks past them while waving. Izuku, tch shit face. Kaminari whispers to Owaze, well, remind me to not get close, Toga-san. Owaze whispers back, yeah. Rin, okay, now the tension is away, you guys want to tag along? Ida, I was just heading to the station, but saw you guys on the way. I am afraid that I don't have it in my schedule to spend time with you friends. Kirishima, that's a bummer. See you tomorrow then, Ida-kun. Ida, indeed, Kirishima-kun. So long, fellow classmates. Others, bye. Ida walks away from the group to the station. Himiko whispers, you can relax now, Aizawa-kun. Izuku's Sharingan deactivates and turn to the emerald orbs they are most of the time. Ashido, well, that's so cool, your eyes get patterns. Himiko, also, we wouldn't mind tagging along. Smiles. Izuku HM? He looks at her, sees that she is pleading with puppy dog eyes. Himiko, we can write? Izuku sighs and nods his head. Izuku, sure. Ashido, great, then let's go. They start following Ashido. The two were walking behind the group, but suddenly Izuku feels someone hold his hand. Izuku HM? Himi-chan? Her cheeks get a faint shade of pink as she continues to hold her. Himiko, that nickname again. Thank you for trying to protect me, Aizawa-kun. Izuku holds her hand back. Izuku, it was nothing, Himi-chan, really. Oh, I have to tell Gramps about this as well. He takes his phone out and puts in Isamu's number. Izuku, hello? Well, I called to tell you that the friend part turned to friends, and we are going to a cafe nearby, so I am going to come home late. I know Gramps, bye. Himiko, what did he say? Izuku, he said. Okay, have a great time. And be safe. The door slides open and Izuku walks in. Izuku, I'm home. Isamu, hi Izuku, how was your day? Izuku, not bad. Izuku walks into the living area and sees that Isamu had plates of food in front of him. Izuku, what's this? Isamu, since we didn't celebrate you getting in, I thought we should celebrate your first day of school. Izuku, thank you, Gramps. Isamu, no problem, kid. Izuku sits opposite of Isamu. They said their gratitude, then started eating. Isamu, did anything interesting happen at school? Izuku, we did an apprehension test. Isamu, oh, how did you do? Izuku, got first. Isamu lets out a hearty laugh. Isamu, of course you would. You are my grandson and Inko's son after all. The day was okay to Izuku. He made few new friends and enemies as well. But he couldn't care less about it since he will deal with them later. All in all, it was not a bad day for him. Chapter 10, Power of 1A. The following day was normal, nothing too unordinary from what Izuku heard from Himiko. Since Izuku is new to school life, Himiko ended up explaining few school activities to Izuku yesterday as well, which she didn't really mind doing so. Izuku, English, mathematics, literature, Himi-chan said that these are normal high school subjects, and she thought it would be different considering we are in a hero course. I wouldn't know, so I will just take her word for it. He thinks as he makes his way to the cafeteria. When he reached the cafeteria, he was met with a big hall purpose for all the students to get more familiar with each other while having meals. Izuku, it is beneficial to have good relationship with your seniors as well as your sister classes. He makes his way to the register and orders his food, katsudon. Izuku, since our family has a long history with the imperial family dating way back, they decided to send money to our family centuries ago when capitalism was just starting and we were transitioning to modern age, so money is no problem although we are not rich. He takes the tray of food and takes it to a table where Himiko was seated. Himiko, hey Izuku-in, what do you have there? Izuku, katsudon. Himiko, oh. Himiko stutters because she knows that is his favorite dish his mother used to make for him. Izuku sits down and stares at the food for some time. Izuku looks different. He takes a bite of everything. Izuku tastes different. He starts eating at a normal pace. Izuku, this is nothing like hers. Gyuki watches silently as his Jinchuuriki eats his lunch. He knows that Izuku is trying to accept that she is gone, but she was too close to Izuku to have him accept it in few months. No, it will take years of grievance to finally accept that Izuku Shimura has ascended to high heavens. Himiko watches Izuku eat as she indulges in her own meal. Himiko, his pain is evident in those eyes if you look long enough. Inko-san has left a big hole in his life that even though his grandfather is back, it's still not enough to fill that gap. I don't like this, I don't like seeing you in pain, Izuku-in. Just then, 4 people walk up to them and Himiko recognizes one of them as Togata Mirio. Togata, yo. Izuku, hello Togata-senpai, Amajiki-senpai, Hado-senpai and Todoroki-senpai. Natsuo, how you doing, buddy? Izuku, alright. Hado, hey, why so grim? Is the food not good? Lunch rush makes delicious food, so I don't think it is the food. Izuku, no, the food is good. Mutters just not like hers. The 4 take seat, Mirio and Natsuo on both sides of Izuku and Nijire and Tamaki next to Himiko. Hado, Naeni, will you tell me about your quirk now? How does it work? How can you fly? What was that thing you turned into? And Izuku, Himiko, could you? Himiko takes her phone out, opens her notes, and passes it to Nijire. Himiko, those are description about Izuku-in's quirks. Togata, so, how do you like Udata so far, Shimura-kun? Izuku, it's nice, I was homeschooled until now so it's a new lifestyle that I need to get accustomed to. Amajiki, quietly, are you having trouble? With the subjects. Izuku, no, thank you for asking, Amajiki-senpai. Natsuo, well, that's good to know, why were you homeschooled? If that's not a touchy subject. Izuku, my mother was very anxious when I was little. And since we lived on an island far from the mainland, it was convenient to be homeschooled. Natsuo, Oh, I guess if you're far away from the mainland, I guess that is a logical thing to do. Heido, wow, you have a cool quirk, Shimura-kun. It's sorta like mine but more versatile. Izuku, I don't know your quirk, Heido-senpai. Heido, oh, it is called wave motion. It's a spiraling shockwave that travels out of my limbs. Although it is not fast, it is very strong. Izuku, and you mentioned it is like mine. Does your quirk use your stamina by chance? Heido, yes, you are pretty smart. Izuku glances to Heido's side and sees Himiko typing away, making him chuckle a little at her antic. Togata, what is she doing? Izuku, Himiko likes learning about new quirks. It might associate to her being quirkless for a long time. Natsuo, quirkless? As Natsuo asks, Himiko looks at him with concern and Izuku looks at him with his Sharingan active. Natsuo, whoa, I didn't mean it in a bad way. I was just curious since she seemed to have strength-enhancing quirk. Izuku's Sharingan dialects back to his normal iris as he explains. Izuku, although it seems to be the case to people, it is not. Her quirk accumulates energy and stockpiles her strength, hence the enhanced physiology. So it had to be dormant for most of her life as it needs to collect energy. Togata, so you are a late bloomer, Toga-chan? Himiko, I didn't even know that was my quirk's nature. But it must be true since Aizawa can also see and feel the energy of others. Amajiki, quietly, were you ever treated in a wrong way? Himiko flinches as she remembers all the abuse she received from people just because she was quirkless. Her lips quiver as she tries not to sob in front of others. Izuku can see the pained expression in her eyes as she seemed to remember the treatment she received. Himiko then feels something soft engulfing her torso. She looks up and sees that Izuku was using his chakra arm to hug her from across the table, to calm her down. Izuku mouths, I am here. She then gulps the lump in her throat, then fixes her voice and starts to tell her seniors her experience. Himiko, well, since my family and the doctors thought that I had an extra joint in my toe, I was declared to be quirkless, and if some of you don't know, quirkless people are treated horribly. The suicide baits, the verbal abuse, some get physical. And it was not only me, my mother was targeted as well. Telling her to just throw me out, or she can just kill me and no one would blame her as such. Izuku was boiling with rage, his manjikyu activated without his knowledge. His chakra arm was starting to peel and turn crimson. Gyuki, calm down Izuku, it is already in the past. Izuku, who do these lowlives think they are? Treating someone as low as mud. Himiko, it never stopped, it even got worse as time went on. The verbal abuse turned to physical abuse. I was always bruised or drenched or both when I went home. No one wanted to be my friend, no one besides my mother wanted to be associated with me. Even my father left me and mom. Himiko looks up and sees that the chakra arm was turning crimson. She didn't know what was happening, but knew it was not a good thing as she saw Izuku's manjikyu active. The four also notices Izuku's chakra arm changing color. It didn't seem like a good time to them, that's for sure. Natsuo places his hand on Izuku's shoulder, breaking him out of his thoughts. Natsuo, you okay, buddy? That arm thing is changing. Izuku looks at his chakra arm and sees that it was peeling away, turning crimson in color. He quickly dispels his chakra arm and lets out a breath. Izuku, sorry. Heido then pats Himiko's back in a comforting manner. Heido, that sounds horrible, Toga-chan. Amajiki, do you still get treated as you were before? Izuku turns to Amajiki with an interested look as he never heard him speak louder than whispers. Himiko, and no, not anymore. I don't know if it's because my quirk awakened or that I am in a different environment. I haven't been treated like that recently. Togata, good. And if anyone ever does treat you wrong, come to your senpais. We will help in any way we can for our kohai. Togata says while wearing his usual smile. Himiko, thank you, Togata senpai. The bell rings indicating that the lunch break is over. Izuku, thank you for accompanying us, senpais. We will get going. Both bows and starts to walk out with their trays. The four also get up and start walking out of the cafeteria. Natsuo, poor girl, she has seen the darker sides of life for over a decade. Togata, haha, if I could only know the names of her bullies. Togata says with a bitter smile on his face. Amajiki, she is in a good place now, that's what matters. And as her senpais and aspiring heroes and heroine, we should make sure no one gets treated like her. Hato nods and I want to beat some bad guys after hearing that. Hato declares with an angry pout. Natsuo, save it till you are at your work studies, Nijier-chan. In 1A classroom, the students were waiting in anticipation as it was a lesson that all of them were waiting for, the hero basics. Rin, who do you guys think is gonna teach us? Aijiro, I heard All Might was a teacher here, hope it's him. Always, yeah, that would be awesome. On one side, Izuku and Himiko were having their own conversation. Izuku, why did you leave those parts when I asked before? He gently moves a strand of hair on her face with a gentle graze. Himiko, I knew you were going to react like that, and knowing you, you might have tracked them down and God knows what you will do. Izuku, calmly, the devil would know, because I will do the unthinkable to anyone dares to hurt you in any way. Himiko, how can you say that so calmly? Izuku slowly moves his hand around Himiko's torso and gently pulls her in. Izuku, because if it means to protect you, I won't think anything inflicted on anyone disgusting. Himiko chuckles, you sound like a villain, she says as she gently holds his shirt. Izuku, I don't care, as long as you are happy. Ashido, oh. As they hear Ashido's coo, they look around and sees everyone was looking at them. Some wore a smile, some wore baffled expression, and some wore angered eyes, especially two blondes. Bakugo grinds teeth. Who does he bucking think he is touching Himiko? Monoma, wicked smile. Oh, you want to play like that? Two can play that game. As Monoma was about to take a step, there was a sound of rumbling coming closer to the front door. Izuku smiles as he recognized this chakra signature. All Might, I am. All Might, coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku and Yuki, that is normal? All Might makes his way to the podium, taking dramatic steps on the way as the class is starstruck. Rin, why it's All Might. Always, he's so cool. Ajri, he is wearing his Bronze Age costume too. Karo. All Might, now, I will be your Hero Basics teacher starting from today. And today we will be doing Heroing 101. All Might, in English battle training. Himiko, battle. Bakugo, grinding training? All Might, alright then young ones, meet me at ground beta. Yaoyorozu raises her hand and All Might sees it as he addresses her. All Might, yes young lady? Yaoyorozu, sir, we don't have our hero costumes yet, what will we wear? All Might, right, hahaha indeed, what is a hero without their costumes? All Might presses a button and panels started to come out of the wall with briefcase with numbers on them. All Might, these are all of your hero costumes as you all requested in cases with your seat numbers on them. Now, I will be waiting at ground beta. He runs out of the classroom. All of the students then started taking their cases and heading to the changing room. Few moments later. All Might, you all look like proper heroes. So cool. Alright then let. Uraraka, sir, Toga-chan is not here yet. Aijiro, so is Shimura-kun. All Might, oh, then we will wait few seconds, they must be on their way. Izuku, we are here actually. All Might, All Might looks back in fright and sees their hero costume. All Might places his hand on his chest. You scared me there, young Shimura. Izuku chuckles. That was the point, All Might sensei. All Might, and I gotta say, you two look great, he says as he flashes a thumbs up. Izuku, well, Himi-chan actually requested for a traditional clothes that was easy for her to move, but, as you can see. All Might looks to Himiko and sees her uncomfortable as she was a bit fidgety. All Might, grim tone, excuse me, I am going to have a word with the support department. Himiko, it's alright, All Might sensei. I will manage with this. All Might, are you sure? I can request for a new one for you. Himiko, please don't go through those lengths for me, All Might sensei. All Might sighs and accepts her request as he starts explaining the exercise. Izuku and Himiko walks towards the group and stands at the back. Izuku, whisper those perverts. Making a revealing costume for a 15-year-old girl. Do they think they will get away with this? Dead wrong buckers. Himiko, whisper it's okay Izuku-kun, sure it will take a lot of getting used to. Izuku, whisper those sick bucks ISDG that just auto-corrected into Duck's face with tears of joy in the support department are clearly perverts. Himiko, whisper inner thoughts Izuku-kun. Besides, Yaoyorozu-san is wearing something more revealing. All the girls are wearing skin-tight or revealing costumes, why can't you drop it? Izuku and few other male classmates that were eavesdropping started to look around and realize she was right, as well as Izuku was right. Boys, wow/oh/bastards perverts/I love it A/N, guess who the last one was? All Might, so, pick your colors from this box. Person with the same color as you is your teammate. All Might says as he pulls out a box to put them in teams. Team A Izuku Shimura and Ochako Uraraka. Team B Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C Momo Yaoyorozu and Yosetsu Aways. Team D Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E Hyuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido. Team F Hiryu-rin and Ibara Shiozaki. Team G Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jairu. Team H Tsuyu Ajiri and Fumikage Tokoyami. Team I Yui Kodai and Nito Monoma. Team J Ijiro Kurishima and Himiko Toga. All Might, and those are the teams. Now let's draw a lot to see which team goes against which. The white box is the hero's side and the black box is the villain's side. All Might then picks out balls with letters on them. The teams are determined. Team A versus Team D. Team B versus Team I. Team H versus Team J. Team G versus Team C. Team E versus Team F. All Might, alright, the first teams to partake in this exercise are Team A versus Team D. Team D, take your position, you will be the villain team. Hero team will infiltrate after 5 minutes. Good luck. Outside building A. Uraraka, so Shimura-kun, do you have any plans? Izuku, I say we scout around the building to see if we can locate the bomb. Uraraka, where will we start? Izuku, I say top floor. I think they would choose a location that will take us longer to locate if we were to start from the bottom floor, but they probably might think that possibility and may choose one of the middle floors. Well let's do this then. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Few smokes suddenly appear around them and clones of Izuku step out of the as it clears. Izuku, we all know what to do right. Clones, nod/hi. Uraraka, why you can make clones too? That's so cool. Izuku, thank you Uraraka-san. Smiles. Uraraka, but what is the plan? Izuku, 2 of my clones will go in through the front door, 1 will be transformed as you Uraraka-san. The rest of us, including you, will survey the floors from outside through the windows. Oh, I forgot to ask, does your quirk perhaps negate gravity, Uraraka-san? Uraraka, oh yeah? You see. She raises her hand and shows him her palm. Izuku sees that her fingers had some pad-like things at the tip. Uraraka, whatever I touch with my fingertips get their gravity negated, so that's why I call it zero gravity. Izuku then. Clone, grins, it will be easier then. In the building A? Ida and Bakugo get inside to a room that had the bomb. Ida, I'm kind of divided since we are the villains in this exercise. But I guess knocks on the bomb it is necessary for this exercise. Mutters a dummy? Bakugo, you stay here, I will take care of those two. Ida, what? Aren't we supposed to work as a team? Bakugo, then be a teammate and watch over that plastic shit, I will blow those extras without your help. Ida, are you really here to be a hero? Bakugo starts walking out of the room. Bakugo, just do as I say, 4 eyes. Then gets out of Ida's view. Ida sighs, well, I guess I have no choice. In the control room. Ashido, why Shimura-kun can clone himself? Kaminari, how broken is his quirk? Tokoyami, it seems endless as the abyss. Ijiro, wonder if his clones CA. Rin, one of his clones turned to Uraraka-san. Always sighs, just how many skills does this dude have? And how many powerhouses are in this class? Shoji, I would say 5 of our classmates have great potential already. Yaoyorozu, if we are to list the names, it would be Toga-san, Bakugo-san, Monoma-san, Todoroki-san, and lastly, but obviously, Shimura-san. Some of the students nod in agreement. Aijiro, man, I wish I had flashy quirks like them. Ajiri, Bakugo-chan just left Ida-kun. Kero. Ashido, eh? Bakugo-kun? All Might, 5 minutes have passed, battle training starts now. At the training field. Izuku and Ochako are walking into the building after they heard All Might's alert. Bakugo reaches the first floor and starts to look for any sign of movements beside his. Bakugo, where is that punk? I will show him my power and make her realize that I am stronger than that bastard. And after him, it's that copycat's turn. As he thinks, he hears 2 people having a conversation in the distance. Bakugo grins perfect. With Uraraka and Izuku. Uraraka, Shimura-san, what is the plan? You think we should split up and look for the stairs? Izuku Izuku strokes his chin in thought as he considers Uraraka's suggestion. Izuku, I think we should, yes. Well then, Uraraka-san, you go left, and I will scout front. If you find the stairs, don't go alone, use the comms. Uraraka nods as she walks to the direction Izuku pointed. As she was about to turn right, Bakugo leaps out. Bakugo, there you are, extras. Uraraka, wah. Just before Bakugo could hit her, Izuku harassins Uraraka away from Bakugo's attack. Bakugo, you really let her get hit when you could save her, huh, extra? Izuku smirks, you think so? Bakugo looks at Izuku confused, however that won't be long as he suddenly feels something next to him. He uses his quirk in that direction as to propel himself upwards to dodge. Izuku quickly harassins Uraraka to his position and switches himself with Uraraka. Bakugo looks back and sees that Izuku was leaping towards him with his Susanoo ribcage around him. He responds by letting out huge explosion towards Izuku as well as propelling himself backwards to distance himself. The explosion reaches the ribcage, however it was useless as he came out of the smoke unscathed. The 2 boys look at each other as Bakugo pants. Izuku, tired already, Bakugo-kun? Well, shame, I thought that you would give me challenge after seeing your potential. He glances at Uraraka and nods, which she nods back before running off. Bakugo, OHNO. Before Bakugo could send his explosion at Uraraka, Izuku suddenly appears before him. Izuku, I am your opponent, Bakugo-kun. Izuku scissor kick his 2 hands with one hand on the floor so that he can't direct it towards his teammate. Izuku quickly dashes towards Bakugo with barrage of jabs after he backflipped from the kick. Bakugo tries to guard himself however he can, but nothing does anything to Izuku as his explosions don't seem to damage his construction, seeing he would continue with his assault. Even in hand-to-hand combat Bakugo was lacking, because Izuku's jabs, although seemed too basic, would hit Bakugo's nerves. Noticing this, Bakugo could only think one thing. Bakugo, GKH, I hate to admit it, but this bastard is good. That strange construction is invulnerable to my explosion. His jabs, although seems amateur, he is doing it on purpose to make me take him lightly, because whenever he hits, those hits are more precise, has more force into it. Damn it. Right then, both of his gauntlets light up, making Bakugo wear a malicious grin. Bakugo puts his hand together and concentrates his quirk. A bright orange orb that is the size of his palm appears in front of his palm as he yells. Bakugo, flash grenade. Izuku quickly covers his eyes. Taking this opportunity, Bakugo propels himself away from Izuku. Izuku uncovers his face as he didn't hear anything to see that Bakugo is now 15 meters away from him in the hall they were in. Izuku, it is futile to take distance. Bakugo, head, you won't have the chance to close this distance. Bakugo raises his hand, pointing his palm at Izuku, which confuses Izuku. Izuku, what are you trying to do? Bakugo, this. All Might, Bakugo shonen don't. Bakugo, he'll be bucking fine. The blonde declares as a huge concentrated beam of explosion travels from his palm towards Izuku in incredible speed. Izuku sees this and smiles before getting engulfed in the explosion. The explosion was so powerful that it burst through the walls then outside, which results in shaking the whole training ground. Ida, whoa, what is going on? Presses his calms Bakugo Kyun, what is going on down there? After some seconds, Bakugo is seen grinning at his own power and his action. Bakugo, there is no way that Seaweed Head is uninjured from that. I requested these gauntlets to store my sweat, so whenever they are full, the output is 10 times larger than the biggest explosion I can produce. TCH grins widely, I beat you, bastard. And then, from the smoke, slow claps are heard. Bakugo looks up in shock as those claps echo throughout the hall. From the smoke, Izuku comes out with a confident smile plastered on his lips, still clapping slowly as he walks toward Bakugo. Izuku, that was good, it actually broke through the ribcage of the Susanoo. Bakugo, how? You shouldn't be unscathed, you should be lying on the bucking floor declaring Emi's stronger than you. Izuku stops as Bakugo's words sink in. He looks at him confused before saying what is in his mind. Izuku, oh, is that your goal for this exercise? Admirable, I must say, but foolish nonetheless. Izuku shakes his head in pity. This enrages Bakugo as he raises his other hand. Bakugo, say that after eating this shitface. But before he could release the catastrophe of an explosion, he couldn't see Izuku in front of him. Because he was behind him. Izuku, sorry Bakugo-kun, I am gonna win. He says as he chops his neck, making Bakugo lose conscious. Izuku catches him before he could fall on the floor. Carefully he places him on the floor in a comfortable position before he wraps the capture weapon around Bakugo's wrist. All Might, Bakugo Shonen has been captured. Ida, what? This quickly? Izuku, if I told him that it was a clone that he defeated, he would certainly be enraged and disheartened. I don't want to make him second-guess his own ability since he has so much potential to be a great hero in the future. Gyuki, although his attitude could use some work. Izuku, he has time to polish himself in UA. He will learn. Hiration's outside. In the control room. Jairu, that was scary, are they trying to kill each other? Yayorozu, All Might Sensei, shouldn't you stop this? What if they hurt each other? All Might, not to worry Yayorozu, Shimura-kun took care of it. All Might points to the screen and shows that Izuku was placing Bakugo on the floor. All Might, Bakugo Shonen has been captured. Aijiro, incredible, he just knocked Bakugo unconscious. Ajiri, Toga-chan, were you not worried about Shimura-kun when you saw his clone get hit by that explosion? Himiko, And no, even his clones are strong. In fact, I saw the clone deactivate his construction before getting hit. Shoji, why? Himiko, well, Aizakun's clones have very special abilities. They can do everything he can do, only weaker because he is dividing himself in a way. But another special thing is that, after the clone gets destroyed, everything the clone knows, the original receives everything the clone learned. Class, whoa. Yayorozu, how interesting, so the clone decided get hit to deliver an information to his original. Rin, that's a neat way to collect information on the field. Aways, Toga-san, do you know how many clones he can make? Himiko, I think he said he can do 1,000 easily, but the clones are very vulnerable if he produces that many or more. Kodai, the fewer they are, stronger they will be. Himiko, yes, Kodai. In the building A with Ida. Ida is in the room, thinking of something important. Ida, Bakugo-kun has been captured, so it falls on me to complete this exercise. I am a villain, so I should act as such too. As he was contemplating, Uraraka has located the bomb. She is now sitting outside the room. Uraraka, gotcha, dissipates into smokes. Outside building A. Izuku then takes a quick gasp before wearing a smirk. Izuku, it's on 4th floor, middle room. Uraraka-san, ready to infiltrate? Uraraka, who was floating next to him while holding on to Izuku's clone, nods with confident expression. Uraraka, yes. With Ida. Ida, how would a villain act? That's right, the wicked laughter. Let's try it. Fixes his throat, mwahaha. Right then, All the windows shatter open and in comes Uraraka or Urarakas. They all roll in and takes fighting stance. Ida what? Uraraka-san? Why how? Why are there so many of you? Urarakas ha. They all run towards Ida and in turn Ida gets nervous as he was taken off guard. The Urarakas all holds Ida from wherever they could to immobilize him, which they end up tackling him to the ground. Ida, wait ow, I am getting crushed, help. Right then All Might's shout is heard through the comms. All Might, the bomb has been retrieved, hero team, wins. The Urarakas that tackled Ida suddenly vanish in smokes, letting Ida sit up. He looks to the bomb and sees both Izuku and Uraraka touching the bomb with smile across their faces. Uraraka, smiles, sorry Ida-kun, looks like we win. Ida stands up and dusts himself as he says, Ida, no worries, I shouldn't have been indecisive because I was taken off guard. Who was it that produced the clones? Izuku starts walking towards the door as he starts to explain. Izuku, it was mine, and they were just transformed into Uraraka-san. Ida, you can make clones? Ida asks as Izuku calmly walks past Ida. Izuku, as well as other things. I don't intend to explain everything since that would be a long list. He says as he walks out the door. Ida, fascinating, such versatility for such a quirk. He truly knows how to utilize it well. I wonder, can a quirk be this versatile? Am I not thinking hard enough? Shimura-kun, you truly are amazing. A hand rests itself on Ida's shoulder, which he looks and sees it was Uraraka. Uraraka, let's go, shall we? Ida nods, of course. They make their way towards the control room after Izuku carried Bakugo like a princess. They walk in and was immediately met with their classmates' questions. Ijiro, nice work dude, you were so manly. Yaoyorozu, how were you able to make such well-thought plan in 5 minutes? Rin, do you have more tricks up your sleeve? Aways, rests his arm around Izuku's shoulder, you were awesome dude. Ajri, nice work Uraraka-chan. Kero. Jiro, smiles, you did great Uraraka-chan. Shoji, you did well Ida. Ida, but I couldn't do anything. Tokoemi, nods, indeed you did hesitate, but you must remember we are here to be heroes. You will get better in time. Himiko, smiles, you did well Ida-kun. Bakugo, put me down moss head. Izuku, oh you are awake. Alright then. He drops Bakugo immediately, which he fell on his rear with a groan. The class laughs at their antics. All Might, alright everyone. Can anyone tell me who was the MVP of this match? Several students raise their hand. All Might then point towards Yaoyorozu. All Might Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, although Ida-san and Bakugo-san did their part to the best of their abilities, their attempt was not enough against Shimura-san, who is unpredictable as his quirk is very versatile. Utilizing this to its potential, Shimura-san used an ability that no one has seen him use to take his unwary enemies down, and Shimura-san knew of their potential as well as their habit too well to make scrupulous plan to conquer this exercise. Considering all these facts, it is logical to say Shimura-san was the MVP of this match. After Yaoyorozu presented her reasoning, all the students started clapping with one word going in their minds. Class, how refined. All Might, thorough explanation. Yes, that is correct. Let's congratulate the winning team for their remarkable teamwork. They all clap, well all but 2 clap in congratulations. Bakugo. TCH, I will beat you next time, you bastard. Monoma. Bakugo-kun was defeated. Well, I suppose that he was not as strong as I had thought. Monoma turns his head towards Izuku, who seemed to be having a pleasant conversation with Himiko, as he had a smile on his face. Monoma, until the time comes, Shimura, enjoy your time with my angel. Because I will steal her heart, and crush you down with your own power. All Might, alright, next up Team B versus Team I. Monoma, well, guess I will test out few things. Monoma walks through his classmates, accidentally bumping into them. Monoma, sorry, excuse me, oh sorry. He stops in front of Izuku and Himiko. Izuku stares at him with cold eyes. He was not in the mood for Monoma's antics. Monoma reaches out hand. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Let's be friends. Monoma says with a smile. Izuku doesn't look down at his hand and continue to stare with cold gaze. Izuku, your intentions are clear as they were the other day. I know what this is about, Monoma. Monoma's smile turns to a smirk. Monoma, heh? I don't know what you are talking about, Shimura-kun. He raises his hand for a shrug. Monoma, I just don't want there to be bad blood between us future acquaintances. Izuku, my answer still stands, Monoma. The class continues to watch the interaction between the two, and the tension was heavy as they made no further movements. Rin whispers, Oi, what is with them? Aways, whispers Monoma is trying to be in good relationship with Shimura, but it seems to be more than that. Shoji, whispers Monoma-kun is trying to spite him. It is clear that Shimura-kun and Toga-san have deep connection, but Monoma is trying to spite him by trying to be friendly, and it seems that Shimura-kun knows that it is more than it appears. Tokoemi nods rivalry between two forces. Kyoka sighs, boys will be boys, I guess. Izuku, I know how your quirk works, Monoma Nito. And if you think that I would let you find out a secret of mine before I reveal it and give a leverage? Head dead wrong. Gyuki, it's good thing we were paying attention to Himiko's rambling, huh? Izuku, Monoma wouldn't know that she tells me everything. He doesn't know we are that close. Besides, I find her rambling cute. Gyuki, ho? You are becoming more honest, huh, Izuku? Izuku sighs, if only I could be this honest with her. Shouldn't you be going? Everyone is waiting on you. Monoma's smirk turns dull as he lazily glances at Izuku side-eyed. Monoma, sighs, well, whatever. He starts to walk out of the control room, leaving rest of the class. Izuku, he seems like an aloof, but I will give credit when it's due, he is smart. Gyuki nods, he discreetly reached the first phase of his plan. Izuku, no matter if and when he starts making his moves against me, I will be ready. Gyuki, let's check out who will be victorious, shall we? Izuku whispers, sure, Izuku looks down and sees Himiko holding his hand. He looks at Himiko to see that she was troubled. He smiles a little as hold her hand back to reassure her. Izuku smiles, it's okay, Himi-chan, you don't have to trouble yourself with Monoma and I. Himiko, but I don't want my friends to be this divided. I don't want you to be bullied like I was. It's your first school experience, I want you to have more friends. Izuku, knowing what she was thinking from her troubled face, fiddles with her knuckle with his thumb. Izuku whispers, it's okay, Himi-chan, as long as you are my friend it's okay. Right then the door opens, revealing Kaminari fiddling with his buckle, indicating that he was just back from using the facilities. He looks around the room and sees some have troubled expression. Kaminari, what happened? At the building B. Monoma and Kodai walk into the room that the bomb was placed. Monoma looks around the room and pinches his chin in thought. Monoma, Todoroki seemed to be very quiet, but those eyes. Monoma, eyes of dormant predator, I shouldn't think he would be easy on us. Monoma looks to his side and sees that Kodai had been using her quirk on the objects around them, shrinking them. Monoma, Kodai-san, how many objects can you shrink with your quirk? Kodai, I don't know, I never got to know my limit. Monoma, troubling, well, we shall see since we are here to be a hero and heroine. Smiles, let's do our best, Kodai-san. Kodai nods, so, what is the plan? Monoma, my quirk lets me copy others' quirk and use it for 5 minutes at the moment, and the number of quirks I can copy is 4. Kodai, did you copy any quirks? Monoma grins, of course, let's put a performance that everyone can remember. I have to be mindful, 15 minutes, 3 quirks, I have 4 at the moment. Heh. Right, let's get moving. After 5 minutes. All might, time is up, villain team has taken their position. Let the battle training start. Shoji, Todoroki-kun, we should go. As Shoji was about to walk, Shoto holds his shoulder to stop him. Shoto, no need, I will end it quickly. Right then, an ice path started traveling from Shoto's right leg onto the building in front of them. The whole building and everything in it. Shoto then starts walking ahead, leaving baffled Shoji behind. With Monoma and Kodai. Monoma, Damn that Todoroki. He's not holding back, huh? Either way. Monoma's left side starts to ignite in flames. Monoma, it wouldn't matter. Smirks, let's see if you can overcome your own power, Todoroki. Meanwhile, as Shoto was walking, he stops in his track. Shoto, what's the meaning of this? He sees a barricade in front of him, number of big thick metal beams welded to the walls. In the control room. A ways, huh, so he got my quirk. Ochako, wow, that is awesome. Quirk that can borrow others' quirk. Izuku, I agree, but it must come with a great drawback. Himiko, nods. Monoma-kun told me that he can use the copied quirks 5 minutes individually, and he can only copy 4 quirks at the time, so if he wants to borrow another quirk he has to sacrifice one of 4 he has in his arsenal. Class, yeah? Yaoyorozu, I wonder what other quirks he has now. He has Away's sans weld, Todoroki sans hot and cold, but what else? Back at the test ground. Monoma, wish I could have gotten Yaoyorozu sans quirk, but her quirk is complicated. He taps on his communication device and asks Kodai if she is okay, and she answers between stutters as it was considerably cold. Kodai, be barely, it's very cold here, and my feet are covered in ice. Monoma, do you need my help? Kodai, if you could. Monoma, on my way. Monoma starts running back to free his teammate from the ice. Monoma, I need to save the other 2, in case Todoroki passes the barricades. Meanwhile, with Todoroki and Shoji. Shoji forms mouth. What now, Todoroki-kun? Todoroki, let's try another way to pass. What can your quirk do? The tall kid forms mouths, eyes and ears on the end of his limbs, as well as grow few more than 6. Shoji, I can be a recon as well as be the brawn if needed. Todoroki, then can you hear any footsteps beyond these barricades? Shoji forms ears and directs them towards the barricade. Shoji, it's faint but I can hear someone running further away. Todoroki, seems like Monoma was not affected by my ice, most likely he copied my quirk. He must be going back to free his teammate. We need to pass this barrier to pinpoint where they placed the bomb. Todoroki then starts to ignite his left side in flames. Todoroki, I hate it when I have to use his power, but times like these calls for a step back. Shoji steps further away from Todoroki, understanding that it will be dangerous to stand next to him. When his teammate was further away from the range, he collects all the fire in his left arm and sends it towards the barrier. The welded bars start to turn bright from the heat and starts to lose their shape. Todoroki, now? He then places his left hand on the wall. Ice travel towards the bars. The hot beams then explode into pieces and thick mist engulfs Todoroki. Shoji, Todoroki? Todoroki. In the control room. The class erupts in worried chatter, concerned about their classmates' well-being after witnessing him get engulfed in hot steam with metal shards. All Might, Todoroki Shonen, are you okay? Todoroki Shonen. Uraraka, is Todoroki-san alright? Rin, he's okay, right? Ida, shouldn't you stop this, All Might-san? Ibara, praying Lord God, Heavenly Father, you know that we are set in the midst of so many and great dangers. Aways, yeah, isn't it too dangerous? Ibara, that by reason of the frailty of our nature we cannot always stand upright. Grant us such strength and protection. Bakugo, you all saying as if he is dead or something. Ibara, to support us in all danger, and carry us through all temptations, through your Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Bakugo, if you think that half and half was not ready for this shit, then you are all idiots. Ibara, amen. As the two finish what they were saying, they look at the screen showing that the smoke is clearing, and there stands Todoroki with shield of ice erect in front of him, protecting him from projectiles. However, he seems to have had trouble breathing since he was panting. Aijiro, but why is he panting? Did he exhaust his quirk? Izuku, no, Todoroki-san's quirk has aspect of 2 quirks in one. His left side allows him to expel flames that he inherited from his father, and his left side can make ice. Probably inherited it from his mother, seeing that his brother has ice-based quirk. Yaoyorozu, That would mean that those aspects shall cancel each other's weakness. Izuku nods. Common weakness for fire quirk users are overheating, but for ice quirk users it's the opposite. Their temperature drops, implying that, if not careful, he will get hypothermia. Mina, wow, that's awesome. His quirk is very powerful. Izuku, and on the panting part, it might be because of the toxic fumes, which hypothetically similar to fumes that are produced when blacksmiths quench metals. Jiro, oh, that's something that I never thought about. Yaoyorozu, I read somewhere that blacksmiths often have high chance of ruining their body because of many things, the toxin, the physical stress, and many more. With Todoroki. Todoroki coughs dry. Shoji, you alright? Shoji, I am alright, but are you okay? I thought you got hurt. Todoroki coughs. I am okay, I knew that would happen. Let's just hope there are only few more. Meanwhile, with the villain team. The blonde was carefully melting the ice that was encasing Kodai's feet. Kodai, did you do it? The barricades, I mean. Monoma, not averting his eyes from his task, answers his partner. Monoma, yes, thank you for the assistance, by the way, Koda-san. If not for your quirk, I would have been able to make only 1 or 2 barricades. Kodai, how many did you manage to make? The onyx-haired girl asks with no change in expression, as she was warm now thanks to Monoma. Monoma grins. Well, it would take them a long time to get past 3 on each floor. Kodai nods. Then shall we move on to the next phase? Monoma, yes, however you should stay here, in case someone gets past me when I confront them. Kodai agrees, and Monoma walks out the room after melting all the ice. With Hero Team. The two has been repeating the same method as fast as they could. Shoji could see that Todoroki had minor complications when he used his fire. He wanted to ask but put it aside for later. Shoji, how can I help? We should conserve Todoroki's strength for later when we encounter the villain team. While Shoji was in thought, Todoroki has started the method again. After not using his fire aspect of his quirk for several years, he was unable to regulate his dual aspects. Todoroki. This power out of control, too rageful, too ruthless, just like him. His fire wavers, momentarily losing pressure, as his heart wavered. Shoji looks around. An idea pops into his mind. Shoji, Todoroki-kun, what if I bash the walls where there are no barriers? Todoroki, well, there are advantages, sure, but there are few things to consider. Firstly, what if you power through a support wall? Secondly, this is an exercise that should be taken as if it was a real-life situation, so we have to keep the property damage to the minimum if possible. Shoji sighs. Yeah, I thought going through the walls will give us more time, but on top of what you said, we have a bomb in the building. Todoroki, Shoji, can your arms stretch? Shoji, they see. Shoji's eyes widen as realization hit in. He steps close to the window and starts to stretch out his dupli arms upwards since they made their way to the 3rd floor. Shoji, I can hear footsteps. Too heavy for a girl, so it's Monoma-kun. Todoroki, pants, he must have heard us. We should be ready. Shoji, are you okay? Sorry, I can't be of help. Shoji says as he puts his hand on Todoroki's shoulder, which he shrugs off. Todoroki, it's okay, I have a plan. Shoji. With Monoma. On the floor above to the two, Monoma was running towards the stairs. Monoma, they're smart to try and pass the barriers. Wonder which floor they're at. He turns and sees the stairs. Monoma, Away's weld quirk has ran out, only have Todoroki's and the 2 quirks. In the control room. Izuku and Himiko were intently watching the screen, seeing the 2 teams' plan unfold. Izuku, 1 wore off. Himiko nods, also noticing the time. Rin and Away's, who were standing close to them, asked what they meant. Izuku, Away's quirk has worn off, it's already past 5 minutes. Rin, so he has Todoroki's quirk and 2 more we haven't seen yet. Himiko nods. I can guess whose quirks he has. Yaoyorozu, would it be Bakugo-san's? His quirk might be strong enough to stall Todoroki-san's team. Izuku, he didn't have the time and the opportunity to copy his quirk, and if he did, well, it won't be of use in that environment. Away's, why? Himiko, Kaken's quirk lets him ignite the sweat on his palm to send explosions. Seeing as the building is frozen and the environment is much cooler, he wouldn't sweat that much, rendering it useless. Bakugo, are you saying I am weak? Himiko flinches, which Izuku notices. Izuku, Bakugo-san, if you know what is good for you. He turns his head as he glares with his Sharingan active. Izuku, quietly shut up. Bakugo pauses for a bit before he clicks his tongue in frustration. Himiko, Izuku-and I was wondering, why samurai like get up? Ashido, what do you mean? I think he looks good. Izuku, hee, well, I am actually a descendant of a ninja clan. That's why she asked why the samurai get up, and to answer your question, Himi-chan, ninjas are assassins. I didn't want to imply that when I become a hero. Also, I didn't want to be claimed to be copying a certain hero. Rin, are you talking about Edge Shot? Izuku, yes. Aijiro, so your family was a ninja clan, Shimura? Izuku, nods. I still have the attires. Always, now that's sick. Jairu, why yeah, can you use them? Izuku, of course, although we don't need them, it's still a tradition in my family, so I was trained since I was little. Kaminari, so that's why you're very good at fighting. Izuku shrugs, maybe. Tokoemi, seems they are going to engage in BA. The feed goes blank. Back at the building. Monoma and Todoroki are engaging in battle, Monoma using his fire while Todoroki preferred his ice. Monoma, come on Todoroki, what's the problem? Can't you win against your power? Todoroki, that is not my power. Monoma, what do you mean? I copied your quirk, so why don't you use it? Afraid of a little fire. Monoma shouts as he sends torrent of fire in Todoroki's way as he makes shield of ice. Todoroki, Shoji, you go first, I will take care of him. Shoji nods and runs at Monoma, his arms covering his upper body. Monoma, not so fast. Suddenly Monoma's hair turns green and the texture imitates that of vines and lunge at him. Shoji, what? He turns a corner and dodges the vine, however the thorn plant turns to him and ties him up with a tight grip. Shoji gawk. Todoroki, Shoji. The dual-haired kid sends ice at the vine that is connecting to his teammate, and severs it, freeing the multi-armed kid. Todoroki sends another ice shards toward Monoma, who lunges past it by propelling himself with the vine. Monoma, isn't it nice? This quirk is practical for many uses. Honestly, this class is full of great quirks. I need to get close, his quirk is close to wearing off. And if I am lucky, I could eliminate Shoji. Shoji, Todoroki-kun, I have an idea. The control room. The students watch in awe as the fight is displayed from another camera in the hall. Shiozaki, that's my quirk. Ida, Shiozaki-san's quirk is very flexible in aspects of subduing. It is a logical thinking to choose her quirk. Yayorozu, but Todoroki-san can use fire, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? Izuku, if he uses it. Did anyone realize that Todoroki prefers his ice? Always, but weren't he using it few minutes ago? Izuku, because the situation called for it. When in actual combat, he only uses his ice. Right then, from Izuku's back, white flaming energy release a construct. It had a head of a dog with horns like Jacob's sheep. Yes, it was Gyuki being projected outside of Izuku in chakra form. Gyuki, this Todoroki boy, he exudes grief, sadness, and hatred. Maybe it is connected to the root of his preference to his ice, and neglect to his fire. The class looks at Gyuki with interest and awe. Uraraka, why is this Gyuki, Shimura-san? Izuku, Octo-san, I thought you said you wouldn't present yourself to the class like this. Gyuki, it won't be on a regular basis. Izuku. Rin, he sounds like an old man. Gyuki, in age I am old, so that would be reasonable to assume. Then a being made of darkness slithers out from Tokoemi's abdomen. Dark Shadow, another beast confined in a body? Gyuki, interesting, a being of darkness. Although you represent yourself in this form, I don't smell malice from you. Tokoemi, Dark Shadow is calm under sun, But when we're surrounded in darkness, he is a beast of rage. Dark Shadow, involuntarily, unfortunately. Gyuki, well, it was nice to meet you, Dark Shadow Shouju, and you kids as well. The great chakra beast fades as he decides to return to Izuku's inner domain. Tokoemi, Dark Shadow is a girl? Dark Shadow / class, you didn't know? Ida, but putting that aside, why does Todoroki-kun refuse to use his fire? Tokoemi, Gyuki-san said that he exudes grief and rage. I would say that plays part. Ashido, but why? Back at the training ground. The fight continues. Monoma tries to subdue the hero team as he advances towards them. The two continues to keep distance from the blonde, knowing his goal. Monoma, if you keep playing defense, you will run out of time by doing so. So why don't you hurry up and start attacking? He declares as the vines advance at great speed. But that was their plan. Shoji dodges the vines and holds it between his 6 arms. Shoji now. Todoroki then places his hand on the plant and starts freezing it solid. Flashback. Shoji, Monoma-kun will target me before you. Next time he sends his vines directly, I will hold it down so you can freeze it. Can you do that? Todoroki nods in response as they dodge Monoma's barrage of vines. End of flashback. Todoroki, although half-baked, it worked. Shoji. The ice travels to Monoma's scalp. Monoma, Shoji then lets go and starts running towards Monoma to tackle him down. Monoma, oh how lucky I am. Monoma's left side starts to ignite in flames. He cuts off his hair with the flame and activates the last quirk in his arsenal. Monoma laughs, well, you really pushed me hard, huh? Monoma punches Shoji's face with his hardened fist, making him stagger. But that was just the start. Monoma continues to unleash barrage of punches and kicks at Shoji. The mutant guards, but the hardened parts still inflict damage considering he doesn't have any armor. In the control room. Aijiro, he has my quirk? Ida, I see, Kirishima-kun's quirk is a good quirk to have in your arsenal. It covers both defense as well as offense in battle. Izuku, Kirishima's quirk, although good in offense and defense, it should have some weakness. Am I right, Kirishima? Aijiro, you can call me by my name, you know, we're friends, right? Izuku, friend, smiles very well, but am I right, Aijiro? Aijiro scratches the back of his head with slight embarrassment as he lets out a chuckle. Aijiro, why yeah, it is very draining on my body. And even if it does give me some defense, it's not impenetrable. But I am working on that part too. Himiko, why so you could get even sturdier than you can now? Himiko asks, eagerness and curiousness evident in her eyes, but she was little too close to Aijiro's personal space. Aijiro, you yeah? Nods on. All Might chuckles, her curiousness of different quirks is always amazes me. Back at the building. An icy path coats the cement floor and advances to the two engaging in battle. Shoji and Monoma's feet gets trapped in the ice, immobilizing them. Todoroki, pants my quirk? No, it isn't. His mind ponders on what Monoma said moments ago as his right side show ice patches. Todoroki, grumble, stop reminding me of that bastard. He shouts as he summons ice under his feet, boosting himself towards the two. He launches himself and flies forward. Seeing his teammate coming, Shoji quickly holds the blonde in front of him and lifts him up, then turns him around, making Monoma face the dual-haired boy coming at him in air. Monoma, got my soul, should I have to? Todoroki lands in front of him and touches his chest with his right hand. Todoroki, pants, this is over. He says between his staggered breath as he starts to cover him in ice. Shoji releases his hold, not wanting to get encased in ice as well. The ice covers Monoma, only leaving his head. Shoji quickly takes out the band and wraps it around Monoma's neck, making All Might speak through their comms. All Might, Monoma Shonen has been eliminated, only 5 minutes left. Koda, I gotta prepare. Few seconds later, the rest of the way was clear considering that Monoma went back to meet the hero team earlier. No obstacles. No barricades. The two students stand outside a room, Shoji listening to any sign of movements or breathing, anything that will indicate that someone was in the room. Surely, he hears few footsteps accompanied by cluttering? Shoji, I hear steps and few sounds behind this door. This room is it. Let's go. Todoroki puts his hand on Shoji's arm, telling him to halt. Todoroki, wait. Let me do something first. Just as before, he coats the entire room with ice yet again. Todoroki, now let's go in. Shoji nods and then opens the door. They're met with Kodai standing close front of the bomb, shivering from the cold as warm breath leaves with her every exhale. She lowers her body, ready to do something. Todoroki, I advise you to stand where you are. Even though you have boots, you still have no chance against the both of us. He tries to step close but summons ice barrier to shield himself. Because a wooden crate flew at his direction. Kodai, I do have a chance. Shoji rushes in, but the onyx-haired girl pulls out something from her pocket and throws it towards the mutant boy. The items enlarge themselves in the air. It was some items lying around the room and some other places she collected during the 5 minutes of preparation. Barrels, crates, stools, anything that could have been lying around flies towards Shoji at great speed. He dodges a few but guards himself at the last one because he couldn't dodge it in time. Shoji, damn, am I having a hard time during this exercise. Kodai then pulls out a staff that she shrank from a utility belt, then hits ice, trapping her feet, freeing herself. She jumps left as she saw a bunch of ice erupting itself close to her. Todoroki, pants, just give up already. I am pushing myself way past my limit. Kodai runs towards Todoroki, dodging left and right from his attempt at assault. She leaps up, readying her staff to swing down, but she gets tackled down by Shoji mid-air. Shoji, ga go. Todoroki rushes towards the bomb and touches it, taking the win. All might, hero team wins. The 3 students in the room all pant, exhausted. Shoji, panting, that was intense. Guh. He says between breaths before he gets up and pulls Kodai from the ground. Moments later. Everyone that participated was at the infirmary, except Kodai, for she didn't suffer any major injuries like the 3 boys. Todoroki had frostbites and irregular body temperature. Shoji had suffered multiple blunt force trauma. Luckily, he didn't get hit at his vital points to develop permanent damage. Monoma's injury was fairly small, few first-degree burns, frostbites, bruises here and there. The most severe symptom might be that he was left in that ice for few minutes, which were considerably cold. Back in the control room, the students were murmuring with each other, asking questions and throwing out few probabilities here and there for their classmates to ease their worry. All might, all right, recovery girls said that they are all right aside from burns, frostbites and bruises. Now who was the MVP of this match? Few raised their hands: Ida, Yayorozu, Izuku, Himiko, Rin. This time All Might points at Izuku. All Might, young Shimura, would you like to give us your thoughts on who it was? Izuku, although everyone did the best they could, Monoma was simply too evasive, tricky, well-versed. Even before the exercise started, he was 3 steps ahead. He accidentally bumped into all of you, achieved his goal to copy the quirks he needed. I know his team didn't win, but his performance is enough to appoint him as the most valuable player, or MVP as you would call it. All Might, does anyone have any different opinions? Class, no sir. All Might, all right. It is true, Monoma Shonen was a commendable adversary against the hero team. He was well prepared given his quirk. He did everything in his power to stop Todoroki Shonen's team. Although he and his teammate lost, he was in character, calculated, a valuable team player. Everyone claps as All Might finishes the rundown of the exercise. He calls out the next teams. All Might, now are the next teams ready? Team H versus Team J. Both teams get into positions. Izuku places his hand on Himiko's shoulder. Izuku, good luck, Himi-chan. Remember what you learned. Smiles. Himiko nods and walks away with her teammate. Izuku turns toward Himiko's opposing team and his gears start working. Izuku, Himi-chan is able to use more percentage of one for all. Aijiro is a brawler and his quirk suits him to be at the front when and if they attack. Azuri-san's quirk is frog, her legs must be very strong opposed to her arms. Tokoyami-san's quirk is sentient. A being made of darkness, so I would guess that she gets violent when there is no light from what Tokoyami, and she said. Himi-chan should think the same as me. Although both are fighters, she is faster than Aijiro, so she should be the one to face against them first. Aijiro can wait at the bomb or one floor below. If she chooses the latter, they would be able to disorient their opposing team, making them think they placed the bomb on that floor. But Azuri-san and Tokoyami-san might not go in through the front door. Azuri-san could leap up and start from the middle floor. But his thoughts come to halt as he sees what Himiko was doing on the screen. Izuku smirks. Himiko Toga, you crafty girl. Ashido, what? What? Why are you calling her that? Izuku, look at the screen and see what she is doing. He says, his smirk not disappearing. Ashido looks at the screen and sees that Himiko and Aijiro were placing the bomb on the first floor. Ashido, WHA? Why did they do that? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Rin, placing the bomb at the first floor? Why did? Ida, that's absurd, why would they? Ida and Rin, oh. Always, huh? Oh haha. That is so smart. Jayorozu smiles, how clever. Bakugo has smirks that shrimp was always smart. Kaminari, does smart people always do this? Understand something and be quiet about what they understood. Jairu, that is crafty for sure. Kaminari, can anybody tell me what is going on? Why is Toga-chan placing the bomb there? Izuku, well. At the building. Kirishima, man, this is actually very smart. Himiko nods, we place it further away from the front and back doors as well as the stairs. We surround it with boxes as well as we can. Kirishima-san, you go up to the 5th floor. Kirishima, why not the top floor? Himiko, if you are there, you can stop if Tsu-chan decides to check from the middle floor and go up. Kirishima, oh yes, she has a frog quirk. Okay, gotcha. Aijiro runs away to the stairs, leaving Himiko on the 1st floor. Himiko, Kirishima-san, if both of them come from the front door, I will tell you. Kirishima, so I can come help. Himiko, no, so that you will know when to be ready. But if I don't see Tsu-chan, I will tell you as well. Kirishima, panting, oh okay man, I shouldn't have ran, now I am tired. Himiko, it will take them a while to reach there. You have time to rest, Kirishima-san. Kirishima sits down, panting. Kirishima, yeah, that's true. Oh, and Toga-san? Himiko, yes? Aijiro, call me by my name, Aijiro. Himiko smiles, okay, Aijiro-san, if they find out what we're doing, I will say, crap baskets. When you hear that, come as quickly as you can. Aijiro, okay. All Might, 5 minutes are over, villain team ready? Himiko, oh, and Aijiro-san. All Might, hero team. Aijiro, yeah? All Might, go in. Himiko, act like a villain. A signal blares throughout the fake city. Back in the control room. Kaminari, wow, that's genius. Izuku, nothing unexpected from Himi-chan. Kaminari, bro, are you two like childhood friends or something? You have nicknames for each other, you hug each other, you comfort one another. It's like you two are close friends or couples. Izuku, I am not her childhood friend, that would be him. He points at Katsuki, making him grumble. Izuku, I met her a year ago. We trained together for that year and got to know each other better. And that's it, we got close. Ashido, very close. Izuku looks at the pink-skinned girl with a questioning look. Izuku, why are you saying that in a sing-sanji tone? Ashido, you knew you and Toga-chan have something going on, right? Izuku, friendship? Ashido, but you want more, right? She drags out the last word in a playful and sing-sanji tone again. Gyuki sighs, she is insinuating that you see Himiko more than a friend. Or you would like to see her more than friends. Izuku then realizes what Ashido was nudging at. his intention of wanting Himiko as more than a friend, a lover. At the understanding, his cheeks get covered in pink rubor, which didn't go unnoticed by some girls. Ashido, CC, you like her. Izuku, is it that obvious? His classmates around him get silent, baffled. Class, how do you think what you're doing is subtle? / are you bucking stupid? / yes. On the side, All Might watches the class's drama as it continues. He chuckles softly as he watches the screen. All Might, being young sure was an adventure. I am happy for you, Himiko. In the past, I was afraid that having a significant other would only put them in danger. But I know it won't be the case for you. He looks at Izuku, who is taking a love advice from Ashido it seems. His eyes soften and thinks to himself. All Might, Shimura-kun is strong enough, you don't have to worry about the danger that looms over you if you do indeed wish to live with him side by side. Besides, I ended the cycle of the brothers long ago. Back at the training, Tokoyami and Ajiri were going in through the front door. The hall was dark, only light source being the way they came in. Tokoyami, dark, I have to be in check. I don't want my classmates to be scared of me. Like my previous ones. Ajiri, Tokoyami-chan, are you okay? You seem to be deep in thought. Kero. Tokoyami, HM? Oh, sorry. My quirk is hard to tame where the light can't reach. I was only reminding myself to be in control, that is all. Ajiri, is that why you're not letting out dark shadow? Kero. Tokoyami, yes, Ajiri-san. Tsuyu, call me Tsu. Tokoyami, certainly. She seems to be someone who says what's in mind. HM. Tsuyu, Kero, be careful of. Her sentence gets cut short when Himiko flies in with a kick aimed at Tokoyami and connecting it. Tokoyami, gawk. He yelps in pain as he flies back. Himiko backflips off of Tokoyami and continues her assault at Tsuyu as she dodges to the best of her ability. Tsuyu, Kero. Tsuyu jumps up to the ceiling and pushes herself off, then sends straight kick at Himiko. Few lightning that was dancing around Himiko gets more frequent and bigger. She grabs Tsuyu's leg and throws her to Tokoyami, who was standing up from the kick he received earlier. Dark shadow appears out of Tokoyami's abdomen and catches the frog girl in her arms. Tokoyami, does anything ail you? Tsuyu, that is a very strange way of asking, but no, I am alright. The two hero students stand next to each other, facing their adversary. Then a smirk creeps up on Himiko's face. It looked cynical. Something only a psychopath could show. Her red lightning glimmer in the shadows, and the cat-like slit her eyes had got brighter and brighter. It felt like a predator was ready to pounce on its prey. Tsuyu's legs started to shake slightly, like her animal instinct was telling her to get as far away from the blonde girl as possible. Tsuyu, Himiko-chan, why you're scaring me? Kero. Tokoyami, that is terrifying, her demeanor. Tokoyami takes notice of Himiko's hunched stance. It was not a proper fighting stance, it looked barbaric, animalistic. Tokoyami, her eyes, it puts you in a trance of fear. In the control room. Aways, you Shimura, what is she doing? Izuku, she is playing her part. Rin, Bakugo, have you ever seen Toga-chan look like that? Bakugo, no. I never saw her like this. Do you know shitface? Ashido, who are you talking to? Izuku, weedhead? Me? Bakugo, of course it's bucking you. Do you know what is happening? Izuku, call me by my name, Bakugo. Bakugo, I'll call you whatever the buck I want. Tell me, what is happening to Himiko? Izuku shakes his head. Well, I don't know either, but I would guess she is just fitting in the role. Back with Tsuyu and Tokoyami. Himiko, do you want to play tag? Tokoyami, what? Himiko, come on heroes, you are here for the bomb, are you not? Let's play tag, and if I lose I will tell you where it is. Tsuyu, Toga-chan. Himiko, Tsu-chan, please let's play tag. She lunges at the two. Tsuyu and Tokoyami dodge Himiko but sees that she is already in front of Tokoyami ready to punch. Himiko, ha! Dark shadow shields her host with her body and tries to grab her, but Himiko kicks herself away from Tokoyami to Tsuyu. Himiko tries to roundhouse kick to the frog girl, which she dodges by a hair. Tsuyu then wraps Himiko's arm with her tongue, but she uses it to reel in Tsuyu and send her back with a kick. Himiko, oh, I didn't specify how you would win. You have to incapacitate me to win the tag. Glad I am only using 2%, if not I would have injured them too badly. Tokoemi helps Tsuyu up. Tokoemi, Tsui should play by her rule. Tsuyu, she could lead us away from the bomb. Tokoemi, you will tell us where it is if we catch you, right, Toga? Himiko smiles, of course. That is if you catch me. Tokoemi, we have to catch her fast then, right? Tsuyu looks at the crow-headed boy and reluctantly nods. Tsuyu, okay, we will play tag with you, Toga-chan. In the control room. Ida, what are they talking about, All Might Sensei? All Might, Toga Shoujo wanted to play tag, and if they catch her, she will tell them the bomb's location. Yayorozu, I am confused. Why would she make that type of deal? All Might, there are all types of villains and criminals in the world. I suspect Toga Shoujo is playing a cynical girl who never had the opportunity to be included when they were a child, and they were driven to insanity by their living conditions which lead to them doing crime. Izuku, I heard that kind of criminals can be found in America. Is that true, All Might? All Might, I never encountered one. I am a brute that takes care of disastrous situations when I was in America. However, my colleagues there have worked closely with that type of criminals. To think that one's friends or family can drive someone mad to the point of insanity is. The RO was silent. The number one hero was sympathizing with criminals. It led themselves to asking, Class, do villains have the right at second chance? Are they just product of misfortune? Back at the building. Himiko was running through the halls of second floor, laughing as a tongue and a dark creature tried to take a hold of her. Himiko missed me. Oh, that was so close. Close Uni. Hee common guys try harder. Luckily they didn't see it. Now it's only a game of time. But wow, they're really fast. I have to use 6%. Himiko seemed to be having fun, but same thing couldn't be said about the two that are chasing him. Tsuyu Kero. She is fast. Tokoemi. Why do I have a feeling she is not trying as hard as we? Tsuyu. Then we need to outsmart her. Tokoemi-chan, I will chase her around, you be ready with when I lead you to her. Kero. Tokoemi stays behind as Tsuyu leaps away using the walls and ceiling to catch up with Himiko. Tokoemi, this is pointless. If we want to catch her, we need to catch her off guard. A surprise attack. Tokoemi looks around and sees the staircase leading to the upper floor. Tokoemi, that could work. Tsu, lead her to the upper floor if you can. I will catch on the second floor. Tsuyu, Roger. Kero. Tsuyu sends her tongue forward, which Himiko dodges effortlessly. Himiko, Tsu-chan, you need to aim at me, not the air. She looks at Tsuyu and sees that Tokoemi was not there. Himiko, Tsu-chan, where is Tokoemi-kun? I did say that you guys both have to catch me, no? Did he realize? No, he might have gone upstairs. Tsuyu, he said that he got bored. Kero. Himiko, iya? It's boring? But I thought it would be fun. Boring? Did he get scared perhaps? Tsuyu sends her tongue again, which Himiko catches and tries to reel her to herself again. This time she was ready for it as she guarded herself and landed a kick on Himiko. Himiko, well, since it's only us. Let's play, shall we? Tsu-chan, her kicks are hard. She is a frog, so it's to be expected. The two girls start exchanging blows after blows. A strike, a guard, a strike and a dodge. Tsuyu was dodging Himiko's strikes to the best of her ability. Tsuyu, her punches are hard. I should avoid it. Himiko, ha. Himiko sends a downward kick to the floor and marks the floor with a crack in a cobweb pattern. Himiko, crap, I shouldn't get too excited. Come on, Tsu-chan, let's play. Why are you dodging? Tsuyu, panting Kero. Himiko, oh, we also don't want Tokoemi-kun alone, right? Aijiro-san, can you find Tokoemi-kun? Aijiro sighs, leave it to me. Himiko, now shall we play more? with Tokoyami. Tokoyami was watching the stairs intently, waiting for his teammate to lead their opponent to him. Tsuyu, Tokoyami-chan, go ahead, the plan failed. Kero. And be careful of Kirishima-kun. Kero. Tokoyami, I should help you. Tsuyu, no Kero. I will keep her busy. Kero. Find the bomb. Kero. On the other side of Tsuyu's voice he hears rumbling. Probably Himiko's punches meeting the cement. Tokoyami, TCH, curses, then hold tight. I will look ahead. Tokoyami then starts running around in search of the bomb. Tokoyami, luckily the upper floors have more light compared to first floor. Dark shadow. Dark shadow on it. While Tokoyami runs through the halls checking in a room here and there, while Dark Shadow checks the opposite rooms. With Tsuyu. Tsuyu rolls few meters on the floor, yelping in pain. She slowly lifts herself up from the floor. Tsuyu, something definitely broke. Kero. Himiko runs up to her and grabs her by the hair and lifts her up to her face. Himiko, Tsu-chan, you're not gonna sleep, are you? We have so many more games to play. Come on, let's play. Tsuyu could only pant in response while trying to free herself, but she was too weakened to make Himiko lose her grip. Himiko, if you don't have any suggestions, I say we play. Himiko, we play catch. She kicks Tsuyu away further into the hallway. In the control room. Everyone there was nervous as they see Himiko being brutal with her opponent. Some even started to voice their opinion. Kaminari, shouldn't you stop this, All Might? Always, don't you think it's getting out of hand? Izuku, no. Everyone turns to Izuku, who is only looking at the screen. Izuku, I agree that Himiko is being brutal, but I think All Might sees that it is beneficial for Azui-san. Don't you? Izuku's side glances at All Might. All Might, Shimura Shonen's right. In a world of heroics, you will face against all types of situations, and some will be ruthless like Toga Shoujo is now. It is better to realize that early than later. Ida, but isn't this taking it too far? She could just incapacitate Azui-san with the capture tape. Izuku, I think she is playing the part too well. Mina, what do you mean, Shimura-kun? Izuku, if I was, hypothetically, a villain and I had the option of killing or capturing a hero, I would typically beat them till they can't get up later on Sue. Everyone looks at Izuku with suspicious look, which he felt and looked around in wonder. Izuku, what? I did say hypothetically. Yayorozu, I do see your point, Shimura-san. Izuku, you are quite smart, Yayorozu. Yayorozu, oh, thank you. Also, you can call me Momo. I hear that my family name is hard to pronounce. Izuku, it is not, but if you prefer I call you that, then sure. I will call you Momo from now on, and you can call me Izuku. Momo, smile, much appreciated, Izuku-san. Mina, Naeni? Can we also call you Momo? Or Yamamo, you know, your last name and first name combined. Momo, smiles, you can call me that. Back with Tokoyami. Tokoyami was on 4th floor. He just finished checking the last room and is now heading towards the stairs to go up a floor. As he reached the 5th floor, he gets punched from the side. Tokoyami, gak. He falls to the floor and holds his side. Kirishima, well. What do I have here? A hero thinking he can spoil my fun, he says as he paces around Tokoyami. Kirishima, think you heroes can stop my plan to blow this district to the ground? Well, think again, huh? He steps toward Tokoyami but gets stopped by Dark Shadow. Kirishima guards and slides from the impact. Kirishima, ha. So that's your quirk? Nothing unexpected from a hero, I tell you that. Dark Shadow whispers, you alright, Fumi? Tokoyami whispers, not really. I will manage, however. The crow-headed boy stands up, still clutching his side. He looks at his adversary, as he grunts lowly from the pain. Tokoyami, seems like I really need to improve my endurance as well as my awareness. I suspect the bomb is close, seeing that you are here, villain. Kirishima, alright, it worked. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Who knows? he answers as he shrugs with a sly smirk. Kirishima, it wouldn't matter since you won't be able to go further, hero. The two boys prepare their quirks. Dark Shadow stretches her arms toward Kirishima as he guards. Kirishima, man that packs a punch HH. The redhead pushes away the shadowy arm as he advances toward Tokoimi. Kirishima, prepare to die. Hero, I hate playing a villain, please let this end. All Might, Tsuyu Ajiri has been eliminated, 7 minutes remaining. Tokoimi's eyes widen in surprise, resulting in him almost eating Kirishima's punch again if it wasn't for his quirk. Dark Shadow, pay attention. Fumi, we can't lose here. Her host nods and advances to Kirishima with her. Kirishima, you sure you can take my punches, hero? He takes a slash on his hardened chest and delivers right swing at Tokoimi. However, it only lands on Dark Shadow's arm. Tokoimi, I can and I will. Back with Himiko. Himiko, I am so sorry Tsuc-chan. Himiko was hugging Tsuyu as she grumbling in slight discomfort. Tsuyu, it's okay, Kero, Toga-chan. Aside from few broken bones, it's manageable. Kero. Himiko, boo, but I hurt you, Tsu-chan. Are you not scared of me? Tsuyu sits up and holds her jaw. Tsuyu, Kero, I am kind of scared. Himiko's eyes fall to the floor, which doesn't go unnoticed by the frog girl. Tsuyu, but I know that you had to act like such, Kero. So in the end, it's okay, Toga-chan. Himiko, Tsu-chan. Himiko hugs the girl while bawling her eyes. Tsuyu pats her back with stoic face. Tsuyu, crybaby. Kero. After few minutes. Himiko, are you sure you can manage? Tsuyu, I'll be okay. Kero. Besides, you have an exercise to finish. Himiko, well, be safe. And if it hurts anymore, tell me so I will help the best I can. Tsuyu nods and goes on her way to the infirmary. Himiko turns back and starts to run, to aid her teammate. Kirishima was having a rather tough time dealing with his adversary. Although not defeated, he was at a stalemate, but for not long. Kirishima, man, I can't deal another straight blow. And if this goes on for long, I will eventually get too tired to activate my quirk. Think Ijiro, in the future there will be villains like this, and you can't always depend on others. You have to be the shield for them, you should be the one they can depend on. The redhead thinks to himself as the shadow entity bombard him in quick motion. Kirishima, be dependable. Be the shield and the spear, push to your limits, Aya. In a quick burst, Kirishima punches Dark Shadow away from himself. Kirishima, what do they say again? Oh, that's right. Plus ultra unbreakable shield. Kirishima, come on Tokoimi, let's finish this. Tokoimi looks at the boy in front of him, then smiles. Tokoimi, yes, let's end this fight. I have to win for my team after all. Dark Shadow starts to retreat. But this not to enter her host. Tokoimi, whispers, allow me, your host, to adopt your existence. Let me adopt darkness, I had this idea for a while. Flashes of Izuku's chakra cloak comes to his mind. His quirk starts to coat him with her body. Tokoimi, if that's the strength of one who is coherent with his monster inside. I too can do the same, I presume. Dark Shadow now covers her host's entire body with herself. Tokoimi, exist as one with my monster. I shall call this Tokoimi Black Abyss. The two boys lower their stance, ready to pounce at each other. All Might, 5 minutes left. At the notion, both leap forward, toward each other. Kirishima, after this I can't use my quirk. Tokoimi, this is it. Kirishima and Tokoimi, the finishing blow, Haya. A sound of flesh and something hard tearing fills the air as they stand opposite of each other. Facing away as they pant, both have reached their limit. Kirishima, nice fight, Fumikage. Ijiro falls to the floor, face first, and his quirk wears off. Tokoimi, chuckles, same to you, Ijiro. All Might, Tokoimi Shonen has been captured, villain team, wins. Thud. Seems like both of them reached their limit as they lie on the floor. All Might, Toga Shoujo, can you bring the boys to the infirmary? Himiko looks at the camera on the 4th floor and flashes her thumb, letting her teacher know that she understood. In the control room. Always, that was. Kaminari, amazing. Izuku, both pushed each other to their limits and drove out each other's full potential. Izuku huffs as he smiles. Izuku, isn't that Udade's motto? All might, in English of course. As heroes, we have to push to our limits and beyond. That is what it means to be in English plus ultra. Bakugo looks at his palm as All Might's word ring in his head. Bakugo plus ultra, huh? His eyes travel to Izuku. Bakugo, push to your limits and beyond. Did he do that from early age? Is that why there is such a gap between our power? TCH. He tightens his fist. Bakugo, just you watch, I will push past my limits, as well as yours, and by that time, Himiko will know that you're just another weakling, then she will come back to me. Just you wait. Momo plus ultra? Can I also? Am I perhaps limiting myself? She looks at Himiko on the screen and then Izuku. Momo, they are the definition of pushing past their limits. Lowly, then I will also push past my limit. Ida, one's limit. Shiozaki, past our limits. Kaminari, and beyond. Class 1A plus Ultra. The day has ended. Students leave the campus through the gate as the sun lowers, coating the clouds with its honey color. Ashido, Haya, that was tiring. Aoyama, we, this type of stress only affect my beauty. And not in a good way either. Rin, I am just glad that everyone's injury was not too serious. Monoma, but that didn't stop Recovery Girl harassing our Shin, did it? Shoji, it's kind of impressive that even at such age, she manages to be that energetic. The ones who received their treatment shivers at the memory of the old lady's berating. Himiko, WL, I think it's her enthusiasm to keep everyone healthy plays a big part in it. The students collectively nod in agreement. Even Bakugo, who was reminded of his mother's fist when he also got yelled at by the nurse. Bakugo, women are strong. I will never deny that. TCH. Ashido, well, since the day is over, anyone want to hang out? We really need to hang out after lessons as a whole class, you know? Ida, I agree. Although it seems an effective way to spend our time, it will also deepen our bond with each other. Momo, then let's head to the mall, shall we? I hope everyone comes this time. Smiles. Class Sprite. Izuku, well, sorry, I have to get home early today. I have some things to do. Todoroki, I am also unable to attend. Bakugo, I don't have spare time to spend with extras. Himiko, smiles awkwardly. I also have to get home early. Shiozaki, although I desire to spend time with you all again, I am disappointed to say that I too have to return home early. Ashido, you guys really have to? The ones who can't join nods in affirmation, besides Todoroki and Bakugo, which saddens the pink-skinned girl. Ashido, well, okay, if it's important. But next time, please, let's all hang out. Izuku, I'll try. Himiko, sorry, Mina. Momo, well, rest of us then shall go to the mall. Ida, be safe, everyone. Most of them disperse, going their own ways. Izuku simply uses Hiraishin while holding Himiko's arm. They appear outside Himiko's fence. Izuku lets go of her arm and waves as he flashes out of her sight. She waves back and walks through the front door and addresses her arrival to her mom. Izuku appears in his room. He places his bag on his chair and starts taking his uniform off. Izuku, power of Udade's Class 1A. He does his routine as he replays the matches he saw today. The last 4 teams were as impressive as the others. Momo managed to utilize Himiko's strategy with her own touch as well, by making identical bomb as decoy, making her in a ways victorious against Kaminari and Jiro. With the last pair, aside from Ashido's recklessness, her teamwork with Aoyama was great. It didn't click like him and Uraraka, which would explain how they struggled against Shiozaki and Rin. If it wasn't for time limit, they might have won, but alas, they lost. Izuku, their compassion to be heroes seems to differ in reason. But they still managed to push each other to their limit. Gyuki, That is what it means to be allies and rivals. Izuku, it would seem so. I wouldn't know since there is Noon who would be my equal in that class. Gyuki, that Bakugo kid seems to think he can. But it would be futile as we know. Izuku, I will take his declaration seriously, Octo-san. To do that, I shall limit myself and be on a slightly higher level than him. Gyuki, but don't let this get over your head, Izuku. There might be someone who could prove to be stronger than you. So push to your limits and beyond, like your school motto inspires. Izuku smiles, of course, Octo-san. I have so much to learn. He glances at his hands. Izuku, I know this is not my limit. Not yet. Izuku heads into the library and takes a scroll that he hasn't covered yet. He sits on the floor as he starts to indulge himself in the knowledge. To the side, Isamu leans on the wall as he watches his grandson with a smile. Isamu, hee. Seems like he is eager. You really are that boy's son. You mean that brat who was frolicking around Inko? Heh, I would beg to differ, Isamu. Isamu sighs, how troublesome. Isamu pushes himself off the wall and makes his way to the kitchen. Isamu, you always had problem with Hisashi. What to make? He stands in front of the fridge as he ponders on what food to make. Of course. Someone had to be protective in your stead. Isamu pulls out few ingredients on the counter and starts preparing dinner. Isamu, you know how the conditions were. I couldn't leave her alone. So I had to encourage Inko and Hisashi. Stop there will he nonsense so I could be at ease when we left. Sighs, I am glad that they managed to be happy for long as they could. But don't you ever think that you could have prevented the boy's father from death if you were here? Or your daughters? Isamu's action comes to halt. Isamu, I do wonder if I could have, but the more I think, the outcome stays the same. It wouldn't have changed their fate, it could have been worse even. I guess so. Who knew the Umbu was that big of an organization? Isamu, He continues to chop the vegetables as he hums his favorite tune. The hour was late. The sky was adorned with the shimmering stars. The wind was gentle as it was evident by the clear sound of cicadas' sound. The ocean was calm as the waves hit the shore ever so often. Isamu, dinner's ready, kid, come on down, or I will eat the whole pot. Izuku places his pen on the table, then he stretches. Long hours of schoolwork and personal research has made his body stiff. Izuku sighs, glad we are on an island. He mutters as he starts to leave to the kitchen. Gyuki, why? Izuku, 'cause if we had neighbors, they would complain about the old man's shouting. The tailed beast chuckles as he could imagine the situation happening. Isamu, Burp saw a nice dinner after training with my grandson. Now that is happiness. Isamu relaxes on the armchair and starts to hum the same tune. Izuku, that tune. Isamu, Izuku, Mom used to hum that as well when she used to heal my training injuries. Isamu, did she? Well, it's not surprising. I used to hum this to her when she was little. Izuku, Gramps. Isamu, yes? Izuku, can you tell me more about yourself? This time, more detailed. Isamu thinks for a bit. His composure not changing from his relaxed demeanor. I mean, you would have to tell him eventually. Might as well do it now. Isamu, alright. Let's start from few years after your grandma died. Chapter 11, Midoriya Isamu. Izuku, no, not that far back. I want to know you, Gramps. Isamu, then? Izuku, from the beginning would be nice. Isamu, well, ever since I was little I was fascinated by everything you could find in our storage. The knowledge that's been collected in there is so much so that the former branch families thirsted for it to the point they were ready to do anything to have it in their possession. And at the age of 5, I got to know something unusual, something that seemed uncommon to the public. A little kid with red blazing hair and eyes sit excitedly in a doctor's office. His father was sitting close to him wondering when the doctor will show. Ichiro sighs, wonder why they're taking so long. Isamu, Dad? Ichiro, yes, son? Isamu, what do you think my quirk will be? Ichiro, Your mother had a quirk that allowed her to use electricity, and my mother had a quirk that made her body like water. So seeing that those two are the only people in our family to have powerful quirks, you might get one of those. Isamu, wow, cool, do you think maybe I will be able to perform lightning cloak like you? Ichiro chuckles, maybe. Isamu, yeah. Right then a man in white coat comes in with the documents. He sits across from the father and son duo to address the situation. Doctor, Mr. Midoriya, I have a bad news. Both father and son looked at the doctor confused. What would the bad news be? Doctor, it would seem that your son has an extra toe joint that the people with quirks don't have, so it is safe to assume that he is quirkless. The Midoriyas sat there still, taking in the news that the young boy was never going to have cool power like kids his age. However, to the doctor's surprise, they just stood up and bowed with a smile. Ichiro and Isamu, thank you for your time, doctor. They then start to take their leave, but right when they were at the doorframe, the doctor asked, Doctor, wait, don't you have any further questions? Ichiro, what is there to know more of Doc? My son doesn't have a quirk, but that doesn't mean anything bad, does it? It just means he is as normal as you can be, and that is a good thing for me. Then without saying anything else, they walk out of the doctor's office and head back home. Isamu, of course I was a bit disappointed when I got to know that I was quirkless. Any kid by the age of 5 wouldn't take that news lightly, but it also meant that I was normal, no quirk, no mutation. But since having a power became a norm, I was ostracized by everyone. After a year or so, my father made me stop going to school. He said that, Ichiro, you have to become strong before going out into the world again. And in order to do that, we need time, so prepare yourself for tomorrow, cause we will start your training. Isamu, and that is how my life has been for the next 8 years. Wake up, eat breakfast, train with father, more like hell, cycle, eat lunch, go in the library to learn, eat dinner, sleep and repeat. Izuku, did you ever miss those connections you made with others? Isamu, no, before going into isolation they treated me like I was some kind of beggar on the street. Adults were condescending, kids my age used to use me as a target for their quirks. Why do you ask? Izuku, ever since I was born, I never knew what it was like to have friends. I only had mom. When I learned Hiraishin I was happy because I could use it to thoroughly experience the world out there. But when I was actually out there I felt alone, as if I was an alien walking amongst humans. Izuku says as he looks to the side facing the direction of the mainland. Isamu realizes that Izuku had the chance to socialize quite later than it is for most kids. Isamu, sorry you had to not experience it, but it is not too late, Izuku. You're still a kid and you are making friends now. You are experiencing things you wanted to experience now. So don't think yourself as an outsider. Izuku, better late than never, I guess. Isamu, heh. Izuku, how did you meet Grandma then? Isamu's expression changes to a soft one. A smile appears on his face, remembering his first encounter with the woman he loved, the only woman he loved. Isamu, after 8 years I came back to the mainland. I wanted to be more social and I was strong enough to protect myself by then, so my father allowed it. Isamu, whom should I enroll into a school? But what school? Normal education, hero education, special education, But he had to put those thoughts aside as he hears a scream from a distance. Isamu HM? Scream? Where? He looks around attentively to see if there was any indication of where the voice might have came from, but he had no luck. Isamu, crap, wish I was paying more attention. But enough doubting, start acting. Arcs of lightning dance around his body before he starts running around the area at high speed. Meanwhile, on the other side, from where the scream came from, a woman in a rather casual clothes, long green hair and emerald eyes was trying her best to stay alive. Pig quirk fella, come on miss, just come with us. We don't want to harm that pretty face of yours, do we? The woman looked at the knife that was held close to her cheeks. Fear. That's what she felt. Fear for her life. Woman please. Don't hurt me. A man with long hair who was standing next to his pal tries to reassure her in his sense. Douche, we won't hurt you if you just come with us. What do you? His words were cut off as they hear a faint sound of chirping and a bright streak suddenly kick away the pig backwards, making him let go of the lady, and his friend gets struck to his chin, pushing him onto the floor. Isamu, you okay, miss? The green-haired woman finally looks at the scene and her savior. The two men were lying on the floor moaning and groaning, and she sees a young man standing in front of him. Woman, thank you. Isamu, it's okay, make sure to. Isamu leans his head to the side, dodging a jab from behind. When a second strike came, he grabs the long-haired man by his forearm and catches his fist with his other hand, then with a swift motion he pulls the man and knees him to the abdomen with such force spit spurted out of the man's mouth. As if it wasn't enough, Isamu jumps and roundhouse kicks him in the head, making him fly to the wall behind. Isamu then flickers away as a big burly arm misses him. The man with pig quirk stands in fear as he sees afterimage after afterimage of the redhead circling around him. The chirping sound of lightning fills his ears as Isamu quickens his pace before he begins punching him continuously. Isamu, ori 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 ori. Unable to retort to his furious attacks, the guy's consciousness flickers with each connected fists. But to his demise, Isamu was not done yet. Isamu, mutta 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 mutta. Finally, Isamu kicks him away, the same direction his friend was, who was just waking up from his ass handing, only to get squashed by his buddy's big body. Douche, gh. Isamu, few always wanted to do that, ha 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 ha, beaming face with smiling eyes. Woman, wasn't that too much? Isamu hm? The young man looks to the two idiots on the floor. Isamu, meh, I don't think so. As I was saying, make sure to call the police. I don't think they will be getting up for a while. At least not before the police arrives if you call them now. Woman, oh. The older woman fumbles through her purse in search for her phone. After a few seconds she finds it and starts dialing the emergency number. Woman, hello? Yes, there are two. Chirp. By the sound of lightning she looks back and sees no one except the two offenders. Operator, hello? Miss, are you okay? Woman, huh? Ah, yes, there. Isamu, I was feeling alive as I ran building from building, roof to roof. I got to know that my training could be used. I was not a helpless, quirkless nobody anymore. Izuku, was that woman grandma? Isamu, I thought that was the last time I would see her. But as fate would have it, I met her again when I decided to enroll in Ketsubetsu High. It was not the greatest hero school, but I thought their program was not that bad. Izuku, you wanted to be a hero? Isamu, well, I thought rather than keeping myself on the island studying to be hero would be a nice change of pace. Izuku, were you not afraid of anyone finding out our secret? Isamu, well, I was way over my head that I thought no one would notice, and if they did I would take care of it since I was so strong. He says the last sentence in a mocking tone. Isamu, well, you know how that turned out. I lost the love of my life to the very people I thought I could defeat easily. Izuku, how did you meet her again? Was she also a hero student? Isamu, no, she was in her senior year when I saved her. By the time I enrolled she was a teacher. And in 2 years before I enrolled I pushed myself more and more, past my limit every other week, so by the time I got accepted I grew 20 centimeters taller, and more muscular. Izuku, what did you eat? Isamu, I don't know how it happened, but it happened. Anyway, when school year started I recognized her immediately, she however did not. Izuku, can you blame her? Isamu, no. I was fully aware of the changes I went through ever since she saw me. Young Isamu was walking on the pathway leading to the entrance of the school. His face was painted with boredom and exhaustion. The mass of students heading the same direction didn't seem to bother, nor did he actually care for them. However, as he was walking, a student who looks to be older than him runs to someone while calling their name. Hisakawa-sensei. Hisakawa hm? The green-haired lady who is now known to Isamu as Hisakawa looks back. Her eyes coincidentally schemes by him. Isamu, that's the lady I saved. Huh, so she was a teacher. Wait, she had school uniform then, huh? Izuku Su? Isamu. She was actually a hero student there, and after a year or so the school offered her to be a guest teacher. Izuku, what kind of quirk did she have? Isamu. Her quirk was called water motion. She could control water with a motion of her hand, not mind. Izuku. Wonder why mom didn't inherit her quirk. Isamu. Quirks are weird. Compared to chakra nature, it is not hereditary, but in some cases you can end up having a quirk that has no similarity with your parents or family. Some quirk marriage didn't work out before research proved that. Izuku. Sorry for trailing off subject. Continue. Isamu. Well, as you could tell, she had the quirk to be a hero, and she was until she gave birth to Inko. Izuku. Why? What happened? Isamu. After the birth, she almost lost her life. The doctors managed to stabilize her and kept her alive, but they advised her to stop hero work since her body would not be able to handle the stress. She tried to ignore their advice, but after almost losing her own and a civilian's life, she decided to retire. It was a strange day. The sky was gloomy and gray with a curtain of clouds that hid the sun with its layers. However, there was no rain, not even a drop. The air was dry like hot summer day. Amaya was seated on the stone floor deep in the forest where there was a sigil. She looked up at the sky and let out a sigh. Isamu, love? Amaya, yes? Inko, I pray. Isamu came around the meditation floor following the path through the forest with little Inko in his arms. Isamu, ah, there you are. I thought you would be here. Amaya, did you need me for anything? Isamu. Our little girl was looking bit grouchy, so I thought that she was looking for you. Amaya gets up from the floor and paces towards the two people she loved more than anything on the planet. She takes Inko in her arms and lets out a chuckle as her baby was letting out happy coos. Isamu, and seems like I was correct. He chuckles. Amaya, I guess she is fond of me. Isamu, more than me apparently. Amaya chuckles, she is just a baby, honey. She will love you like me when she grows up. Isamu, or she would prefer you, which I wouldn't complain really. Isamu puts his arms around the girls and plants a kiss on their foreheads, making the older woman smile. Isamu, are you tired? Amaya, no, maybe a little. It's pathetic how my body can't even sit up straight for a couple of hours now. Isamu, I am sorry to hear that, love. Amaya, what are you sorry for, honey? Isamu, if I was careful, you wouldn't have given birth to my child and in turn have this weak body. You would have been out there doing what you wanted ever since you were little. Amaya, what do you mean your child? She playfully asks. Amaya, don't think like that, honey. I don't blame you nor our little girl for this, and I would never. I may have wanted to be a hero, but after finding out I was carrying her, I started having doubts about my goals. You know how hard hero work is, especially these days. So it got me thinking, is protecting people really worth it? What would happen if I get heavily injured or worse, get killed? What would happen to my child? How would Isamu take it? Thoughts like that lingered in my mind daily during my pregnancy. And when I held her for the first time on that bed, I had already made my decision. Isamu, that is? Amaya, to quit. After finding out about our living arrangements, I saw that we were in good place. Your land is comfortable for our little girl. Your father and my parents gave their blessings to Inko. Isamu, well, you got off easy. I got almost buried by your mother. Amaya chuckles, she is just worried. After my biological dad left, my mom went through everything by herself with no one's help. We're lucky that my dad was okay with mom already having a child. Isamu, he seemed like a good guy. Amaya, he's the greatest. He raised me as his own. He was my father as far back as I can recall. Isamu, but a question, if you already made the decision, why did you try to go back to work? Amaya, I just thought that I could be a hero for just a little bit of time. But I guess my body had another plan. But being here with you two is a blessing, and I think you will carry out my dream with yours when you graduate. She looks up and smiles with her baby in hand. Both of his wife and daughter smiling at him washed his worries away. Isamu, and a year later, well, you know what happened. Izuku enters GCM to place a chakra hand on his shoulder. Izuku, I think you did everything you could, and I have a suspicion that she would be proud of how well your life turned out, Gramps. Isamu, and maybe sighs. After I graduated from Ketsubetsu High, I continued my hero work by the name The Crimson Knight. Izuku's eyes widen at that. Izuku, you are Crimson Knight? The hero who stopped the Bloodland incident? Isamu, ah yes, the Bloodland incident. It was the biggest operation I did publicly. Izuku, no wonder it is. The casualty count was getting out of hand. Hundreds died by the passing minute, and they said if the Crimson Knight did not interfere, the count would have been in the 10 of thousands. You were thought as the next number one after All Might. Isamu, that little zygote. Ha, he wishes he could be on the same level as me. Well, about the incident, the local heroes were strategically taken down and backup wouldn't have arrived that quickly. And later I came to find out that the cult responsible for the massacre was one of the ANBU branch. Izuku, that name again. You said they are the descendants of our branch family generations ago. Isamu, yeah, they kept in touch when they scattered around the world. Do you want to know why they formed a big organization? Izuku ponders for a second, coming to a very wild guess in his opinion. Izuku, because the main family was hunting them. He was surprised that his theory was correct when Isamu nodded. Buki, hatred turns to revenge. Revenge turns to hate. The cycle of hatred. Izuku, the cycle of hatred. Isamu, ANBU was a retaliation group that was meant to wipe us out. But then they turned their attention to the cause of this. All this started because we held the secret that the world is not supposed to know, so some of them thought that if the world was purged of those who would abuse this power, there will be no reason for them to be hunted. And they were the cause of the Bloodland incident in Hokkaido. Well, a small group of their organization was behind the event. Izuku, there was no picture or videos of the incident. Isamu, because I threatened the president of the Hero Commission. He tried to put me down, but I showed him that my threat was not empty. Flashback. The double door comes off its hinges and flies forward, almost hitting the man behind the desk. Isamu, you see, it is one thing to come at me, but going after my daughter is a whole another way of pissing me off, Prez. The man behind the desk was that time's Hero Public Safety Commission's president, one that Lady Nagant killed. President W, what the hell are you doing here? Where are the guards? Isamu, those little chumps? They will be asking for a medical bill from you once they wake up, and I honestly don't think some of them would be able to work here anymore. His voice was different. Not the boastful tone he had when he is in public, but low and growling in silent rage. Isamu, honestly, Prez. I thought that I could trust you, but seeing as you have hitmen that the organization trained from young in the hero ranks, it shouldn't really surprise me. President W, what are you talking about, Crimson Knight? You must have gotten the wrong idea. We aim to. He starts to get closer to him, step by step, and with each step electricity runs rampant around his body. Isamu, to keep the public safe and unite the heroes. Yeah, right. Even a child can see there must be something hideous behind the fancy names such as HPSC. The president backs up step by step. His entire body getting wetter and wetter by Isamu's each step, and the chirping of electric current filling his anxiety makes him quiver in place. Isamu, but right now, I am not here as a hero. When I opened that door, Crimson Knight was left behind, but Midoriya Isamu walked in. I am here as a civilian who almost lost his only child to an assassin trained by the people that swore to protect the public. The people that he thought were decent. His steps made cobwebs from the pressure. The entire floor was shaking. Isamu, but lucky for you, I am not interested in killing you, because then someone other than you might fill in your position. So listen carefully about what I am about to say, not only for your sake, for the safety of everyone in this country. Recite and memorize it in your little brain. No one on this earth will be able to stop me from wiping out an entire nation. And let me show you why. Then suddenly the room falls apart, and the president finds himself standing behind Isamu on some cliff that was away from Japan. President, what is this? Where am I? Where did you take me? Isamu didn't move. It seemed that he doesn't even know the man was behind him. President, hey, answer. His words halt as he sees Isamu starting to transform. A red sinister aura surrounds him, and his skin starts to peel off to reveal blood-red energy inside, and the absence of flesh startled the man. Then from his back 3 tails sprout violently, accompanied by a sound flesh and bone rattling and shrilling. The form of once man was now resembled a monster. A monster made of ominous red energy. A color that was close to blood. President, it is as if his blood exerted itself out of his body to form this monstrous beast. Isamu, ROAH. President, GH. He covers his ears in vain, the roar was too loud. The cliffside they were on barely held itself together. Splash. The ocean below splashes and the waves jump to the cliff where the man was standing. His face gets wet, making him open his eyes and sees something. A beast. A beast of mass destruction with a size comparable to a street block. Its appearance was similar to a tortoise but with 3 tails. Isamu/Isamu, RAAH. The beast leans its head up, then an orb of black mass starts to form above its mouth. The orb's size worried the HPSC president. President, this is insane. This is mad. There is no way that Crimson Knight is capable of such feat. Then the 3-tailed beast fired the orb forward, making the wind whistle with its tremendous pressure among the black sky, spelling the incoming doom for the people in the city. And then it comes. BOM. The land shines bright red and earth shakes. The explosion agitates the ocean as the tides got higher and stronger. The surrounding changes and they were in the streets, and everything was burning in flames. First responders were everywhere trying to find and save anyone after that energy hit the city. Chaos, despair, and hatred. Wails and screams were coming from all directions. So much destruction, so much pain, it was a scene from a war movie. The president was mortified by what he was witnessing around him. Isamu, do you understand now? How powerful I am and how powerless you are if you push me. The scared man nods ferociously in fear. Isamu, good. Oh, and be careful of who you send to a lion's den. 'Cause it might not even be lions but an unstoppable monster's lair. Flashback ends. Izuku, wait, you are the 3-tailed beast Jinchuuriki? Isamu, haha, yeah, Isamu is a great companion. Izuku, did you know this, Gyuki-san? Gyuki, hey, Isamu. Isamu, Gyuki, it is nice to see that you are getting accustomed to being inside a vessel again. Gyuki, hee, I am glad that you are alive. Isamu, well, after that day, the HPSC didn't dare to come and harm us. Izuku, who did they send anyways? Isamu, Lady Nagant. She wouldn't have been able to kill your mother since she had already got the hang of 100 healing technique, even though barely. Izuku, how old was she then? Isamu, 17 I think. I gave her everything she needed to learn about the 100 healing technique when she was 8, so 11 years of accumulating chakra on top of her already large chakra reserves. Izuku, so you were Crimson Knight for 15 years. Isamu, well, I didn't resign from the position. I am actually still listed as an active hero. Izuku, say what now? Isamu, when a hero is retired or resigned, it is a pretty big deal on the hero network. So since you have read up on my hero career, did you find anything that said that I was no longer a hero? Izuku pondered for a second, trying to recall everything he read on Crimson Knight, and Izuku, now that you said it, no? There was no article about your retirement. Isamu, yeah? I have been home because you are my top priority, son. Izuku, oh thanks Gramps. But do you not miss it? Isamu, The redhead shrugged. Isamu, not that much. I mean, after hunting and disassembling a big secret organization like ANBU, I don't have anything left to do. There is no reason because my purpose of becoming a hero changed many times throughout the years. At first I just wanted to give the hero career a try since it sounded close to ninjas from the lost time period. But after meeting your grandma and your mother's birth, I promised myself to be a hero for their sake. And then when the Bloodland incident happened, I continued to be hero for your parents' sake because they could be targeted by the ANBU, and I was afraid because their relation was something that scared all the ANBU organization. Izuku, why were they scared? Did they think that their child would be strong or something? Isamu, they for sure did. Son, I want you to rack that brain for a name Shimura other than your grandma and your father and his twin. What do you recall from the scrolls? The greenhead once again pondered. Shimura. 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 Izuku, Shimura clan. Isamu, yes. You have strong lineage from both sides. Izuku, but I thought that. Isamu, that Shimura Danzo was the one and only Shimura? No, he was only the head of the clan in Konoha. Shimura clan produced great shinobis, evident by Danzo, and even during the first Hokage's time they were one of the well-known clans besides Senju, Uchiha, Hagoromo, Kaguya and Sarutobi. And after the collapse of the shinobi world, the Shimura clan devised a similar plan as my clan. Izuku, how do you know all this? Isamu, because the ANBU was led by someone that had found their data and they had documented files of events regarding lost time that they uncovered throughout the years on top of our knowledge. Izuku, does that mean there are others? Isamu, that is a possibility, son. There might be some that didn't agree with the ANBU's vision like the ones from the Bloodland incident. So Izuku, be aware of who is in your circle. Even someone you are close with might be a descendant of a once influential clan. Izuku's thought goes straight to Himiko. Is that why he saw abnormal amount of chakra flow in Himiko? Because she is somehow connected? Izuku, how did you disassemble the ANBU? Isamu, well, this was bound to happen. Izuku, what was? Isamu, you wanting to know about the bloodiest time of my life. Izuku, you killed them? Isamu, I couldn't risk the chance of anyone coming after my family's son. Izuku, even though it is hypocritical that you said that cycle of hatred ended with you. Isamu, it is not hypocritical because it ended with me and the complete annihilation of the ANBU. Few years after the incident with the HPSC president. Isamu, I pondered about the ANBU and what to do with them, and got a word that they were led by a Hyuga descent. I had a decision to make, and I made the decision, as you know. Isamu sat on the sigil where many before him came to meditate. It is a round floor with the yin and yang symbol located deep inside the island's forest. Some predecessors recorded that it took them half an hour to reach it, even though it is supposed to take 10 or so minutes on foot. Why? Why is this place so weird? Isamu, this place for some reason gives a clear mind to concentrate, an even more clear channel of nature energy. It's interesting that it was here even before our clan decided to reside here for generations. Inko, so is it like protected by some barrier? An illusion type of protection? Isamu, not that anyone knew of, no. Our predecessors theorized that this island has some sort of enchantment that dates back even before the divine tree. Then he found out that natural energy flows better in this spot. Inko, that doesn't answer my question. Isamu, well, the answer is, no one knows what this spot has that is unique. No one knows why people experience those weird phenomena, but if it is harmless to us, then I wouldn't question it. Inko, right? Isamu, so why did you come here? Inko, it's about what I said yesterday. Isamu, oh, I know you lashed out because of my decision to hunt down the people responsible for your mother's death and the Bloodland incident. It is dangerous, and I know that you are afraid that I might die. Inko, She nods and takes a seat beside him, then leans on his shoulder. Inko, I just don't want to lose you. You are the only one I have. Isamu, I know, kid. It's unfortunate that she is not here to see how much you've grown. They sat there until the sky was covered by the color of a setting sun in brilliant orange color, and the night sky threatens to pull the dark curtain. They walked back to their home. The silence was alien to the two Midoriyas. Inko, when are you going? Isamu, I am straightening things here so I won't worry about how you're doing. So 3-5 days maybe. Inko, okay HM. Isamu, Inko, you should know that this is necessary. I didn't pursue them because I thought they were some minor branch of our relatives, but after digging deeper into their name, the things I found were, well, alarming to say the least. Inko, you told me so brief information about them. Isamu, For the past 11 years I used my connections in different countries to investigate the ANBU. And it turns out that they have been active for 63 years, maybe longer, and have been going by different names until they settled on the name ANBU. During those years they have done many atrocities, things we thought random attacks were their doing. They are also located all around the world: Vietnam, Hong Kong, Kazakhstan, Romania, Zambia, Morocco, Angola, Bulgaria, Poland, Sweden, UK, Nigeria, Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, Korea, Philippines, and Australia. Some branches were settled in these countries for generations. But I found out that their main headquarters might be somewhere in Turkey. Inko, how did you collect this much info about them? Isamu, 10 years of building relations around the world and collecting favors tend to bear fruit. Inko, wow, you are dedicated to putting an end to them. Isamu, it's not for vengeance, but for the safety of the people around the world. Isamu, after that day I visited your father. Izuku, what kind of a man was he? Isamu, well, as another man I would say that he was great, bit of an idiot, but still he was right for my little girl, which is why I went to talk with him before I set out on my journey. Isamu, how is work? Hisashi, well, things were pretty dicey at the office, but things worked out. Isamu, that's good. Hisashi, so what did you want to talk about? You mentioned it was quite important. Isamu, yes, well, it is about Inko. Hisashi, why? What happened? She is okay, right? Isamu, she is perfectly fine. I know that I was quite against your relationship, and you too ignored my opinion. Hisashi, oh sir, don't get me wrong. Isamu, no, I am not here to force you to leave her or something along those lines. I am here to give you my blessing to ask my daughter's hand in marriage. Hisashi, are you for real? Isamu, yeah. At first I thought of you as one of those guys who was going to play with my daughter's heart. You are older than her, seemed like a playboy, and not to mention that you were a troublemaker. Hisashi, I am sorry if I came off wrong when we first met. But I can assure you that I am serious about my relationship with Inko. She is the only one for me. Isamu, I am glad you are serious, kid. Well, it was good talking to you. Make her happy. Isamu extends his hand towards him and Hisashi stands up and shakes it. Hisashi, I will, sir. The red-headed man was about to walk out of the coffee shop that they were in, but Hisashi asks one last question. Hisashi, sir, are you all right? Isamu, I am going on a mission for a long time. I may or may not come back, so I am leaving my daughter in your care, son. Hisashi, sir? Isamu turns around and sees that Hisashi had a serious expression. Hisashi, sir, I don't think I am in position to ask for a favor, but I will ask for Inko. You have to come back alive. You are the only parent she has left. So, I don't think she could handle you getting killed out there. Isamu, smiles, I will be back. And until then, have a nice life. Isamu sighs, who would have guessed that he would get killed year or so after that day. Izuku, why were you against them dating if their relationship sustained for years? Isamu, well, for the first few years I was against it because of said reasons, but I saw that the longer it went on, what they had was genuine care for each other. Izuku, I see. Isamu looked at the somber expression of the green-haired teen. Isamu, you know what would be great? A nice cold drink. He gets up and walks into the kitchen. Izuku, this is wild. My grandfather is a hero, a Jinchuuriki like me. And he has been through tough times as well. Gyuki, are you mad that your mother refrained from telling you more about your grandfather? Izuku, no. No, I am not mad at mother. Why would I be mad? Gyuki, I don't know. I have seen some humans getting mad for even less. So I was inclined to think that you were going to as well. Izuku, Isamu, here kid. He tosses a canned drink towards Izuku, who catches it with no trouble. Isamu sits on the armchair again and opens his own drink. TSSSSD? Isamu, after I gave my blessings, Hisashi, moved quick. He came to the island the next day. Izuku, wait, how did Dad get here then? Isamu, using his quirk. Izuku, excuse me? Isamu, he could lift things with his mind. A telekinesis quirk that allowed him to move living beings with his mind. Izuku, oh, how do I have my quirk then? Where does that come from? Isamu, never crossed my mind. Where does it come from? Izuku, and the hypothesis that those with quirks are not able to utilize chakra. But then look at me, I have a quirk and I can use ninjutsu like any shinobi back in the day. Isamu, it is strange. Izuku, sorry, I deviated the conversation. Continue Gramps. Isamu, well, the next day, he comes by the island. Hisashi descends from the sky on the path leading to the Midoriya household. Isamu, oh Shimura-kun, now this is a surprise. Hisashi, oh Midoriya-san. Good afternoon. Isamu, what is your reason to come here? Hisashi, well, I thought about what you said yesterday, and let me tell you straight, I have talked with Inko about marriage before yesterday, and she said that she would not accept if I proposed unless you give us your blessing. Isamu, I don't know how to respond to that. Hisashi, oh, you don't have to, Midoriya-san. It all worked out in the end. So, I am here to propose. Isamu, so you were prepared? Hisashi, for 2 years. Sadly, I never had the opportunity nor the appropriate situation to propose. Isamu, well, what are you doing here standing around? Go to her and propose. I think she's somewhere on this island. Hisashi, do you know the general direction of where she is? Isamu, maybe that way. He points east and Hisashi flies that direction. Isamu, I don't know what happened in detail, but when they came back Hisashi was bracing himself and Inko was holding his arm. My assumption was that Inko hugged him too tight. Izuku, yeah, she had a hug of a bear. Isamu, I wouldn't know, she never hugged me that tight. Izuku, maybe you didn't feel it because your physique is way above average. Isamu, maybe so. Well, after they got engaged I went on my journey to destroy the Umbu. Izuku, so you weren't around for their wedding day? Isamu, they didn't have a ceremony or some sort of grand wedding since your father's parents were deceased and I was out of country. They didn't really have any friends besides your father's twin and his family. So, they had a small get-together at a restaurant with his brother and his family. Izuku, right, so, where did you go first? Isamu, my first destination was Russia. The ones responsible for the Bloodland incident came from the north, so I followed my instinct. The land he was tracing had rough weather. It was cold and blazing with snowstorm, he couldn't see further than a meter in front of him. Isabu, you're lucky, Isamu. If you were not a Jinchuuriki, you wouldn't last longer than few days in this blistering cold. Isamu, I am, aren't I? But wouldn't regenerative powers be kind of? Isabu, just be grateful, idiot. Isamu, coughs, what should I do? Am I even going in the right direction? How long has it passed? Days? Weeks? However long it was, Isamu kept walking. He was hungry, he was tired, he was cold, but his legs dragged themselves forward. Hey, what is that? Is that a person? Why are they here? Lost maybe? In the middle of bucking nowhere? Think, idiot. Send words and prepare for anything. Yes. Isabu, you feel that? Isamu, yes. Chakra signatures. Isabu, do you think it's one of their settlement? Isamu, not sure. But it is a possibility. Isabu, incoming. Fireballs shower like meteors in his direction. His pale skin gains its life back as his whole body engulfs in boiling red chakra. Isamu, it's showtime. The red cloak extends from his arm and swiped the fireballs. Isamu, hand signs water style, water dragon bullet. A vortex of water circles him and then shoots up to the sky, shaping itself into a form that of a dragon. The dragon lunges forward with high velocity, its body not disconnecting from the ground. Incoming. He hears a commotion even from the distance he was at. The dragon bursts through the walls of the settlement and thrashes everything in its path as if it was made out of something solid. Isamu, hand signs ice style, ice dragon. The water that the dragon was made of changes into solid ice. The roar and the screams of people fills the air, but the redhead was indifferent to the horrible sound. Few seconds pass, Isamu walks through the hole he made with the dragon. And the scene that awaited him was filled with lifeless eyes and lake that had a color of crimson. Isamu He continues walking deeper into the settlement. The size of the settlement was not big, it was close to a district size. Isamu, seems like they were not that strong. I didn't feel any resistance to the dragon even though there is some sign of retaliation. Isabu, that's comical. They say they will bring liberation through any means necessary but can't even stop your technique with combined effort. Isamu, I don't think it was a combined effort. Isabu, meh. Even if it wasn't, it doesn't change the fact they were weak. They could have hid like that kid. Isamu, what kid? Isabu, the kid behind that steel wall. Or is that a door? The Jinchuuriki stops in front of the steel door the beast mentioned. The dents on it indicated that it was thick, seeing that it withstood the ice dragon technique. Isamu, well, seems like we need to open it manually. He places his hand on the lock and does a one-handed sign. Isamu, water style, dry water. The lock started to corrode and spread rapidly. Isabu, oh? A new technique? Isamu, never hurts to be prepared for these kind of obstacles. After a few seconds the corrosion seems to stop spreading, and with that confirmation he pulls the door with some effort. Isamu, this door is at least 1.5 meters thick. What were they trying to seal in here? He looks inside and sees something, some seals. Isamu, these are binding seals. Why did they put so much effort into keeping you here? Who are you? In front of him sat a child, no more older than 8, or maybe 9 years old. Kid Isamu, do you see anything abnormal? Isabu, nothing strange. Nothing extraordinary, but that kid might have a dojutsu. Look at that eye seal. Isamu, He walks forward and pulls the blindfold. The kid looks up, then the reason for this kid's imprisonment becomes clear to them. Isamu, Kaketsuryugen? The kid looks at her savior with her bloodshot eyes. She had short yellow hair with red highlights. She seemed malnourished as her clothes, although loose, seemed too big for her skinny body. Isamu. Isamu, He comes back to his senses. He looks down to see that his hand had extended forward with his sword in hand, and the blade pierced through the little girl's heart. The glow in her eyes diminished with her breath, and with her last breath she mutters, "Girl." He kneels and holds the girl in his arm before her body hit the ground. Isamu, how did that happen? Isabu, Ketsuryugen is a very powerful dojutsu in regards to putting someone under a genjutsu. Even a Jinchuuriki can be affected before the beast could snap their host out of it. Isamu sighs with grief in his heart. He knew it was what the girl wanted, but it didn't sit right with him that his hand and sword were the one that granted her wish. He picks up the girl's body and walks out to the cold storm to find a proper place for her body to rest. As if the deities were watching him the storm settle. He stood before a cross he made from 2 logs and spelled, Nanashur, in kanji. Isamu, wish I at least knew your name to put on the cross. I know few dialects in Russia, she said, thank you, before drawing her last breath. These bucking animals. Isamu, perhaps they drove her insane to the point that she wanted to rest for good. You humans have capacity for so much evil, it frightened some us bijus and angered few of us in the past like Kurama. Isamu, we are, yes, but you know we are also capable of good. Isabu, I know, Samu. But that doesn't change the fact, does it? Isamu, no, it doesn't. He turns and walks back to the compound and makes his way into what seems to be the headquarters at the far south. He scans through the rooms on the first floor and makes 3 shadow clones. The first clone was looking through some documents he collected from all the rooms on that floor. Clone 1, So they were connected to them, but there is no mention of Ketsuryugen, or a little girl who possessed them. Buckers were planning to attack us again. It dates few months back. So I have to move quick, huh? The second one was looking through another bunch of the documents with the first clone. Clone 2, these scrolls are interesting. Research about the Otsutsuki clan? HM? His eyes widen in surprise as he reads through the paper. It was not good. The last clone was going through the armory picking through anything that seemed dangerous. Clone 3, trash, trash, trash. All of these are just garbage. They are just cheap copies of what was once great. I mean, what is this? He picks up a weapon that was shaped weirdly, something that shaped like shark fins. Clone 3, I guess this was meant to be Samahata's copy. These spikes on the side are not practical. And why is this one shaped like a saw? It's too long, you would be tired from swinging this around. These guys were impractical, I can tell that much. Meanwhile, their original was walking through the second floor skimming through drawers and shelves when there seems to be something worth noting. After half an hour the clones disperse, and everything they learn pours in like a film roll to him. He stops for a few seconds for the information to be subsumed by him, and exhales when he understands all of it. Isamu, HM hand signs multi-shadow clone jutsu. 4 more clones pop from a smoke in front of him, and nod to each other. Isamu, we know what to search for, so let's get started. Isamu, the place was big, but after my clones searched through the first floor I had some things to look for. Izuku, what did you find? Isamu, the ANBU were collecting information. They were scattered around the globe for a purpose: to find anyone who had relations to the main families and recruit them, or exterminate them. There have been many incidents that they covered by saying it was a villain incident or gang wars and stuff like those. So for example, there was a big catastrophe happened in Malaysia when I was little, the country and south part of Thailand and North Islands of Indonesia that neighbored Malaysia vanished in bright light. The country got destroyed by an unknown explosion from an unknown source. I traveled to all the countries Izuku, and killed hundreds if not thousands. After the few hundred you lose count. All that time is a blur. Honestly, what remains in my memory now is finally finding the main headquarters of the ANBU. Isamu looks ahead and sees a settlement on a mountain top. Few months ago. Isamu grumbles and transforms into his incomplete tailed beast form, and then starts charging up a tailed beast bomb. Isamu, I have to hurry. There is a kid I need to meet. Few days prior he got message from a summoning. Isamu HM? What are you doing here? The summoning was a snapping turtle but was bigger than any normal turtle, named Kameo. Kameo, I am sorry, Isamu Dano. Isamu sees the turtle had a rolled paper tied on its shell. He slips it out of the ribbon and reads what was on it. Isamu, what? His breath staggers, his legs felt weak, his head was spinning around, his vision blurred as tears began to spill. He fell on his knees and leans forward with the letter in hand. Isamu, and no, my little girl, you can't be GKH. The letter crumbles in his fist. His tears stain the floor like raindrops. Isamu, Samu, we should head back. The 16 years have only been filled with bloodshed, but now it is time to stop. Their strength dwindled almost to nothing. It will take them hundreds of years to be as influential as they were before you. You stripped their power with your bare hand, but no one knows what you did, because if they did, you will be labeled as a murderer, killer of thousands. You couldn't see your daughter grow old as she did because of them, but now you have a chance to watch and guide your grandson. Think of it as your reward after 16 years long mission. You deserve this. Isamu, you're right, but I don't want my grandson to live knowing that there are people who wants him dead. I will leave after I see them burn. With Isamu. The tailed beast bomb had grown larger than a wrecking ball. Isamu, this should be enough. Then the ball shrinks and Isamu gulps it. Everything in front of him vanishes with the light, and he transforms back. He then looks at the valley again to see the ruins. Isamu, even if some survived, they wouldn't be stupid enough to continue on. Present. Isamu, after that I went straight to the airport and boarded a plane to China and then ran here. You know what happens next. Izuku, that was a bit shorter than I expected. Isamu, as I said, I don't remember the bloodshed. I only remember the start, glimpses of them dying and that day. Izuku, do you think any of them survived? Isamu, there is a possibility, but they wouldn't continue their work for quite some time. Izuku, I hope you're right, Pops. Elsewhere in China, a man in a Western attire walks out of the airport and starts looking around. His were clear as if he was blind, but he definitely could see like a normal person. Perhaps even better than normal person. Byakugan. He sees a flow of energy and starts following it. I don't care who you are, but I will avenge my brothers and sisters in arms. So be ready, 'cause I am coming. Chapter 12, All Out of Mercy. The normalcy of high school life continued on. The hero training was once in 2 weeks, so they had one more since the battle training. Some days Izuku trained with Himiko, teaching her basics of bojutsu and kenjutsu in case anything happened. Also, she was persistent on learning to work with swords and staffs. The discovery of excess chakra in Himiko surprised Izuku, as he was certain no one else in his generation besides his family, and those that are connected to the ANBU, could have chakra sufficient enough to perform ninjutsu. He wondered if it was because she was born quirkless or if it was one for all's doing, but it didn't matter, or it shouldn't matter to him. The important part is that Izuku can teach the blonde girl how to utilize her chakra to help her achieve her dream. Her dream of becoming a hero that saves people with a smile. Surely but slowly Izuku has been implementing chakra training into their training regimen, which did not go unnoticed by his grandfather. Speaking of him, he has been quite vocal and loud lately. Ever since he told Izuku about almost everything, which being about his own early years, about Izuku's parents, about him being the Jinchuuriki of Isamu the three-tailed beast, and brief recollection of how he disassembled the ANBU. Izuku feels like he knows his grandpa a little bit more now. Himiko got to meet Isamu finally, and she could admit that he is indeed another All Might, like Izuku mentioned to her once. Isamu was watching as Izuku and Himiko were sparring in the field where they usually trained. Izuku then comes beside Isamu and observes the blonde girl, while she imitates the moves he just showed her. Isamu, why are you teaching her how to use chakra? Izuku, because she has chakra. Isamu, of course she does, everyone does. Izuku, no. I am saying that she has chakra like us, she can utilize it just like us is what I am saying. Isamu, how interesting that there is someone outside of our family line that can do it. I thought our ancestors documented everyone who were direct descendants. Perhaps another family before the desolation? Izuku, it doesn't matter how or why she can do it, the important thing is she has the potential, so I will teach her anything she needs to become a hero she deserves to be. Isamu, when do you plan on telling her about this? That you are sneaking in these exercises? Izuku, I told her up front. Isamu, and is she on board with that idea? Izuku, well. Himiko, what? So I can do things like you? Please teach me. Please. Izuku, she was excited, you could say. Isamu, right. So when are you gonna make the move? Izuku, what? Isamu, come on, Sonny. You know I was the one who nudged your father with his relationship with your mom well later down the line, but trust me. I know when someone, especially boys, are in love. Izuku, I don't know whether this is love or not. Even if it is, I am quite afraid that she doesn't see me as potential partner in a romantic sense. Isamu, I mean, I would have to talk to the girl to know. But before that I want to know what you think of her. Why her? Izuku, why her? Izuku's eyes skimmed through the land in front. The short green grass swaying with the wind's motion, the leaves and wild animals singing their usual botanical tune as the daylight bleeds to night sky far on the horizon. And she sees Himiko. His eyes soften, which the old man noticed. Izuku, the question should be why not her? She is wonderful. I can't put to words how special she is to me. How lucky I am to be her friend. I wonder about my luck, also cursed as I am too afraid to ask her out or tell her how special she is to me. Just between me and her. The moments we could share seems too much to wish that I don't think the deities would be generous enough to let me have that fortune. His lips shift into a smile as he pictures her smile. The determination and care she has for others. Izuku, it is similar to how you described Grandma, but her smile is different, it's so warm. As if the sun was bathing your soul with its warm embrace. It's just amazing how someone's expression could be your whole reason to look forward to the day. Her heart. She has such a kind heart, it is hard to imagine that she endured segregation and discrimination most of her life. Isamu, sounds like a strong girl to me. They both watch Himiko's attempts, which she has been performing flawlessly. Izuku, she is, and it's not just because of her quirk, it's because of her resolve that she is one of the strongest people I know. Her reason to take the road of heroism is inspiring to me, and makes me feel inferior to her. Because, after I've seen her strength in actions, is when I realized I have no strong ideal for choosing this path. Not like hers, I am sometimes embarrassed about it. Isamu, your reason might have been to just mess around in U.A, but it has changed, hasn't it? Izuku ponders about what his grandfather just said. Has his reason changed? Or is it still the same? Why does he want to be a hero? Izuku, I think it has changed. Isamu smiles and they both look towards Himiko, who waves at them from the distance. Isamu waves, then what is it now? Izuku, waving, I want to protect her. Her resolve, her strength, her power, her ideal, and her smile. If someone dares to, they shall know pain. Himiko and her classmates were at school early today. Probably because their class for today will take place at another facility that is a bit distant from their school. A/N. I changed the time from noon to early in the morning. Aizawa, now, where is Shimura? Himiko. His grandfather called the principal to have a meeting with Izuku-kun and him. Aizawa, why was I not informed? Then he feels his phone vibrating in his pocket and takes it out to see what it was about. It was a message from Principal Nizu. Nizu/Shimura's grandfather wanted to have a meeting with him and Shimura-kun. // Ida, should we wait, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa, I am deciding. / why was I not informed? / Nizu// it was a last-minute request, and I couldn't refuse. / Aizawa / playing favorites, principal. / Nizu// no. You would know if I was. / Yayorozu, well, in the meantime, let's start boarding the bus, everyone. Ida, please get in single file to board the bus. Kirishima, our class president is energetic this early in the morning, huh? Kaminari, I don't mind it. Helps me keep my eyes open. Yawns. Aizawa / who is his grandfather for you to not refuse? / Nizu / Crimson Knight / Aizawa's eyes widened a bit when he read the name. The supposed veteran hero that went on a secret mission abroad and stopped one of the bloodiest incident in their history single-handedly in the past was the one requested the principal's time. Furthermore, he was the teacher of his grandson, and it made him realize something too. Aizawa, no wonder his quirk is versatile. Crimson Knight's quirk seems however limited and simple, can change into more than just lightning, so power runs in the family, huh? Well, it seems Shimura might not be joining us for today. Shiozaki, is that okay, sensei? Isn't this mandatory? Aizawa, well, he will get extra training when we have another rescue training. All of them boards the bus, and the underground hero gets in last. He puts in the destination on the GPS, and lets the self-driving bus do its thing. Approximately 30 minutes later with Nizu. Nizu, I am pleased to make you acquaintance, Crimson Knight. Isamu, I am not wearing my gear, so you can call me by my name. Isamu was sitting on the couch in Nizu's office with Izuku to his side. Nizu, may I ask why you requested for this meeting, Midoriya-san? Isamu, I want to propose something to you. You decide whether if you will take this offer or not. Nizu, alright, let's hear it. Isamu, since I have been absent for so long on a mission abroad, I have to renew my license for some reason. Nizu, seems interesting even though you were on a mission and didn't retire from duty. Are they perhaps trying to keep you away from the hero scenes? Isamu, nods. Could be, but until then, I want to be a part-time teacher here as a combat teacher. Maybe I'll be a full-time teacher if I like it. Nizu, that is a tempting offer coming from you, sir. But regretfully, I would have to decline that proposal, for we already have someone. Isamu, oh, who is it? Don't tell me it's that oaf all me. Tashinori Yagi, can I come in, Nizu? Nizu, speaking of the devil, he is here. I know you two have a lot to catch up on. All Might peeks in through the door in his skinny form. He then sees Izuku on the couch who waves at him, and his eyes trail to his side. Tashinori Yagi, Isamu-san? Isamu, Toshi? What happened to you? Isamu stands up while Tashinori walks in. They look at each other, both taken back from suddenly seeing each other. Tashinori, I didn't know that you were back, sir. Isamu, yeah, I came after my daughter died. My grandson was all alone after her. Tashinori, oh. Shimura Shonen is your grandson? Isamu, yeah, he's my daughter's kid. What happened to you, kid? Why do you look like this? He motions at All Might's appearance. Tashinori, I fought him again. The redhead's eyes narrow as he understands who the one hero was talking about. Isamu, seeing as you are alive, I am guessing that you won. Tashinori, not without paying a price for it. He lifts up his shirt to reveal his injury. Isamu looks closely and concludes that it has been a while since it was inflicted on his body. Isamu, how long has it been? Tashinori, 5 years. Isamu, how did you finish him? Tashinori caved his head into the ground. Izuku was starting to get the gist of their relationship. Crimson Knight was similar to All Might, so he was in the top 10 ranking when he was active. But he didn't know the subject of which the old men were talking about. Izuku whispers, what are they talking about? Nizu whispers back, I think they will tell you after they catch up. Isamu, you know he can heal his injuries, right? Tashinori, I am no amateur like I was back then, Isamu-san. I made sure that he was dead. Isamu smirks, have we grown old, huh? Tashinori chuckles, that we have, sir. Isamu then ruffles All Might's hair as if he was a kid. Isamu, haha, then I guess you are working here as a combat teacher to pass on the knowledge, huh? Tashinori, I am, yes. Isamu, how are you holding up? 'Cause I know it is difficult from experience. Chuckles. Tashinori, well, you are right. But I think in time I will get the hang of it. As the two heroes were catching up, the door bursts open to reveal Tenya Ida out of breath. The faculty members got concerned as they see the panic in the students' eyes. Ida, Yumi deep breathed urgency, the USJ pants is under attack. Everyone in the room were now alarmed by this. Izuku acts quickly by making 4 shadow clones. Izuku, get the teachers and Hiraition after us. Clones HAI. The clones scatter to find the teachers. He then quickly grabs his grandfather's hand. Tashinori, wait, take me with you. Isamu, no. You will only be a nuisance. Nizu, he's right. Your time limit is up, and pushing it would only strain you and shorten it. We have Mr. Midoriya here who is more than capable of taking care of this situation until Shimura-kun's clones get the faculty. Now go, we will catch up. Izuku nods and teleports him and Isamu to Himiko's Hiraition seal. Some time ago. The students were having conversation with each other as the bus continued to their destination. Few of them were actually quiet or just catching up on their sleep. Himiko was having a conversation with the girls, and then the topic suddenly changed. Aji, Himiko-chan, I always say what I think no matter what's on my mind. Himiko, HM? Okay? What is it, Ajri-san? Ajri, call me Tsuyu. Your quirk seems similar to All Might's. The blonde jolts in surprise. Himiko, you huh? Is that so? Monoma, HM, but that could just be a coincidence. Ijiru. Besides, Toga-chan's quirk lets out sparks and stuff, so it might just be similar to his. But man, I am kind of jealous of that kind of simple enhancer type quirks, though there's a lot you can do with one, and yours is flashy too. He raises his hand and activates his quirk on his arms. His skin hardens and adopts a rocky texture. Ijiru, my hardening isn't bad for punch-ups, but I hate that it's not that flashy. Himiko, I would say that it's a great quirk. It may not be flashy, but it has dual purpose, attacking and defending. I think it's a great quirk, Ijiru-kun. Monoma, your quirk is quite durable, Kirishima. It saved my neck in the battle training when I copied it. Rin, and I think it's even more durable than mine, too. Izaru gives him an appreciative smile. Izaru, but you can shoot your scales, that's even more power in your arsenal. Oyama, pros, but you know heroics has a lot about it, that's more like a popularity contest too, right? My naval laser is both flashy and strong enough for the pro level. Mina, but it would be bad if your stomach collapsed. Aoyama flusters at the mention of his quirk's drawback. Mina, if we're talking the double whammy of flashy and strong, we can't not talk about Shimura, Todoroki and Bakugo. Tsuyu, Bakugo's always fuming, so he won't be very popular. Bakugo holds the railing in anger and shouts. Bakugo, you hitch, I'll be popular too. Aways, whoa dude, easy there. Tsuyu, see? Kaminari, it's only been a brief while since our socialization has commenced, and yet already we've been made apodictically cognizant of your personality, redolent as it is of a turd getting steamed in a sewer. A/N. I don't know why he used these words, he actually did use these words, look it up. Bakugo, what the hell kind of vocabulary is that? I'll bucking kill you. Himiko, they're really poking at the bear, huh? Yeet. Most of the students laugh while Bakugo shouts at Tsuyu. A/N. Seriously man, take a chill pill. Yayorozu, what a vulgar conversation. Shiozaki, indeed. Ochako, but they make me laugh. She chimed in while laughing at her classmates' shenanigans. Kaminari, damn Bakugo, you're one foul-mouthed dude. Right then Aizawa spoke from the front. Aizawa, we're almost there. Settled down already? Class, yes SIR. The class disembarks the bus and makes their way to the big stadium in front of them. At the entrance, someone was waiting for their arrival. Number 13, welcome, Class 1A. This is a practical training area I created to stimulate all kinds of accidents and disasters. Himiko, it's Space Hero, number 13. He's the gentlemanly hero who does phenomenal work helping with disaster relief. Ochako, wow, I've always liked number 13. Ochako jumped in excitement. 13 then opens the door, and the students see many sections that had all kinds of disasters as he mentioned. A/N. I know 13 is a woman, but at this point her gender was unknown and a lot of people assumed she was a man under the helmet. Or Horikoshi didn't know what gender he should make 13 at the time or something. IDK. Kaminari, whoa, this is awesome. Izaru, it is like USJ Universal Studios Japan. Number 13, this is Jurassic Park. The class looks at him confused. Class, huh? Aizawa 13. Number 13, I am just messing with you. Laughs. This is USJ, short for Unforeseen Simulation Joint. You can find flood wrecks, landslides, fires, and so on. Aizawa comes to 13 and quietly asks him. Aizawa whispers, hey, 13. Where is All Might? He should be here by now. Number 13 whispers, from what I was told, Sensei, it looks as though he'd been out hero ing and exceeded his time limit. Himiko heard the whispers of the two instructors as she was close by. Himiko, All Might, why would you push yourself? You said that your time limit has been decreasing, and it will continue to. Aizawa, this early in the morning? Number 13. He was out during the night and early morning, he said. He should be resting in the restroom at the moment. Aizawa, that guy's height of irrational. Oh well. Shall we? Number 13 looks toward the students and gets their attention. Number 13, before we begin, just one thing or two or three, maybe it's four. Class 1A, they're increasing. Number 13, as you all may know, my quirk is called Black Hole. No matter what material gets sucked into the vortex, I am afraid it will turn into dust. Himiko, it's very useful to remove wreckage and saving people injured by disaster. Himiko says while Ochako nods aggressively beside her. Number 13, yes it is, however, a power that could be used to kill people. And in that way, it's no different from the quirks of everyone here. The atmosphere changed as the hero continued with her exposition. Number 13, naturally, in this society of superhumans, quirks are strictly regulated, and the requirements for their lawful use enforced. We can tell at a glance that that is the makeup of this world. That being said, please don't forget that each of you possess a quirk that can go awry. One wrong step is all it takes to be able to kill others accidentally. Himiko looks down at her hand and clenches it while activating her quirk. She is reminded of her potential and responsibility that will come in the future. Number 13. During Mr. Aizawa's physical strength test you learned of your respective powers' current limit, and during All Might's trial of battle I think you witnessed how dangerous your quirk can be against each other. This lesson will serve as a fresh start. Let's get to studying about how to wield our quirks for the sake of human life. You quirks emphatically do not exist to hurt others. The students were getting excited as 13 continued. Well, aside from select few. Number 13. Please leave this exercise having fully understood that your quirks exist to help people. That is all you have. My gratitude for listening so intently and patiently. All the students clap as number 13 bows at a 90-degree angle. Ochako, that was awesome. Ida, clapping bravo bravo. Rin, loud. Aizawa, alright, first things first. Right then, the air feels a bit cold, then a black hole suddenly materializes in front of the fountain. Aizawa's instinct makes him look toward it, and witness as it expand and a person walk out. Aizawa, huddled together, Ida run to the school. Aizawa shouts as the black vortex continues to grow, and more people pour out of it. Aizawa, number 13, protect the students. Kirishima, what is that? Is this like that training pattern at the entrance exam? Aizawa, get Tio, cover, those are villains. He shouts as he puts down his eye cover. A pair of yellow eyes peer from the black smoke toward the students. Eraserhead and number 13, according to the teacher's curriculum we procured yesterday, All Might was supposed to be here, and yet. Aizawa, so it was your doing, huh? A young man covered with severed arms, seemingly the leader, leans back and talks with a raspy, muffled voice. Where is he? We went through all this trouble and rustled up so many of us to bring along. You can't tell me All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here. I wonder if he'll show up if we kill the kids? The students grew anxious as they see that the numbers kept increasing, filling the stadium with villains. Aways, villains? Oh, what is going on? How did they just waltz into the hero home base? Yaoyorozu, sensei, what about the intruder alarm sensors? Number 13, of course we have some set up, but… Todoroki, is this the only facility that they infiltrated, or are they attacking all the others too? Monoma, at any rate, if the sensors aren't responding it only means that they have someone to disable them in their numbers. Todoroki nods. An isolated space away from the school building at a time when there's a class scheduled, it may seem out of the question, but they must have some solid objective. Monoma, seems like they planned for this ambush. Aizawa, number 13, do the evacuation procedure and try contacting the school. These villains know how to get around the sensors. There's a chance that they have someone with an electrowave type quirk who'll try interfering. Kaminari, you two try contacting U.A with your quirk. The students were starting to panic as the villains continued to come closer and closer. Himiko, sensei, are you gonna fight them alone? Even if you suppress all of their quirks, there are too many of them. A battle style of Eraserhead is to capture villains after erasing their quirks. Eraserhead, a hero always has more than one trick up their sleeves. Number 13, I am counting on you, he says as he jumps down the stairs towards the sea of villains. Villain, all right, firing squad, here we go. Wasn't there supposed to be number 13 and All Might? Who the hell is this guy? Villain, I don't fucking know, but he's coming at us. Villain, what a dumbass. The villains at front converse as Eraserhead comes closer. One of the villains must have had a long-range quirk as he points his fingertips toward Eraser. But to his surprise, nothing came out. Villain, huh? It won't shoot. As he looks at his fingers confusedly, a scarf snakes around their torso and pulls them up, making the two villains clash with each other. Villain, why, bunch of morons, you can tell just by looking, that's the quirk that erases other quirks. Eraserhead. Then a big man with 4 arms covered in rocks step up. Villain erases quirks, eh? Hee, can you erase mutant types? Eraserhead then quickly lunges at the villain and punches his face, making him fall back. Eraser, No, it only works on emitter and transformation type quirks. But even so, he uses his scarf to capture his leg and pull him up as he dodges another man from his back. Eraserhead, statistically, guys like you are stronger at close range where you can really excel, which is why. He uses his falling momentum and pulls his scarf again, which pulls the first villain down on the other guy. Eraserhead, I've devised a countermeasure. His hand-to-hand skills are commendable. Furthermore, we can't be sure just whose quirk he's erased, since his line of sight is covered by those goggles. That is why, even with this number, we are tasting defeat. Now I see. The young man covered in hands monologues to himself while he scratches his neck. God, pro heroes are such a pain. If we were just any rabbles, we wouldn't stand a chance. Himiko, sensei is doing his best. Ida, we have to seize this opportunity to evacuate. I am afraid I cannot allow that. The same shadowy vortex emerge in front of the door, preventing the students to push the door open. Eraserhead, shit, he passed me, seems like he's their entrance and exit. The black smoke starts to constrict itself to a metal cast on a man-shaped body. Greetings. We are the Villain Alliance. I apologize for the presumption. But we took it upon ourselves to enter U.A, the base of heroes, in order to engage with Mr. All Might, the symbol of peace. We were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him, you see. Students HUH? While the students ponder on his words, the misty man continues. Was Mr. All Might not meant to be in attendance at this juncture? Perchance, has something been altered? Ah well, setting that aside. The smoke starts to expand again, and then heads for the students. This is my role. Number 13 jumps in front of the smoke, ready to absorb it, but few others jump in front of him. It was Bakugo, Kirishima, and Monoma. Monoma and Bakugo sends explosion, while Kirishima swipes the smoke away. Kirishima, BT, you didn't think we'd be able to OD you in before you got the chance. Monoma, Kirishima, I don't think. However. Number 13, it's no use, just run. Their efforts were in vain. That was quite perilous. To be expected. Though you may be mere students, you are also the hero world's golden eggs. You will be scattered. The smoke rages toward them and engulfs them in its void, and the man's voice echoes inside. And tortured and slain. Himiko, WOAH. Himiko was confused. Just now she was standing on top of stairs next to her classmates, but now she was falling into a body of water. Himiko, his quirk is warping. And he's after All Might? What the hell's going on? Oh ho, the chum has come. A man with shark-like appearance says to himself as he swims toward Himiko. Nothing personal, little girl, sayonara. Right then Tsuyu kicks the man beside the head and swims up after rapping her with her tongue. I said sayonara? Tsuyu, sayonara. Tsuyu tosses her on board, which she gracefully lands. Himiko, all those training has paid off. Well, there goes the curriculum. Ibra, if you think about it, yesterday's break-in must have been a ploy by them to get information. Himiko, then it's just like Todoroki said then, they were watching for an opportunity to swoop in and now their preparations are complete. Tsuyu, then they must have figured out a way to kill All Might. Ibra, indeed they wouldn't have infiltrated heart of the hero world without any concrete plan in mind. Himiko, them figuring out a way to kill All Might? What is their motive? Mutters rapidly, is it because he's the number one hero? The symbol of peace? Because he's been a deterrent against villains? Against evil? That can't be it. It must run deeper, but then what could it be? She starts to find the reason from her memory. The time that he told her that she can become a hero, too. The videos of his savings. His interviews. His fan. Himiko, hell if I know, come on girls, if they are here to take down All Might then we. Elsewhere in USJ. Todoroki, don't you have any mercy for kids? He was in a disaster zone surrounded by villains that he froze with his ice. Todoroki, pull yourselves together. You're grown-ups, aren't you? Some of them got scattered to different disaster zones in groups. And there were villains ready to ambush them. Himiko, have only one course of action: fight for our lives. At the gate of USJ. Ida, is everybody still here? Can you confirm? Shoji, we're scattered and in disarray, but we're all still in USJ. Rin, he has the ability to attack with warp and space, and his body is intangible. Talk about hard to handle. Number 13, Class President. Ida, yes, SIR. Number 13, I entrust this to you. Please run as fast as you can, and then relay the following. Somehow, our alarms never triggered and our phones lost reception. Our alarms operate by infrared rays in spite of A's eraser head canceling quirks down below. Their continued deactivation is still, likely, someone with an interfering quirk who wasted no time to hide themselves. That's why you need to bolt to and inform the school of our situation. Ida, B, but IT would be a disgra. Always, he said, go prez through the emergency exit. Rin, you can alert the outside of what's going on. There must be a reason for them to ambush us here. Always, which means they won't follow you. Is that metal? So use those legs of yours and kick free of that black mist. It would have been better if Shimura-kun was here, but it looks like Ida is our best hope to notify the school quickly. Always spots the metal cast again, and this time focuses on it. Always, and if that is his weak point, I might be able to do something. Number 13, use your quirk to save others. I may or may not be able to stop him. But still, I am surprised there are still simpletons among us who would spout off their plans while in the company of their enemies. The dark mist lunges at them, and 13 opens a finger on her glove, then starts to absorb him. Number 13, isn't it obvious? We let you hear us because it's not a problem if you know. Meanwhile, with Himiko and the girls. Ibara, what's the plan? Himiko, seems like they don't know our quirks. Tsuyu, why do you say that, Himiko-chan? Himiko, because if they prepared meticulously, why would you be tossed in here? Your quirk has advantage in this zone. Tsuyu, true. I know that if I were tossed in the fire zone it wouldn't have been fun for me. Ibara, for me too. Himiko, yes, so I have a plan. Tsuyu, how fast can you swim? Tsuyu, pretty fast. Why do you ask? Kero. Himiko, because the plan will put your life at risk. The frog girl's expression doesn't change from her usual blank stare at the mention of her life might be on the line. A minute or so later. Villain, you're getting annoying. Let's end this farce. As one of the villains were about to do something, all of them sees one of the girls jump in the water. Villains, get her / come here girl. All of them start to chase Tsuyu, but she was quite fast for most of them. But then. Villains, WH/vines, /it's that girls. They see Ibara clasping her hands while letting her vines spread and capture them. Ibara, may God have mercy on your souls. Repent for your sins. She then makes the vines ascend to the air and covers them in a cocoon of sorts with only their heads exposed. Himiko, one for all, full cloak. Himiko jumps above the cocoon and channels 15%. She cuts the vine and holds the big cocoon and start to rotate in great speed. Himiko, I am glad I learned this technique from Izuku-in. Primary Lotus. The tornado of villains hit the water with tremendous force that shakes the parquet, put the villains to unconsciousness. Ibara looked worriedly towards the water while Tsuyu dove down to find her classmates since Himiko could have been having trouble resurfacing. Few seconds passed. Ibara was praying for her classmates' safety, and soon enough Tsuyu comes up with Himiko in her arms. Tsuyu, Himiko-chan, Himiko-chan. Himiko coughs, I am okay. I was just deeper than I expected. Thank you, Tsuyu. Tsuyu lets out a croak in relief. Ibara, oh, thank God. Himiko, I think we should be okay to get to safety now, Shiozaki-san. 3 girls swims toward the edge of the water park. Himiko, that was scary. Tsuyu, it was. So let's get out of here. Ibara, we could just follow the water side and get to the exit, that way we will avoid the group at the central plaza. Tsuyu, Aizawa-sensei is at the plaza holding them back. Ibara, there's got to be too many of them. Himiko looks toward the center attentively, trying to think of a way to help her teacher. Himiko, Aizawa-sensei might be getting exhausted. He has to not blink in order to erase a quirk. We have to help him. Tsuyu Kero? Ibra, Toga-san, those are villains, real villains that committed crimes, sinners with no remorse, and we are just students that has no experience in the field. Tsuyu, Shiozaki-chan's right, Toga-chan, we would only be in his way. Himiko, I think we have a chance. Meanwhile with Todoroki. Todoroki, scatter us and kill us, huh? Sorry to say it, but it looks like you're just a load of mooks who don't know their quirks from their rear ends. He walks down towards them. Villains, that Bucker the second eye can move again. I'll slash, is he really just a kid? Ow 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 ow. Todoroki, at first glance I'd surmise that they thought sheer number was enough to overwhelm even the most elite among us. What a motley of goons. From the looks of them, the number of actual threats here caps at 4 people, maybe 5 yo. At this rate you guys will gradually succumb to death by necrosis. But since I am aiming to become a hero, I want to avoid doing horrifying shit like that as much as I can. So the thing to do now would be, what's the basis of your plan to kill All Might? The situation at the center was starting to get dire as the young man covered in severed hands lunged at Eraserhead while muttering. Eraserhead, are you the threat? 23-24-20. Eraserhead, TCH. Eraserhead tries to wrap him with his capture weapon, but the young man grabs it and continues to advance. Seeing as his attempt was stopped, Eraserhead gets down low and quickly elbows him in the stomach. We keep jumping around so it's hard to tell, but there are moments your hair falls over your eyes. Eraserhead sees that his elbow was blocked. It's whenever you complete one action, and the intervals are getting shorter and shorter. The man grips Eraser's elbow harder than his skin started to decay and crumble. Don't bite off more than you can chew, Eraserhead. Eraser ceases the opening and strikes the man and jumps back to take some distance. Eraserhead, my elbow's broken. Eraser drops low to dodge 2 villains from above and left. That quirk of yours, isn't it unsuited to fighting masses for long periods? Isn't this far removed from your typical work? Isn't your actual specialty short-length sneak attacks? The man asked while getting up slowly. Eraser continues to engage in combat with the mass as he momentarily glances at the man in between. So was the reason you jumped into battle like this to give your students some measure of peace of mind? You're so cool you are. Oh, by the way, hero, I am not the threat here, he says as he pointed towards a big burly man with bird beak and his brain exposed. Few minutes before, with the group up top. Number 13, as expected of a hero whose efforts are in mere disaster relief. Students, sensei. Your battle experience is far inferior than that of a normal hero's. You rendered yourself into dust by your own power. 13 was stiff in place with his backside ripped apart with a warp gate behind him, and the students started to panic and get scared. Ren IDA, he told you to run. Ida bolts it to the entrance with his quirk active. Oh, scattered children, with enough waiting, All Might will appear alone if you call the teachers to your aid. I fear that would cause a spot of concern for us. The warp gate villain blocks Ida's path, and Ida was running too fast to stop, and the smoke was too close. Ida starts to panic. Everybody, you all entrusted this to me, the whole class. Suddenly Shoji jumps toward the smoke and wraps it in his arms. Shoji, go quick. He picks up his pace again and leaps towards the exit. Ida, everybody please wait for me. Aways, Shoji, kun the plan. Shoji nods and runs at the warp gate villain with Aways and Uraraka by her side. Ida comes closer to the gate but realizes something important. Ida, the gate's automatic, should I kick it down? Or is it too thick for that? But then the mist catches up to him and started to crush him to the ground. Don't get cocky, for eyes vanish. Shoji grabs the metal casts and bends the edges together, and then Aways uses his quirk and welds it shut. The smoke dissipated a little as the big source of it got shut. They found my cast. Uraraka then uses her quirk on the body and tosses it away. Uraraka, Ida ruin. Ida pushes the door open and runs away. If he calls for reinforcements, then this is game over. Back with Eraserhead. The underground hero was not having a good time. No, not at all. He was being pushed down by the big bird-faced man on top of him. The villain then starts pulling back his hand and twists it. Eraserhead AGHH. You can erase quirks. A respectable ability, but there's nothing to it in the end. After all, when faced with overwhelming might, you might as well be quirkless in that situation. The villain then grabs Eraser's other arm and pulls and twists, as same as the other arm. Eraserhead, he's snapping me like a twig. Just looking at any part of his body would have erased his quirk, so that means this is his base strength. The villain then raises his head and then bashes it to the ground hard enough to make a crater. The three girls continued to watch from the waterside with their mouths covered, their eyes watered by witnessing something horrible. Ibara, oh God, give him strength. Himiko whispers, how's the progress? Ibara, almost ready. Shigaraki Tamura. The man with warp gate then appeared behind the man now known as Shigaraki Tamura. Shigaraki, Black Mist, then is number 13 dead? And what happened with your head? I have incapacitated him. However, I'm afraid the students whom I couldn't scatter impeded me, and he was therefore able to escape with his life. And regarding your question about my head, one of the students welded it together. Shigaraki, huh? Huh? Scratches who scratches intensely. Black Mist, if you can't be a proper warp gate, then our plans have crumbled. He continues to scratch his neck more violently than before. Himiko thinks that it is a coping mechanism of the villain when things don't go his way, or things crumble and make him stress. It made her uneasy seeing someone relentlessly scratch their skin off. Shigaraki stops. There's no doubt that if they throw dozens of pros at us, we can't win. It's game over. Aha, it's game over for now. His voice grew disappointed, like a child that accepted his defeat. Shigaraki, shall we hop back? The girls hear his question to his ally and relax a little, thinking that they were just going to retreat. Himiko, hop? Is that a signal that he? Shigaraki, actually before that, why don't we use this opportunity to take? It happened so fast for the two green-haired girls. Shigaraki was suddenly in front of them and raised his hand to touch Tsuyu. But luckily, their blonde friend was ready. Himiko, buck off. She channels OFA throughout her body and amps it up to 20% and then punches Shigaraki. The villain flies back and hits the big man. Shigaraki, MMHH Numa, kill her. The Numa's movement was even faster than Shigaraki. He lunges at Himiko and winds up his fist ready to punch her to oblivion. Himiko, Buck, can I take that hit? No, I can't. This is it. He is their weapon to kill All Might. The fist came close and fast towards Himiko's face. She couldn't move, she couldn't guard. Her two classmates tried their hardest to pull her away, but the Numa was too fast. Himiko, this is how it ends. No, it can't end like this. I didn't. The whistling of her quirk activating grows even louder as she channels 100% of OFA to her right hand while maintaining 20% through her body. She winds up her fist back and decides to retaliate against the Numa with her own punch. Punch for punch. Himiko, I haven't told him how important he is to me yet. Their fists connected, the people around them get sent flying as their punch produces a strong wind pressure. It picked up so much pillar of dust the scattered students could see it from anywhere in the USJ like a beacon. In the ruins zone. Bakugo, come on faster. Kurishima, HAAHHH. In the landslide zone. Todoroki, Toga? Mountain zone. Yayorozu, let's go. Jiru nods and jogs with brain-fried Kaminari behind her. Kaminari, we. Downpour zone. Tokoyami, Outside conflagration zone. Monoma, are you okay, Kodai-san? Kodai nods and They hear a loud pow, and wind picking up. They look toward the sound to see the pillar of dust and water. Monoma, only one strong enough to do that is Himiko-chan? All the students scattered around runs as fast as they can toward the pillar of dust and water. Back with Himiko. The dust and tides covered the Numa and Himiko, both their sound and appearance. Both sides held their breath, anxious about the result of the clash. Black Mist, This girl, she's strong just like All Might. They then hear a shout of pain in a girl's voice. It terrifies the students that just arrived at the sideline, and made Shigaraki smile. Shigaraki, you're a strong girl, I'll give you that, but… The dust settles and everyone could see the Numa's arms wrapped around Himiko tightly. Her arm was purple and disfigured. Shigaraki, you're not All Might. The Numa tightens his arms, they could hear her bones cracking. Himiko, erase her head, and oh, leave her alone. The students covered their mouths in horror hearing their classmate scream. Bakugo, you bastard, get off her. Monoma, Himiko-chan. Both blondes propel themselves with explosions at the Numa. Todoroki sends ice along the ground towards it as support. Ibara executes her and Himiko's plan, which was to send her vines throughout the center, then capture all the downed villains as well as the conscious ones with it. To Shigaraki, the vines posed no threat as he just decayed any that came his way, and it was important to capture him as he was now close to the two blondes. Bakugo, huh? Monoma, KH. Shigaraki, the golden eggs of Hero World, well, I am going to break them. He grabs them with a sinister smile behind the hand, which quickly fades into a frown. He then rotates and sends the two flying back. Shigaraki, you're so cool, Eraserhead. He looks back and sees him with his quirk active, then his face gets bashed to the ground by the mist villain. Black Mist, do not interfere. Shigaraki, thank you, Kurojiri. Now. He was then interrupted by another wind pressure from Numa's direction again as it shook the whole park. Everyone's eyes shift toward the tremor and dust. The Numi gets tossed out of the smoke into the bottom of the stairs, making a crater under it due to the force and its weight. The smoke disperses and reveal Izuku holding Himiko in his arms and a big, muscly old man, similar to All Might but with red hair and darker skin, standing beside him with his hand on Izuku's shoulder with a somber expression. Isamu, I am sorry, son. If you were here, things. Izuku, that doesn't matter now, I just have to focus on keeping them safe. Especially her. His eyes couldn't move itself away from her broken arm and pained face. Himiko, smiles, you're here, Izuku-in. Izuku, I am so sorry, Himi-chan. I should have been here. Himiko, hey, at least you're here now. Izuku activates his GCM and shares his chakra to her. Her arm cracks and pops back in place while it gains the usual complexion. Izuku summons a clone and then hands her to him and nods. The clone nods and then vanishes into thin air. Izuku, are you the leader? Izuku glares at Shigaraki with his Manjiki Sharingan active while his white chakra cloak turns pink, then it goes redder as seconds pass. Shigaraki looks at him uninterested. Shigaraki, it's just another student with his father, not worth my time. Numa, kill him. The Numa shoots himself at Izuku with a punch ready to send Izuku to oblivion. Shigaraki turns back and begins to walk away, believing the new kid is not capable. Shigaraki, looks like All Might won't be here without reinforcement. Game over, let's go, Kurojiri. Kurojiri, Shigaraki Tamura. Kurojiri was seen opening warp gate as the smoke on his hands expand. His panicked voice makes Shigaraki turn around and then he freezes upon seeing something. What Shigaraki saw was a fist coming at his face in high speed. Isamu, you're not going anywhere, punk. His fist connects and sends Shigaraki flying and skidding along the ground. He barely manages to stop himself before hitting something and then touches his face to feel something wet. He wipes it, then sees it was blood. Shigaraki, that speed, it's similar to All Might's. He looks up at Isamu, and his face shifts into something deranged. Shigaraki, are you connected to him, old man? Aha. The Numa was stuck in place in front of Izuku. Why? Because the bird mouth couldn't even budge the demon's hand that was clenching his own. Izuku, it seems you are the one who hurt Himi-chan. He glares up at the Numa, and their eyes meet. Izuku, I shall enjoy torturing you. He tries to put the Numa under genjutsu, but voices, please end me / kill me / fight / it hurts. He doesn't see one person's mind, while he was seeing what was left of them. Izuku, multiple people in one body? How? He was beginning to feel uneasy by their tortured voices pleading for him to kill them. Gyuki, Izuku, I don't know how, but those people are already dead. Izuku, then what are they? Gyuki, aside from one, they are not alive. This is what quirks feel like to me, and I can feel 4 quirks but only one soul. What we have in front of us has multiple quirks from different people. But this body is almost dead. Only thing holding it together is the host's unyielding desire to fight, it seems. Or it's something entirely different, which I am afraid of what it could be. Izuku, so he's mindless? Gyuki, seems to be the case. How are you going to deal with it? Izuku, if this is a mindless husk, I will not be persecuted for killing it, right? Gyuki, right? Izuku screams and tosses the Numu away towards the conflagration zone through the wall inside the fiery simulation. Izuku harations beside the Numu and performs a jutsu. Izuku, dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu. The white cube expands around the Numu, and shines then diminish with no trace of the walking husk. The green-haired student looks around the simulation and sees fire all around him. Izuku HM. He then starts to walk out of the zone from the way he came in. Gyuki, nicely done, Izuku. Izuku didn't want to risk doing anything else. Besides, that guy Gramps fighting seemed to be the one giving it orders. Gyuki, are you planning on torturing him? Izuku's Sharingan spins as he summons his Susanoo. The green energy construct continues to grow and gain humanoid appearance. Izuku, I will show him what happens when someone lays a hand on Himiko. The hole expands as he walks out. The crumbling of walls attracted everyone in the park. The villains that were conscious looks at the Susanoo terrified. It had a sinister aura that they couldn't fully realize. Villain, W what the buck, / what in the hell is that / did that kid take care of the weapon? That easily? At the last question, Shigaraki looks at Izuku's direction and his eyes widen. Shigaraki, the buck did you do to Numu? Izuku continues to slowly walk towards him. Shigaraki, I asked, what the buck did you do to your Numu? AGH. He gets tossed aside by Isamu. Isamu, never take your eyes off your enemy. The old hero then dodges Kurojire's attack and flickers behind him. He then grabs his clothes and tosses him up, then jumps after him and holds him from his side. Isamu, Liger Bomb. Shigaraki quickly recovers and skids along the ground, not even looking at Isamu again. His breath picks up pace as his anger boils. Shigaraki, you weren't supposed to beat him. Numu was supposed to kill All Might, not you. He cheated. He must have cheated, right, father? I hate cheaters. Kurojire, Shigaraki Tamura. The mist villain staggers out of his own warp gate and shouts as Shigaraki sprints at Izuku with his hands held out. He tries to open warp gate to help his leader quickly before Isamu could get to him again, but Isamu flickers beside Kurojire with his lightning cloak active. Isamu, you know you're fighting me, right? Smoke commercial. Kurojire, huh? OGH. Isamu lariat. Bakugo, so this is Todoroki, the power. Aijuru, of our strongest? The 3 students stand at the sidelines shocked to see their classmates and Isamu's powerful attacks. Gyuki, his quirk seems to be connected to touching, so beware of his hands. Izuku, he won't have them for long. The Susanoo raises its sword and swings downward, sending an energy wave toward Shigaraki, whom dodges it by a hair. Izuku pulls out his kunais and throws them toward Shigaraki, which he dodged again, but the villain didn't know Izuku's Haration. Izuku, Haration slice. Shigaraki, Ga. The cyan-haired villain falls face first onto the ground. Shigaraki, what did you do? KHH, what the buck did you do to me? The girls place their hand on their mouths. The boys look at Shigaraki repulsed but endured it. The Susanoo Izuku left behind begins to dissipate as if it was melting away. Izuku, I made you powerless to do anything while I inflict 10 times the pain Himiko felt. So be ready. Izuku turns to see that he had sliced off Shigaraki's hands. One below the wrist and one below the elbow. Blood spilled profusely, and the sight was too much for some as few vomited onto the ground, even few of the villains barfed. Eraserhead, he could have ended all of this in few minutes, but he's choosing to torture that guy. I can't allow that. The underground hero activates his quirk despite the pain and erases Izuku's quirk, but he was met with a surprise as Izuku made 6 shadow clones. 3 of them scatter, and 1 came up to him and started using his medical ninjutsu. Eraserhead, my quirk's not working on him? How is that possible? Shimura. Clone, should conserve your strength. I will heal you as best as I can. Izuku's remaining clones pick Shigaraki up on his feet, and 1 holds him in a chokehold. Shigaraki tried to retaliate, but he was losing too much blood and started to feel that he was getting weaker and weaker. Izuku, let me close that for you. Fire release. Izuku opens his palm and makes a Rasengan. Izuku burning Rasengan. The Rasengan then gets covered with flames, and then he holds the Rasengan close to the wound, burning the flesh as Shigaraki screams and throws his limbs around in pain. Some of the severed hands on his biceps loosened and thrashed around. Shigaraki, stop, please stop, make it stop. Izuku, stop throwing a tantrum, I can't have you dying on me yet. The clones hold his arms in place to properly cauterize the wound. The burning flesh and blood smelled horrid, but Izuku didn't pay any attention to it. Shigaraki, please stop it, I am sorry, have mercy, mother, make it stop, mother. Izuku. Izuku holds his chin and makes him look at his own eyes. Tamura's eyes were frantic, it jumped around with panic, fear and plea. But he was unlucky today. Izuku, sorry Tamura, but I am all out of mercy. Shigaraki's body strengthens as adrenaline rushes through his system and tries to free himself. The clone tightens the chokehold, the other clones clenches his arms to the sides and steps on his feet, putting him in a lock. A/N, kinda like Caecilius in the picture. Izuku, summoning Jutsu, Nubari. Izuku walks back to create some distance, and then takes a stance like a fencer. Izuku, I am going to start now. Hang on a bit for me, okay? He starts stabbing all around his body fast to the point of others not being able to see the blade. Calf, thigh, liver, kidney, stomach, bicep, shoulder, neck, chest, cheek, chin, ear, eye. The blade punctured all these parts over and over and over and over again. The picture of Himiko's bruised arm, her pained face, her out cold on the nurse's office, and her smile. All of it flashed in his head, and his speed picked up thinking about the pain Himiko felt before he came. All of it made his blood boil more and more with each thrust. Izuku, I know she will face all types of adversary in the future when we graduate. She will be hurt, I know. But I can't help but get angry. Angry at the villain. Angry at the world. Angry at myself. A hand then pulls him back and stops Izuku. He looks back and sees it was Bakugo. His usual snare and anger was absent, only disappointment and fear was present. Izuku, let go, Bakugo. Or get your ass handed by me again. Bakugo, I don't care. If you want to beat me up, do it. Just don't kill him. Let the pros handle him. Izuku, so he can rot in a cell where someone can break him out and probably heal him? You are naive, Bakugo. If he goes to prison, someone will break him out. Bakugo, no. Izuku, someone will, and when he goes free, he will be back stronger, faster, and crazier. Some don't deserve nothing else than death. Shigaraki mumbles na. Bakugo, then what will Himiko think? Izuku, this will protect her. Bakugo, but she will drift away from you when she hears of this. Do you want that? Shigaraki mumbles Mashtar, I am sorry. Shigaraki's eyes welled with tear, he started sobbing and coughing. Izuku tch. The clones disappear and Shigaraki drops to the floor. Izuku sits beside him and starts to heal his injuries using medical ninjutsu. Bakugo, what are you doing? Izuku, healing him, I am using my energy to stop the blood and reconstruct his organs as much as possible. He won't get his hand back as I am no miracle worker, but he will live. Bakugo, right. Bakugo look around and takes in the scene. One of Izuku's clone healing Eraserhead, and his other clones bringing some of the other students that were scattered around. His eyes then trailed Isamu pummeling Kurogiri in the distance. Isamu, let's finish this lightning style, hell stab, for finger nookite. Isamu's figure warped into a shape similar to a bullet due to his immense speed. His four-finger strike connects to the villain's chest and digs in like a spear. Kurogiri, GAH with just his finger? Isamu continues to push Kurogiri and eventually hitting the wall with the villain. Kurogiri, WH, who is this guy? Kurogiri loses consciousness and drops to the floor. Isamu takes a step back as Izuku's clone comes and starts healing him. Back with Bakugo and Izuku. Bakugo, she will be afraid of you, you know that, right? Even if you healed him, you did something horrible. Izuku, I know, but I am hoping that she will understand. I won't ask her to trust me, just I don't know. Bakugo, well, we are safe thanks to you. I don't know what we could have done with that bird face and this guy, by the way. What happened to that guy? Izuku, I have the ability to put people in a strong illusion upon gaze. I tried to use it, but I couldn't because it had no mind, meaning it was already dead. So I ended his misery by erasing him from existence. Bakugo turns to Shigaraki. Bakugo, human experiment? And erase? Izuku, that's what I am guessing, as I could feel four people but could only see one mind. I think quirks were added onto someone, but the mind couldn't handle it, resulting in that mindless corpse basically. And the latter will be shown in due time. Bakugo, disgusting. Izuku, yeah? They hear some commotion behind them and turn to see what it was. Some of the villains started to free themselves from the vines, and some were coming out of the flood zone. Bakugo, these guys are persistent, huh? He punches his palm and makes his signature explosion to intimidate the villains. But he was stopped by Izuku. Izuku, you guys should retreat. I will take care of them. Bakugo, wah. He then sees that he was above the stairs and looks around confusedly to see that everyone was there, even Tokoyami was there. He also sees that some of Izuku's clones were gathered around Aizawa and number 13, and the two main villains with some more clones standing beside them while the others heal them as best as they can. Bakugo and the others walk closer to the edge and sees Izuku standing before the villains. Alone. Villains, even if Shigaraki lost, we will not step away kids you can't use those techniques anymore, can you? Besides, your father is going to be taken care of by our brutes and we will take care of you while you're weakened. The villains had thought that Izuku had limits, but unfortunately, they were mistaken. Izuku, I can use it again. I have no limits as I have large stamina thanks to my heritage. Even so, I won't need it now. His Sharingan reverts back to 3 Tomo and spins. Some flinch and takes a step back from seeing that Izuku was not afraid. Villains, how you think we'll fall for you, bluff, yeah, you're bluffing. Izuku then takes off the upper garment and ties it around his waist. He then takes a fighting stance similar to the Hyuga clan's taijutsu stance. Izuku, then come and find out. The villains all yell and charge at Izuku, readying their quirks and weapons. The students up the stairs started get worried. Uraraka, he's gonna take them all on. Alone? Mina, he's mad. Monoma, no, he knows he can take them on. All of them glance at Monoma, and then turns back to Izuku. Izuku, this will be a good warm-up. Izuku, 8 trigrams. He closes his eyes and sees everyone's signatures. His classmates, his grandfather, Shigaraki and Kurogiri with his clones, and the villains closing in on him. He activates GCM and opens his eyes. Izuku, 8 trigrams, air palm wall HH. The air pressure pushes the wave, violently picking dirt and bodies along the villains away. The villains at the side stopped, petrified by what they just witnessed before their eyes. The students stood up there stunned by Izuku's display of power. Rin he just? Kaminari, pushed them all away. Yayorozu, with one move. Jairu, this is nuts, he's on a whole another level than us. Shoji, he might be stronger than All Might. Down with the villains. Villains, he just sent them away with one move I buck this shit, I give up. One by one the villains surrendered on their knees. But one of them did not have the same idea as the rest. Villain, I am not losing to a child. He will let his guard down, and when that happens I will close the distance and kill that brat. Hey, amateur wouldn't even see it coming. Izuku, what are you shits on about? Villain, huh? Izuku, if you're not coming then I will. Villain, GHAH. Izuku, get up and fight. Villain, Zaya. All of the remaining ones got up and ran at Izuku again. Izuku, that is it. One by one they started to drop to the floor unconscious. Izuku's strikes were hard, it rang throughout the whole facility. Some with weapons attack at the same time, but Izuku didn't falter at the sight. Villain, AHHHHH. He picks up their sword and continued onward, slicing them one by one. He then stops in the middle of the swarm and sees less than half of them remained. Izuku smirks. You said something about not being able to use it again, right? He summons his Susanoo again, and it starts swinging around, swatting them like ants. Aijuru, this is insane. He's almost killing them, or he's actually killing them. Aoyama, oh we. Only one remained, the rest was on the floor either bleeding or blacked out. He cancels his Susanoo and GCM, and then walks up to the last one standing. Izuku. Villain PP, please don't kill me. He got on his knees and started begging Izuku with tears streaming down. Izuku didn't move, only observed the man as he continued to beg and beg to deaf ears. Isamu, hey, you lost that privilege when you walked here and started the attack. Villain, huh? The man turns to Isamu and sees him holding Kurogiri with the ones who went after him and pile behind him in the distance. Isamu, did you think you would get out of this scot-free? You tried to kill these kids, but now you're down on your knees begging for your life? How could you expect mercy when you yourself wasn't planning on it? Villain P, please, I have a child on the way. I knew this was wrong. I knew that we would lose. But the one behind all of this promised me freedom to do anything. So I thought that with freedom from All Might, I would be able to get away with crime easily to support my family. Please, I will do anything. I will tell you what I know, yeah. I am from a big organization that distributes drugs. I can tell you all the dealers and everything that I know. I can tell the police. Please. I will cooperate. I promise on mine and my family's life. Izuku and Isamu's eyes softened a bit, but the younger was still skeptical. Izuku, look at me. The villain turns to Izuku in fright. Izuku in the eyes. He looks at his eyes and his eyes widened as he froze in place. Izuku Manjikyu Genjutsu. Izuku uses Genjutsu to look through his memories. The man's life flashed in fast motion, and he saw that the man was telling the truth. Izuku, he's telling the truth. What do I do now, Gramps? Isamu, we will interrogate further while the police will, but I will follow this case closely. Izuku, and then I will give you a second chance. And this. He gives the man a scroll. Izuku, if and when that Yakuza group comes, drop blood on the sigil. My grandfather will ask them to let you keep this with you so you don't have to worry. The man takes the scroll with tears. Villain, thank you. The hero students face the reality of Hero World too soon. Their memories will be tainted with today's incident for months, maybe even years for some, mostly because of Izuku. But they all knew that there will be more. They will have to endure more than what they saw in there today if they want to become heroes. Luckily, Izuku healed all the villains that were fatally wounded. The law enforcement came few minutes later and started escorting the villains. Some were going to a hospital nearby which included Eraserhead, number 13 and Shigaraki Tamura. Most of the villains were being apprehended and boarded into reinforced trucks and some patrol cars. Isamu stands to the side looking at the river of villains coming out of the USJ. Midnight then comes out and then meets eyes with Isamu. Midnight walks up. Hello, sir. Who may you be? Isamu, Midoriya Isamu. I am Izuku's grandfather. You may know me as Crimson Knight. Midnight, eyes wide and it is an honor to meet you. I am Midnight. I am a teacher in UA. Isamu, I see. Midnight, if I may ask, I heard that you were on a covert mission abroad. When did you come home? Isamu, few months ago. My daughter, Izuku's mother, passed away months ago and sent me a letter about her illness. Midnight, I see. He lost his mom only few months ago. I guess that's why he couldn't take the recommendation test like the others. Does he have no father? Or anyone from his father's side? Isamu. His father was killed with his brother and his family few months before he was born. And he had no parents, so there are no relatives. Well, at least that we know of. I am all that he has now. Midnight looks at Isamu with wide eyes, then turns to Izuku, who is talking to Bakugo, Ibara, Tsuyu and Monoma. Midnight. Even before becoming hero, his life has been full of death. No wonder he clings to Toga so much. Would it be insensitive to recommend therapy for Shimura-kun? I presume all that loss is too much for him. We have guidance counselor at U.A if you wish for him to go through it. Isamu, that may be helpful. I will think about it. Midnight, please take as much time you need to decide. And we are sorry. Midnight walks inside following Hound Dog and Niza. All Might walks beside him in his weakened form. All Might, as a faculty member, I would like to apologize for our security breach. Also, thank you and young Shimura for neutralizing the threat. Isamu, I only took down that Miss Guy and a small group of idiots. That vine-haired girl and Izuku apprehended the villains, and Izuku finished the determining blow. All Might, they said that they were scattered around the facility and had to fight big groups. These kids are something else, huh? Isamu, they are. Isamu then sees the villain that was left last. He walks up to the officers and started to explain some things. With Izuku and the rest. Monoma, that is revolting. They made a weapon out of people. Tsuyu, no wonder that guy was strong enough to put Aizawa-sensei down to the floor. He had multiple quirks. Bakugo, TCH, we might see more of those Nima things too. Yayorozu, why do you say that, Bakugo-san? Bakugo, because there is no way that crusty ass was their leader. They said they called themselves Villain Alliance. There must be someone who is working behind the curtains. Behind that bastard. Izuku, that hand guy, Shigaraki, muttered something about master, which means they might move again to bust him out like I said. The police will be vigilant to not let that happen. The students turn to see a man in a trench coat. Tsukachi, hi, I am Detective Tsukachi Naomesa. I would like to get few testimony from you kids. Tsuyu, how is our teacher, Detective? Tsukachi, the two pro-heroes had suffered major injuries, but don't worry, they are being treated at the hospital. Aways, when do you think they will recover? Tsukachi, I can't say for sure, but probably for some time. Now I will ask few questions and answer truthfully, or else I will know. While the detective was asking questions, Nizu was looking at the damage inside the facility. Nizu, we have to focus on fortifying our security across the board. Midnight, as a quirk, warping is exceptionally rare. It's really too bad it fell into the hands of villain's side. Their days will continue on, but not without any hitch in the future.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.